I was like, wow, that's pretty strong, especially with some of the strong, ideas about the game that you have on your team with Jensen and Bwipo. But it really seems to be working out for them. They even have good vibes, like Bwipo's hyping up his young bottom lane, after every couple kills, and he's going over there hugging them. And it really does seem like this FlyQuest team deserves to be at the top and should be projected to stay at the top.
Yeah, I think one of the things that to me was the big difference between where they are and where I expected them to be was I think that Masu and Busio have been a lot better, a lot faster than I expected. Like I thought that they could get there, but I wasn't really sure how good they would be early on, right? And the reality is the game is like largely played around bot lane, and if your bot lane's just a black hole where everything goes to die, then you're not going to win that many games. But no, they've actually been really, really solid. We saw them absolutely clap a C9 on bot lane, which I guess a lot of people are kind of doing these days. We can get to that later. But no, they just seem to be kind of working really well together. They're playing pretty confidently. They're like, even in the games where things are going wrong, they still seem to be able to play like pretty aggressively and still kind of stay on the right foot with that. So it's been really fun to watch because these are two guys who, are coming up from NACL like relatively recently. They both won most valuable prospect, so it's cool to see that like some of this like NA talent is actually doing well. And I know I Will Dominate tweeted out really just recently that he thought part of the reason that this split was so entertaining was not only the parity, but he thinks that mechanically this is like maybe the best LCS has been in a long time. And partially I think that is because we have a lot of these like new players coming up.
Yeah, I could totally see that. I think that I was going to say kind of contrary to that I think FlyQuest bot lane, while they are doing, pretty solid, they have shown some weakness,
Totally.
Even in some of the games they've won, they've had kind of rough laning phases. And I mean, if you guys remember, FlyQuest's one loss was probably like the hardest loss any team has had all split. That was one where, bot lane
energy.
Yeah, bot lane just went horribly in the beginning, and then they started like siphoning all resources to try to stabilize, and they just couldn't get there. So
I guess that's what I was worried would happen in a lot more games.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not trying to take anything away from them. They've done well. I think that it's tough, coming into the league, and I wonder if other teams will start putting more focus down there, trying to pressure them some, and if they'll be able to handle it.
Yeah, especially everyone's thinking of the FlyQuest versus Cloud9 like kind of hype matchup where they're double killing Berserker and Vulcan multiple times by themselves. True. And like that started a really hype Super Week. I feel like FlyQuest being the only team to get a 3-0 Super Week just feels like they have so much momentum, and that carried on too. I was like, that was 2 really good Varus games for Masu. And then what was his other champ that he played in the third game? It's something else, but it was pretty good as well. I think it was Aphelios, right? Yeah. He was scaling, and that was decent too. I just feel like Busio, winning multiple player of the games as well. Nautilus hooks on point. Just definitely a lot better, I feel like, than
expected.
The timeline that was set out.
Oh, that Nautilus hook on
through the
Vulcan.
Tower, that lollipop.
That was so nasty. Like,
dude, people were flaming that online saying, "Oh, this just shows how OP Nautilus is. It's so easy to hit hooks." You still have to know exactly where to throw it, to not just to have it hit the tower, right?
Yeah, like you go and do it. Then if it's so OP, like Nautilus can be annoying to play against, but I like him. I like what Nautilus is meta. I think he makes things happen. Like he'll get a lot of kills, or he'll get a ton of deaths,
or both.
It's never going to be a boring game.
No, I agree. And I mean, it's like the hook cheats for sure, but he was abusing it to the maximum, and that's what a pro player should do, right? You should be able to find those angles. It's like when I watch really good Bard players, like I play quite a bit of Bard, and the Bard Q cheats a lot. Yeah. But some people go for Qs that I would never even attempt, and it hits them, then turns sideways and hooks, and I'm like, how did you even know that was gonna work? Like that angle looks like that should never work.
They 100% cheat.
It cheats like crazy, but knowing exactly how far you can take it, I think really is a lot of it, right? Yeah. Especially on champions that are not super mechanically difficult. It's all about, game knowledge and understanding, okay, exactly like how far can I go? What's the difference between the best Nautilus player and the worst Nautilus player? Exactly when you can engage, how to play out the fights, how you can abuse these things to the maximum. And that's always something that I've kind of found impressive about even some of the basic champs. It's the same thing like Tryndamere people talk about, it's like this champion doesn't do anything. You just spin in and right click them. But one thing that I've always found impressive about like really, really good Tryndamere players is just their understanding of exactly when they can dive people and exactly when they can pull off these.
Exactly when they can crit.
Yeah, exactly. True.
Same thing with Yuumi. Like you need to know exactly when you can just AFK on your AD carry the whole game.
When you go get a snack, you know.
And those Tryndamere players are
watch on Netflix.
You need to know your bathroom timings, you know, your popcorn breaks. But Bwipo, Inspired, and Jensen also, I think, doing a really good job. Jensen had a monster Tristana game this week against Dig after kind of the trash talk back and forth about the current crop of Korean imports being overrated. He went up against Dove, and XU was on that pros with him, so he was like, well, we'll see how you do against Dove, you know, blah, blah, blah. And Jensen brought out the Tristana, played really well. Bwipo's been playing a lot of different stuff. Inspired's been playing a lot of different stuff, even brought out the Brand. And Brand, I think it was the only Brand game we had in the LCS, which was really surprising me because Brand had been turbo OP in jungle, it felt like, pretty much this entire season.
I think Boogie also played him once.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I do agree. He's real strong in solo queue right now. He's one of the champions getting hit next patch. It's hard for me to know exactly how much those nerfs are going to do, but nerfs nonetheless.
Especially because one of the nerfs is fixing a bug where his passive was doing more than it should. That's really hard to quantify how much that is going to nerf him, but it should be a decent tap down. I think that game specifically, like that was the Masu Busio continual double kills on Berserker Vulcan bottom. And so Inspired just got the free farm. So it was like kind of dream Brand where you're just farming away and your bottom lane is winning and your top lane is a Cassante. So he's fine up there. It doesn't really matter. And then they were, able to win the game despite JoJo having some pretty good, Nico engages that gave Cloud9 just enough hope to be even more sad at the end. But I think this FlyQuest team, I 100% agree. Like they also are really flexible in the champions that they can use. I think that's a really good point to hit on, especially with how outspoken Bwipo is. It almost seems like he's like defensive of his unique picks, where when Sniper picked the Olaf, he was tweeting out, he was like, man, that Olaf, he missed the double kill angle there. These other players thinking that they know what they could do with Olaf. Nah, it felt like it's really, it's part of his identity, and he, since they're having so much success with it, like all the members get to, talk their trash, say whatever they want, have that confidence.
All right, well, we have 3 teams tied in second right now. 2 of them are not really surprising that they're like in second. Energy, Team Liquid, 2 teams that I think were kind of predicted to be up near the top. But Energy obviously coming off a 1-2 Super Week, not going to be that happy about it. But TL and 100 Thieves both went 2-1 in the Super Week. And for 100 Thieves to be tied for second is kind of shocking. I know quite a few people had them actually in 8th, even that I was seeing in some of the community stuff. I think I had them maybe 6th or something like that. I can't remember if I had them 5th or 6th.
I had them one higher at 5th.
Okay, I can't remember.
Or if you had them at 5th, then I had them at 4th. Like I was only one higher than you guys, which was like.
I think I put Shopify above them, so I think I had them.
I had Shopify, then 100 Thieves 5-6.
Yeah, but still, for them to be in second, I think is pretty crazy. And even talking to Golden Glue before the season and the team, their expectations, I think they're really surprised. I think it was Golden Glue even tweeted out like, "Wait, we're tied for a second," because there's a lot of young players, a lot of new players on this team, and I think the expectation was definitely that it was going to take a lot more time for them to get up to speed. And even when they did, I don't think they really considered that they could be competing, this high up.
I think a lot of people also expected Quid to be bad.
Yeah,
Quid got a lot of flack last year. And when he was announced even on the returning roster, it was heavily criticized. I thought he's been actually great considering how much criticism was thrown at him. Yeah, there definitely still are mistakes, but like the ability to pull out that Aatrox and absolutely stomp Shopify. This is something I said on Waiting Room, but Shopify continually going with, these unique picks of having multiple tanks on their team.
I don't know if it's unique when it's 3 Scions.
And doing
it's not unique anymore.
No, that the Zach Garen.
Okay, the Garen was.
You get a little points there. Anyways, my point is
cap.
My point was, since they, even if you're doing something that's not meta, if you continually do that same thing, then you're just always playing your own meta, and people can counter that. And really big props to Golden Glue, as well as Quid, as well as Sam Spooks, the assistant coach for 100 Thieves. They did exactly what I was hoping for. They crafted a team that will shit on tanks And they did just that with their double solo lane counter picks, and they absolutely like steamroll it. Because even if you're doing wacky stuff that's off meta, if you keep doing it, then someone's going to pull up the counter, and that's exactly what we want. That flexibility and that reactivity, and it does shine through, but only if you have players that are, one, willing, and two, capable to be also flexible like that.
One thing that's interesting about 100 Thieves is of their 5 players, only Sniper and Meech have played the same champ more than once.
Yep.
Jungle, mid, and support have all played a unique champ in every single game, which, it does show, diversity in what they want to play. It might mean they don't necessarily know what's best, or they just have a really wide array that they're comfortable with. Not really sure yet. It'll take some more time. One thing that I do wonder,
though, I will say, I've loved the variety.
Oh yeah, who doesn't? I think that I always have this question in the back of my head. It's like, how much of the standings right now are just the best teams seem to be the ones that like understand Lucian sucks. And I know we talked about this in another episode, but like it's every week. Every week people pick him. It's just like, man, this is a really good Lucian game, I'm gonna pick him. It's just like, first pick me Lucian.
It feels kind of stubborn too. I mean, we'll talk more about Cloud9, but like it's almost to the point where it's just losing every time, and then they lose, they get flamed for it, and they're like, you know what? You're wrong. I'm going to pick it. I'm going to lose again.
It's not because of Lucian, guys. Like, you guys messed up that mid 2v2. Our top lane had no prio. Like, dude, I was winning my lane from levels 3 to 4. Like,
from levels 3 to 4.
Actually, Lucian won one game. It's not every game that he's lost. Thank you very much.
Lucian was on the winning team.
Actually,
he was on the winning team.
Thank you. Yeah.
He was like 0-2-1 when the game was almost over. Like, I don't know, man.
A dub is a dub.
Yeah. No, it is true, and I'm so curious to see if people are gonna kind of stick with it, if they're gonna feel be stubborn and just like, no, this is correct. We're doing the right pick. We just have to nail down our play, or if they're gonna move away.
I think these new Zeri and Smolder are gonna force them to stop picking this bait champion because I don't know, like it's almost hilarious seeing teams just keep picking it, and it's just completely horrible every time.
It's really funny too because Jan was on Hotline League with his coach Spawn, and he had a message directly for the people criticizing Lucian picks in pro play, and I can't even repeat what he said because it was explicit, and so
beep beep.
He can criticize it, and I'll keep just pointing to the Lucian win rate. Like, go ahead and pick him, man. If you think he's good, play him. But I mean, your opponents will thank you.
We can't even put the clip in the comments or anything, probably because it's explicit. I would just say go check it out. It's pretty funny.
Quid also, I was just touching on him. He actually had like stats obviously on everything, but he's 3rd in CSD. He's also 3rd in highest DPM. He's like, he's actually like, his lane is going pretty well. Like, he's contributing in team fights. He's actually having a pretty good season. I wouldn't say he's the best mid laner or anything like that. But definitely I think it feels like a far cry from last year, where he was just getting roasted every week. So I do think he kind of deserves his flowers, so to speak. Like, he should get a little bit of credit because it feels like everyone was telling me last year, no, what you're seeing on stage is not the real Quid. Like, he's better, just trust me. But I feel like a lot of times when you hear that stuff, it never actually pans out. The person just keeps playing like that on stage. But he actually has improved, and he's showing a lot better games on stage, I think.
Absolutely. 100 Thieves is for sure one of the teams that has impressed me most, because coming into this split, I think all of us had them in the bottom half of the standings.
Yep.
And when you look at how they built their team, it almost felt like they weren't trying, right? Like, of their roster last
or they're out of money. They were definitely trying.
I'm just saying how it looks. I'm not saying how it is. But I mean, of their roster last year, Quid received the most criticism. He's the only one they kept. They put in like a bunch of rookies, or
then they lucked out when River got Golden Guardians exploded, and they got to get River.
Yeah, but I mean,
that was a really good
all that considered, I think it is a testament to, they're doing something right. They're playing well. It also, for me, just makes me have even more respect for River, because he's a really good player. And the fact that he just continually finds success on any team he's on. Other junglers have a lot of respect for him. I was asking Spica, who's the hardest jungler you've played against? He said River. And so
he's a demon in solo queue. So that even further emphasizes your point of any team that he is on.
Yeah.
He was at a 80% win rate in the top of Challenger. I know Spica and a lot of people were talking about how it's like
That's nuts.
it was
yeah, I mean it's cool seeing them do well, especially with Meech and Sniper coming in, both very green in pro play and still managing to do pretty well.
Yep. Energy, obviously bad super week. It's kind of interesting because last week we were talking about, oh yeah, we really thought Energy was going to have this slow start, but hey, it didn't happen at all. They didn't really run into these issues because they were sitting at, I guess, 3-1 coming into super week and looking pretty good. And it seemed like they'd kind of escaped a lot of the issues that people had been hearing that they've been having, that there'd be, some difficulties incorporating Huhi. And now that's even been talked about, in some interviews about, oh yeah, we're kind of like arguing a lot in the team and these types of things. So where do you guys stand on Energy now? Like they're kind of falling back a little bit to where they were in Summer Split, where there's this inconsistency where they can look really good one day against a good team, then look really bad the next day against a bad team. Like, have they regressed? Is this just a blip on the radar? Where do you guys stand?
I still think Energy is pretty good. When I watch their games, I'm not sitting there being like, wow, this is a team that is completely clueless. They do not know what they're doing. I think they're solid. They haven't won every single game. I think it is going to be tough when you have, a vocal leader like Huhi coming into an established team. There's going to be some friction, just getting everyone on the same page. It's natural, totally normal. And so, yeah, I wouldn't be too worried if I was them. I think they're, doing just fine.
Yeah, I felt there's two different issues. One could be this, I don't think arguing is inherently a problem as long as they're
long as it's productive.
Exactly, and as long as they're able to work it out. And I have heard from multiple members on the team that they actually like having a confrontational style and bringing things up and then talking through it. Sometimes I've also heard they spend way too much time on it, and so that can be a time sink, which is definitely an issue when you only have 1 week and we're constantly going to live patch, and you really have to be good with time management and what you're going to practice. That can be a drag. But I think some of the things that might be a little worrying are that there are some of these in-game mistakes that you're going, whoa, this does feel like years past Energy or even CLG days when we would be criticizing them for why are you over chasing here? Why are you, overextending, diving too far in what seems like an obvious 20% chance of success type of
was
play.
Was it the Shopify game where they had that horrible bot lane dive?
Yeah, that was one of them. There have been a couple of those.
I remember that one.
Both of Shopify's wins, by the way, are off of the other team diving and turbo inting and then getting slammed.
They're just good at playing dives.
Yeah, they're the goats.
Yeah, there's a reason we will get to them at the bottom of the standings. But honestly, I think that Energy are going to be fine and pull it back. But these are the types of mistakes that we're kind of I feel used to seeing from that squad, and so it's not completely surprising to me to see a couple of them, as long as they rein it in.
Yeah, I mean, looking through their games, just both their losses were to Varus. Varus, a champion that's the reverse Lucian. He's kind of just winning every game. I mean, when there's a champion that
the reverse Lucian.
I mean, this is how every split
got a bow
goes.
and arrow. Lucian has 2 guns.
I'm telling you, every single split. This will happen at the beginning of the season.
There's just winners and losers in life.
Match.
Lucian is a loser. Varus is a winner, right?
It happens. People don't always get the right read from Scrim. Sometimes they're a little stubborn to change their mind. And sometimes people will not immediately recognize which champs are the best. And it's hard to, right? There's so many factors going into a game, but definitely worth noting.
It's definitely a scrim data thing too. Anytime a champion is garbage on stage and you talk to people well, it's winning every game in scrims. People always do kind of fall into that. Did you ever have any experiences with that when you guys were playing, throughout your career? Because it does feel like such an obvious trap. When you're on the outside looking in, right? When you're watching the games as a coach streamer or a caster, you're just just stop picking it, dummies. It clearly doesn't work. It's losing every time.
Yeah.
But then you talk to the pros and they're saying, yeah, but we played 20 games this week and it won all of them. You know what I mean? And it's how do you parse those two things and make sure that you're not actually just, saying, screw Lucian because we lost once on stage versus the 20 times you played in scrims and making sure you're getting the right info.
I mean, it can be hard, and, not everyone's going to get the right read for sure. I think you just have to try to be open-minded, and for me, I always try to understand like why something happened more than just what happened, because something that would trigger me a little bit is when we would go into our draft meeting and bring up win rates from scrims, because to me that doesn't matter. Like, you can lose a game that had absolutely nothing to do with a certain champion that was played, or vice versa, win a game that had nothing to do with it. And then you also have to look like what was happening in the games. Were you picking this champ and they were limit testing random matchups into it and running it down? Was this champion getting overly fed every single game? Is that a normal thing to happen? So just where the advantages and disadvantages coming from, like what's expected to happen. And, that can be very hard to
keep everything in mind.
Yeah. I mean, like, nobody can do it perfect. It's something you just always have to keep working at. And so, yeah, I mean, there's like bait picks come up all the time.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of on the same page. I think Energy can probably pull it back. TL, the other 2-1 team, they had a pretty good Super Week, went 2-1. Are you guys feeling like they're beating some of the allegations as far as only being able to play like scaling comps and whatnot, or does this kind of still feel that way? Because I know that was kind of what I felt like I'd been seeing. I've been seeing some other people echoing that, where it was just like all the previous weeks they'd pick something a little bit more aggressive on day one, lose, and then day two they're like Zeri, Lulu, and Azir, and then like they lose again with something a little bit more aggressive, and then they're going, okay, we're going Tristana and Aphelios and 3 tanks.
I wouldn't say they're beating those allegations, because that's what they've been doing, pretty much like tank top, tank jungle, APA on a scaling mid, and then like pretty much all range support spot lane, which, it is a way to play. It's valid. It doesn't necessarily work on a ton of different things as a team, right? Like, you don't necessarily get practice being proactive, like being really aggressive, putting the pressure on the other team. So it is working for TL. I would like to see them try some other stuff, because I think only playing one way, it's not flexible. What if the meta changes? What if people come up with strats that are really good against what you're doing? So, I would like to see them try other stuff.
I mean, this last week in Super Week, they had the one Lucian game, they had one Aphelios game, they had one Ezreal game. I think the biggest part of their wins has actually just been impact on Udyr. Impact on Udyr has done so much. He has won mid lane twice for APA by roaming down there. He has won jungle multiple times by invading jungle, not killing enemy jungler, but harassing enemy jungler and stealing camps. I feel like Impact is playing out of his mind right now. There have been a couple points where even in the content that they're releasing afterwards, like Umti goes one way and the rest of the team was like trying to go the other way or something like that. I think that one change we are going to see, though, for sure, is that APA is going to play even more. Well, I don't even know if it's a change, because he's already played a bunch of Ziggs, but Ziggs is getting buffed, so he's just going to keep playing Ziggs. And guess what? That's really good with scaling, because you have super good wave clear, and 2 seconds off your satchel charge does make you safer, and as well as the extra little bit of armor that he's getting. So I think that Team Liquid will probably play still pretty similarly. They are open to doing, obviously, the Lucian bottom lanes and a little bit of aggressive stuff. Core JJ is, in my opinion, always best when he's on engaged supports and is like creating action for them. So I'm not particularly super worried about them only being a scaling team. I think they can be a super action-packed team. But
They're just losing when they try.
We have seen some of the mistakes coming in those mid-game, either going to the objectives or the team fight actually at them.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely nothing in their play has indicated they can't play other styles, but like I said, I just want to see it, because there have been those narratives floating around. Impact can't play carries, APA can't play assassins or whatever. And I don't know if it's true. Probably not. But so far, we've seen them pretty much sticking to what works. Range support, scaling mid, tank top. And
I think we'll probably continue to see that.
I mean, it's not a bad way to play. It's one of the probably the most common way to play of all time in League. but a little bit of flexibility is not a bad thing.
Absolutely. Well, and as long as you have at least enough champions within that if you go into playoffs, you can't just get targeted out, right? Impact can play a ton of tanks. I'm not really worried about that. But every single win they have is with him playing Udyr. And Udyr is actually 10-2 in the LCS. I think it's probably the highest win rate champion in the LCS with like any real number of games. And yeah, APA, obviously it is still a big concern for him, like what the champion pool is looking like, I think, because that was one of the big criticisms and kind of questions people had coming into this split. And I don't feel like he's really changed any minds because he's just played the 3 champs, Azir, Ziggs, and Tristana, which were 3 that like he was already kind of playing. And obviously there was already some criticism to how he's kind of playing the Azir. But either way, I think they're doing pretty well. It feels like OMT's fitting into the team pretty well. I don't feel like it seems like there's any big downgrade from Pyosik or anything. Maybe MT's a little bit less proactive, I guess, than Pyosik. It feels like when Pyosik had his best games, it was him just kind of like taking over the game, like as an individual, whereas MT, it feels like his good games are more enabling his team. Yeah. Either way, they're sitting at 4-3, doing pretty well. The next teams down in 5th, 3 and 4 are Cloud9 and Immortals, which is honestly shocking to say that they're tied.
Yeah, I think we had them
unanimously
as first and 8th, and they're tied right now. I mean, I don't know. I'm
0-3 Super Week for Cloud9.
It had nothing to do with me being a content creator for Cloud9, but like they're not a 5th place. I'm sorry, like they're not. I would still probably put them first. If I was betting on who's going to win this split, it would still be C9, because I mean, look at their losses. They're trolling in most of the games. Like they lost.
But when you do it 4 times in a row, how much can you forgive?
It's to Lucian. They lost with Lucian, and then they pick Lucian again. And guess what happened? They lost again.
Yeah,
like, I don't know.
Isn't it more problems? Even if you just want to criticize the draft, can't you criticize more than just the Lucian? They went against CL, and it was so funny. We interviewed the players. We interviewed APA and JoJo before this game, and JoJo's like, yeah, he's only a Ziggs one trick. You take him off that, and he's bad basically. And then they give them Ziggs and pick Lucian and give over, I think, even Udyr as well. It was like their opponents are just getting to play blind pick. Like they're just loading in and picking whatever they want.
Yeah.
So it's like that's a problem. That means you suck at drafting.
It does, but at the same time, like, I don't know if you saw, I think Jojo did an interview with Ashley.
Yeah, I saw it.
And he's saying, like, it's more fun this way than if we just stomp the league.
That's some cope.
Okay, it's kind of cope, but at the same time,
it's so much fun losing 4 straight games.
Did
you see the players' faces? They were having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, they were loving it. They were having a good old time.
They were high-fiving,
But, dude, like, put them in playoffs. Put them in games that matter, and I guarantee we're gonna not see this. At least I hope to God we don't see this, because the longer the meta goes on, the more people start realizing, like, you're not just gonna ignore a champ being 10-2 or Varus is like 10-5 or something. You're not just gonna keep picking the champion that's never winning. I think that putting Cloud9 on a good draft, they're probably just gonna win. So like I haven't my faith in them hasn't wavered. I think
they definitely made a lot of mistakes in game 2. You can't say, like, they also had a horrendous bottom lane dive. They also had a bunch of int moments, which you can say they're trolling because they're good players, right? Individually. I'm like, I agree with you. I know these guys are good players individually.
And I think they'll be better too.
But if you are trolling 50% of your games, you're a bad player. Like, you're a 50% player then. If you're trolling half the time, then that's you.
Medius is on the campaign trail here. He's doing some good work for Cloud9, but
okay. So you remember they're not immune to criticism. Like I think Rel for Blabber is not his best champion. Like I'm a Blabber stan.
Agreed, that's not his
style. His Rels look pretty rough. Like he never runs Hex Flash on Rel. He
hasn't even been ganking though, which has been bizarre.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like to me, Rel is a contracts champion 100%. Like Rel is great if you're looking to play around your lanes, to not just like, she's got good clear speed, but you're playing Rel, so getting super ahead doesn't actually do anything. You really want Hex Flash to make more plays happen, so I think he's just kind of slotting Rel into the way he regularly plays jungle, which is kind of like a more carry style, which, you know, I don't think that works too well. I don't think that's what you want to do.
It's weird because he's like one of his most successful champions has been like Maokai and stuff, right? Like he can play that style of champ. So I don't know, but it has been
not
weird.
not Riftmaker Maokai.
That was the most garbage build of all time. But I mean, yeah, I think that Cloud9 can absolutely bounce back from this. I think they're insanely talented, but I also think we can't overlook. Okay, clearly there's drafting issues, but also, I mean, to me, the worst bot lane thing that I've seen in a while, it felt like, from players of this quality, was the one against FlyQuest, where it wasn't even, I think it was the initial dive, they trolled the dive and died, but there was this one fight afterwards that actually just tilted me off the face of the planet, where they were looking for this 2v2, and people were talking about, oh, like, Busio swept, so it took vision away from the ward in the bush, and maybe he Berserker could have finished.
But there's
off,
like 3 minion
and there's
waves
all this
in his
stuff.
face.
But yeah, but it's like okay, so maybe he could have traded a kill, maybe, but he loses 3 waves, like, and it would have been a 1-for-1. Like it was. There's just no world in which it is good, right? Like that wasn't even execution. That was just like you are tilted for sure.
Yeah, that was a tilt play for sure.
Yeah, there's just no way you fight there ever, right?
If we're tilted and trolling half the time, then we're 50% players.
It's fine, man. They'll turn it on when it matters.
They seem so inactive in the early game, which is one of the things that really I felt was bizarre. Watching 3 straight games, I think it was the Immortals game that I was casting with Flowers, and we were 31 minutes in, and I think Cloud9 had 0 kills. It was 1-0 at like 31 minutes. I don't think I'm exaggerating.
No, I think you're right. I remember I was going through the scores, and I think it was like that game ended like 6-1 in kills or something.
Yeah.
In 2 of Cloud9's losses, they had players with 0 deaths, which is pretty.
They just weren't even trying plays. Which is bizarre because I always think of Cloud9 as one of the more like proactive teams, the teams that like isn't going to go down without a fight. If they start losing, they're going to make things. They're going to try. You know what I mean? But yeah, that was one of the weirdest parts about all these losses for me. Was it just felt like they kind of just sat back, and I don't know if they were just thinking, okay, my opponent's going to make a mistake and then we're going to capitalize on it. Let's just keep waiting. They're going to make a mistake. They're going to make a mistake. They're going to make a mistake. And then they just didn't, or what the plan was. Like, I don't know what the comms were there, or if they thought that they were going to like outscale and they didn't need to fight or what. But yeah, those games were wildly inactive, and it is pretty shocking how this team has looked over the last 4 games, because they've looked really bad over the last 4 games.
They've definitely not looked good. I'm just going to say, let's wait to see them on a game where they're not horrendously outdrafted before we jump to any conclusions.
I was going to say, too, I did see the Ashley King interview that you're talking about with JoJo, and he was supremely confident. He was saying all the same things as you. He was like, yeah, we're just trolling. He said that we have the best players in every role. He was like, as soon as we work together a little bit and as soon as we fix our draft, then everything's going to be fine. I do think, like, when you're on a team, you have to project that type of confidence, but they should also, as long as they are also examining these games and in review and taking steps to make sure that you don't make these types of mistakes, and working out communication, whatever it's going to be, rubric for the games, so that you don't make some of these calls, or you can put a stop to some of these calls before they happen. And as long as they're examining the losses so that they don't happen again, rather than just being like, we were trolling, it's not going to happen again. Because if you just say that, then it probably will.
Good review, guys. High five.
We were trolling. Review done.
Which I don't think that they would be doing that. I mean, I will say I'm still giving them definitely benefit of the doubt. I would not be shocked if they still won because of the amount of talent on this team. But it does start to feel a little bit like FlyQuest in summer. We're like, well, they were so good in spring. They're going to turn it around, guys. They're going to turn. Of course, next week for sure. Well, playoffs. Come on, guys. And it's like, at a certain point, you have to do it. And and the season goes really, really fast. It's a 6-week season. We are halfway done. If they have another 0-2 week or something, then there's not going to really be any time to turn it around. So I think they have to start making it work. But should we jump on to Immortals, who had a good weekend? They went 2-1 this weekend, which was pretty exciting. And I think the only loss that they had, I felt like, was a pretty big draft gap. And I think Sharks even tweeted out, my bad, kind of trolled the draft or whatever. Because that one was, I'm looking back, it was the double. They had Zach top, they had Rel, TK, Senna, and then Jace. So they basically had 2 lethality damage dealers. and then they're playing against Cassante and Poppy, and I just remember Sniper walking at their backline 1v2 all game long, and they can't even move his health, right? So like that one felt doomed from draft for me, but the other 2 games they won, and they look pretty solid.
I mean, wins against Energy and Cloud9, that's good.
2 of the worst teams in the league. No,
2 of the worst teams. Yeah, I mean, good for that.
Energy's tied for second. Okay, let's relax.
Yeah,
based on Super League performance, that's a 0-3 team and a 1-2 team, Kobe.
It is. I didn't want to like interrupt your flow, but real quick on that, because I thought it was cool. Meteor said he would still predict Cloud9 to win.
Bet.
If I was gonna predict right now, I would definitely take the field if you're gonna give me the field. But I would
like to be involved in your first ever dive bet. We've had a proud history of having to do ice baths and wear embarrassing cosplay and other things.
I mean, I would bet depending on the stakes.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I want an ice bath.
all right, what stakes should we? Maybe we have to determine stakes later though, because it's
we'll
always
determine stakes. We'll come back to this. If you guys are willing to do a bet, you can.
it won't be big stakes.
Okay. You can't take the field though. You got to take a team.
Can I get 2 teams?
You can have 2 teams.
Okay, I'll take Energy and FlyQuest.
Okay.
That's a bet. All right, we'll come up with the stakes. We'll have the stakes for next week.
Okay.
That they'll agree upon, because we don't want to waste too much time thinking about that.
Yeah.
But there you go, first bet.
Just for fun, what would your team to predict?
If I had to take 2 teams,
If you could predict right now, would you predict Cloud9 or would you take 2 other teams?
I would still predict Cloud9.
Okay.
I still have.
Now we get a test. Do
Because-
you want in on the bet?
How does that even work?
Either, well, depending on the rewards, either both of you lose or both of you win, and I'm the only one who loses.
Who cares? All right, we're in there. Yeah, I mean, you would probably have better odds. I think yours is the smarter bet. But
Nope.
but if I was, but you asked
Nope.
You asked me if I want to pick one team, but either way, I still believe they could turn it around. But yeah, Immortals I think has been doing a lot better. It's also fun for me to see a team that everyone was like, this team is trash, actually do well, and not only pick up some wins, but put up fights in some of their losses also. It was kind of cool. I actually went and I saw some of their scrims. Flowers and I went into their compound last week before their games, on the day before Super Week. And then they won the next day, and they're like, well, you guys come back next week, right? But yeah, no, it was kind of cool seeing some of the things that they were working on, and even some of the things that we saw them practicing in scrims then bring out on stage. Not all of it worked, and not all of it worked like the way that they were talking about it in scrims, but it was interesting to see some of the stuff that they were working on, like as a squad, some of the things that they were focusing on.
Can you share what things? Anything interesting?
I mean,
You leak all their picks.
yeah,
I mean, can you-
definitely leak all the picks? I mean, I think I would say that one of the really big things that they were focusing on was communication, and I think this would be fine for me to share. Is just like, for example, like they were all like communicating pretty well as far as just like general stuff, but they wanted to be really focused on more like what the goals needed to be in the game. So it's like more talking about like what you need as a player to succeed in the game versus like what is happening. Like everyone's, I think, was talking a lot about like, okay, you know, he's going to be there. This is happening now. I'm going to reset. You know, they're talking about that stuff. But I think they were trying to like really improve on, okay, how do we win this game? Okay, we need to get the dragon. So then we need to be talking about, okay, how do we get the dragon? So then we need to be talking about, okay, when are we going to base, what our base timing is going to be? How are we going to set up vision? And like, where do you need a ward for a flank? You know, all these sorts of things, those kind of next steps. Because it felt like all the players watching them were actually doing really well individually, like as far as the scrims were going, mechanically, they all seemed like they were doing well. Like everything was working, but it felt like that next step was what they were trying to work towards, is really being cohesive on where they want to go in the game and how to get there. And so I think it was kind of fun to see that, and it'll be interesting to see if they can, you know, like watching them through that lens, I could kind of see how they were trying to work on that on stage.
Yeah, I kind of miss the scrim culture, I guess, in that way, because I did something similar with C9 like a week or two ago.
Yep.
Where I was just stopping by the house to like talk to Jack, and a scrim was going on, so I just watched the game, and like it really brought back a lot of good memories for me, just like the stuff that happens in scrims that like you don't really see outside of it. Like, I don't know, people just like getting really tilted, just like crazy all-ins that you would never see otherwise. It's just like, yep, this is a scrim.
There's some pretty troll scrims. I would say at least the scrims I watched were pretty disciplined overall, but there was one like 5-minute remake. That was pretty funny. Where it was just an all-out brawl.
Yeah, you'll see that. It's like it used to be. It's probably still the case if Gangplank ever comes back into the meta. Like, my God, it's so demonic, bro. Like the game will be decided by level 1 top lane. Someone's winning or going 0-10. Like
there was this game that lives rent free in my head, and I can probably talk about it because it was a long time ago now. It was an Echo Fox versus CLG scrim from forever ago.
Huni, right?
Yeah, it was
Yup.
Huni. And it was Huni.
Every game.
And I watched this whole scrim block, and it was like game 1, level 1 fight to the death between him and I think it was like Darshan or something at the time. This level 1 fight to the death remake. Game 2, there's like a 5-man invade for red buff, and the other team's 5-man stacked at red buff. Both top laners die. Both TP back to the level 1 fight. And I'm just like, there's no way you would do this. You could never convince me in a million years they would be TPing back. And it was like the blue team's red buff, so it's bot lane that they're TPing back to basically. And I was just like, it was so funny, man. Into an instant remake. Into game 3 was a level 1 fight to death into remake.
Great info gained.
I swear, like literally back in our first LCS split, there was the team, they had like a ton of different names like Vulcan, XDG and stuff, but that team, we would have the most cursed scrims against them. Like I remember one time it was like an hour of straight remakes. It would be like we were just level 1 fighting each other to the death every time. And I'm sitting there like, guys, what are we doing? Like this is such a waste of time. And then High and Lemon were like, no, they don't win this fight. If they take this fight, we're fighting them. I'm just like, bro, this is literally never gonna happen in a game. Like, what are we doing? It was crazy.
It's so funny. Yeah, there's some really funny stories from scrims, but I will say in the scrims I've watched in recent years, overall, I feel like people are more disciplined than the Wild West days that I used to watch them in.
Dude, I got in the most arguments. Probably like 90% of my arguments were just with teammates doing things that I'm like, you're not gonna do this on stage. Like you're griefing us and our scrim opponents. Yeah. Like I would literally be like, dude, this team's not gonna play against us again if we're doing this. Like this is so ridiculous. Please stop.
Yeah, that is really, really funny. And some teams do lose scrim partners, I know, if they're trolling too hard. Especially if you're a lower ranked team, it becomes a bit of like a privilege to play the higher ranked teams, because they have their scrim bubbles. And you can get dropped as a scrim partner if you're trolling too hard. Because if you're wasting their time, on the next one.
People talk a lot about that at Worlds. And I know there were some teams that were like, oh, man, but then the Eastern teams are always going to beat us in these level 1s, and then we're always going to lose from there. So that's why we have to do this. We have to test our extremes in the level 1s and the all-in.
No.
It's like, oh, my God.
No, you really don't.
On stage.
Nope, wrong.
I think for those things, to me, that it is always stood out as something that's like, you don't need to fight to the death level 1 in a 5 versus 5 scrim. Just get into a custom game and run some level 1s. If you must figure out if GP and Renekton auto attack each other to death at level 1, who wins, then go do it. But like, don't waste everyone else's time with it. Do it in a custom game 1-on-1. But that stuff is pretty funny. We got a little bit off track, but yeah, Immortals has been fun to watch, and that has been one of the things that I think has been the biggest pleasant surprise for me, is that teams like Immortals and Shopify and Dignitas that I didn't really expect a lot from, and even 100 Thieves as well, who's done even better than that. They're all feeling competitive, even if they are losing. None of the games just feel like this given game where there's a lot, usually, like when you're looking at strength of schedule in previous splits, almost every split, you look through and you're like, okay, well, this is like first versus eighth, or like this is second versus ninth, or whatever. You're like, okay, well, that's a guaranteed win. This is a guaranteed win. This is a guaranteed win. When I'm looking at strength of schedule, I don't really feel like that with pretty much any of the games, because everyone is kind of at least showing that they can be competitive, even if they can't close out wins.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even just looking at the standings, there's no 0-7 team. The worst is 2-5, which that's super close.
2 games between second and seventh.
Yeah.
And it shows in the games too. It's not just like, oh, this is how it turned out with the wins and the losses. Like there are a lot of really, really competitive moments. And that's what the conversation about the LCS being a very competitive league this year, I feel like just shows up in every single weekend that we have.
Yeah, and hopefully it'll continue being that way. Down in 7th is Shopify and Dignitas, who are both winning 1 and 2 this weekend. They're both 2 and 5. Shopify's 2 wins are against Energy and C9. Again, the worst teams in the league, the easy teams.
They both had Scion mid as well, which, I mean...
And Udyr top.
Interesting.
The tanks.
I don't love it. Like, it's kind of what we were saying about TL is like, I don't think just winning in one way is super beneficial to your team, especially
So
when
winning
it's
with
something
Sion mid doesn't count, and losing with Lucian doesn't count.
kind of kind of. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like solid gameplay. It kind of feels like you're cheesing them, which, not to take away from them, I don't think Shopify is bad by any means. I just think that I would like to see them play a little bit more normal. I don't think you need to try to cheese everyone you ever play. And I would like to see how they do with a more standard game plan.
I mean, I think it's fine to have this as one of your strategies, but it can only be one. Like I was saying earlier, if you keep doing the same thing, even if it's something that nobody else is doing, people are going to recognize that pattern, and they're going to build counters specifically for you, like 100 Thieves did, and dump on you. So
Or you're going to be playing against
you've already used up your surprise factor. So unless you have another iteration, or you are the one ready with innovations and corrections to what you think people are going to try and play into you, then you're really going to lose out, because then you become the predictable one, and you're kind of making your opponent be the creative one by coming with their counter already prepared for you. So that's my biggest worry, I guess, for Shopify, and the thing that's going to hinge on this week's practice the most. How much work they put into actually regaining the surprise factor or the upper hand in them knowing their strategy better than you do. Because if you know their strategy just as well as they do, and come with a counter, then it's gonna fail.
Yeah, like I would push back a little bit on like the cheese win stuff, because I don't think there's anything wrong inherently with just like playing off meta, but I do think I agree in that you can't just play the same thing every time. Like when Insanity last split was playing off meta stuff, he's playing like Graves mid and things that were wildly different, right? So to me, it's like, if he just wants to never play a single game of his year this whole split, and he's just going to play different stuff, I think that's fine. But if you're just going to be doing the same thing every time, then yeah, people are going to pre-counter it, and it's going to become a problem. But it's like, if he wants to go from Sion mid, and then next week he's playing like Brand and Xerath and Vel'Koz and whatever, it's like, right, well, okay.
I will make the distinction. I think there's a pretty big difference between those kind of like artillery mages and Sion and Garen. Because, like, no offense to Insanity, but those are like, that's the champ I would put my mid laner on if like he's just worse than all my opponents, right? Like, if I was a jungler and I somehow got autofilled into LCS mid, I'd be like, give me something easy. It's gonna be something that I will not get rolled over on, or I can still be useful even if I get rolled on. Because like Sion's not really winning lane against anything. He's just kind of enduring the laning phase and then being useful afterwards. And I know Insanity's a good player. Like if he wants to play innovative picks, great. I have no issue with that. I think it's just like when you're trying to just take the easy way out and pick some non-punishable champ, that's kind of like, that's only gonna get you so far.
To play devil's advocate, do you still think it's basically like incorrect if their read is just that tank itemization is so OP that it's actually like, this is actually just the best way to play the game?
I mean, if they truly believe that, then right. I don't think it's wrong, but I think that's probably not the case.
Yeah, and I think they're making their comp worse by also picking the Cassante and a Nautilus with a Sion game. And then you could running 3 of these low damage tanks. And I mean, this example of the 100 Thieves game is just the most like lopsided example that I could pull from, because
that was a really good drop. 100 Thieves.
It's so smart. Not only is it the Aatrox, but they also have the Lilia to annihilate both of them with Leandries and passive stacking, and they have the Olaf for sniper. It's like every single person, and then they back up all these short range melees with a Senatom Kenchlane, and you're just like, oh my god. This is the perfect anti-Shopify rebellion strategy. And then they even triple down on the tanks without damage type of build here for them. So I feel like they even more self-countered.
It was really interesting though, because I remember even in that game, Boogie got, what was it, 3 or 4 early kills on the brand. I can't remember how many, but he got some early kills. And APA was casting that game, and they're asking him, oh, which team do you think has the better spot? And he was like basically saying he thought Shopify was going to win for sure. That he thought they had a better spot. The brand was just going to win the game basically. So it's interesting, right? So it's like even in that game, they like, at least APA still believed that there was a way.
I disagree.
Yeah, you never believed?
I disagree.
Watching the game, you never believed?
No, I was. Maybe it's because I just have had so many scenarios where you get to the point where the champions that are like drain tanks get to run through pure tank teams.
Yeah.
And Lilia, Aatrox, and Olaf are all those classification of the healing, drain, tanky, do way more damage than a tank, but also annihilate them class.
And they have good ways to actually pressure and kill Brand as well.
Yeah, and you've got a Senna, Tom Kench too.
And Olaf
even if
in with Aatrox.
even if one of them does get low, you have a Tom Kench and the Senna healing and shielding. I was just like, oh my god, this is crazy.
That was a tough draft.
I
for
was
sure.
like, damn, Golden Glue's a genius.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see if Shopify cooks up anything new this weekend, or if they're going to continue on the tank train. Dignitas, the last team down at 1-2 this weekend. They're a team I feel like I still would say they're overperforming expectations. But I think they're the team that people have the least hope for. I don't know if you guys agree with that.
I was actually going to say I have them up there with 100 Thieves as far as surpassing my expectations, because I think even though Dig hasn't been winning a lot of their games, like they're competitive. They're playing a pretty good game even when they don't manage to win. XU has impressed me a lot. Almost every game he's going for some kind of early invade, like take my Raptors, walk into your jungle, scrap with enemy jungle. Like XU has been really good. And I know going back to our
didn't you put them 8s on your jungle tier list? And I was pitching XU.
Yeah, but it's not like 8 means he's bad. It just means everyone's good, and somebody's got to be 8th. And I haven't seen him enough, but he's been really impressive to me.
Did he move up in the tier list? What's the updated power ranking for XU?
I want to put multiple in the same tier. Like it's
8th to 8th. That's the new update.
No, I'd maybe move him up, but who else is gonna be 8th? Then I don't know, man.
Yeah,
but. He's been good. He's been really good, especially for a new player. I like the confidence he plays with. Obviously not perfect. He makes some mistakes like anybody. But I just like watching the way they play. They've been kind of doing their own thing with picks as well. They're not just sticking to one style. But I think this is actually a team that I have hope for. I think that...
You think they could go up?
I don't think there's any match Dig is going to go into where I'm like, yeah, they're just going to get rolled. There's
I don't feel about any team. I don't feel like that for any team, which is comes back to like the competitive LCS split that we're having. But yeah, I guess Immortals and Dig are the two examples of coming into the split where pretty much you're just so used to like, oh yeah, those are throwaway games. I definitely agree with you. I don't feel like that for Immortals games anymore. I don't feel like that for Dignitas games at all.
I will say one thing I'm kind of disappointed with, and maybe this is coloring my perception a little bit, is that I had higher expectations for Rich. I thought Rich was actually really good last split, or last year, I guess it was, overall. This split, I feel like he hasn't been performing nearly as well. He has not been nearly as much of a standout for me. So I feel like Dove and XU and stuff have definitely overperformed compared to where I expected, but I felt like Rich just kind of underperformed, and I guess I struggle to see them climbing the standings. I do think that they're competitive, but yeah.
You also think Dove has overperformed expectations?
Well, I feel like people's expectations for him was that he was going to be really trash. So yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
I mean, is that wrong? I feel like everyone was flaming this guy when Dignitas announced the pickup.
Yeah, I guess people only. Yeah.
People were telling me that he's not even deserving to be in any tier 1 league, period, let alone like be a decent mid laner in a tier 1 league.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say. I guess I hadn't heard much about him at all, good or bad.
Yeah.
Which, from a lot of people I've talked to is kind of similar. So I think he's done all right, nothing crazy. He's had some standout performances, like some good plays, also some ints, but I don't have any strong opinion on him either way yet. One thing interesting is that Rich hasn't played any Udyr. And I know he's lost against Udyr a lot, so...
What's really weird about that is he was one of the ones spamming it in Champs Queue, too. So I was coming into this thinking that Dig were going to have a high priority on it, and they just haven't. So I also thought that was weird. He also hasn't, like last year, he was doing Quinn counter picks and all these like lane bully counter picks.
Yeah, Quinn Alawi stuff.
That I was kind of hoping for a bit more, especially because the way they changed top lane this year, where it's harder to gank, you're more isolated. I was like, oh, this is going to be even better for Dignitas and Rich's style of let me get a kind of isolated counter pick. Vayne top has been pretty popular in solo queue also, stuff like that, where you're going to try and be abusive, I don't know, and isolated. But we had Aatrox, Gragas, Rumble, Ornn, Poppy, and Gnar. The Gnar one I think was a counterpick Gnar, which had the possibilities of being cool, but
I don't think that champ's very good. Aatrox is another one that's kind of looking like a bait pick at this point. He's lost like
Really?
most of his
I
games.
love
He's
the
2-7.
Profane Hydra.
I mean, it's strong,
but
I don't know.
I feel like it does bad in every game. I'm with you, man. I think Aatrox has been looking awful in top lane.
I think I don't know if the champion's like insane or not. I think people might be building him into like the Profane Hydra lethality in situations where you might not want that. I think there are times where it's good, if you're really ahead. But if it's the default that you're going to every single game, because I see so many fights where Aatrox just goes in and just gets one shot, and that's not very good.
Especially there have been a lot where they have no tank jungle and no tank support. I feel like every time there's that scenario, you should be the bruiser build.
Yeah, you need your entry fragger. You need the guy who just goes in. Like before, it worked well with Gore Drinker, but like now you can kind of do it with like Sundered Sky, Sterix type items. Like you need someone who can just go in, tank their spells, and hopefully not instantly die.
Yeah. I mean, to me, Aatrox is getting picked all the time as an answer into Udyr. They just build lethality, lose lane generally, or go even at best into Udyr, and then they have this like super tank on the other side that's just running around, slowing everyone, stunning everyone. Aatrox never feels like it's getting those highlight moments. There's so much peel in the game, I feel like right now as well, that it's very difficult for him to without setup like you guys are talking about. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a build thing. Maybe it's just a matchup thing. Maybe it's just an Udyr so strong thing. But like, Udyr and Aatrox are on two opposite ends of the spectrum as far as how top lane picks are performing. Udyr's 83% win rate. Aatrox's 22% win rate in the LCS. And yeah, I just feel like Udyr has been looking.
And one of those Aatrox games is mid Aatrox from Quid.
This is specifically top.
Unless you highlight it only
top.
Because like there have been some good Aatrox picks, but yeah, they have been a lot fewer. And and usually the ones that I like are when they do have engaged from jungle or support.
Yeah, the wins have been from Castle on Immortals, 2 of them.
That's it.
Yeah,
everyone else who's tried Aatrox has lost. And I think
Castle's
like you were saying, Armeo does play that like tanky engage style, which obviously is going to enable Aatrox a lot better than some other stuff.
Yep. Well, it's been a really fun split so far. I've been enjoying it a lot. I hope that we keep up the competitiveness, and I hope that it's not just one of those things where it's just like, okay, and everything went back to how you expected it, right, in the second half. But it's going to be fun. Remember, that is going to be wrapping up for us for now. But if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Anchor.fm. And keep sending your questions in on Twitter with the hashtag TheDiveLOL. We haven't done any question episodes yet, but we'll probably pull some in maybe next week or something like that, so definitely send them in. LCS Spring Split continues on week 4, starting Saturday, February 10th at 1 p.m. Pacific. Remember, it is that 1 hour later start time like it was last weekend. It is going to be Energy taking on Cloud9.
We are going to be doing an awards episode soon-ish. So if you are a super dedicated listener still listening, definitely send us in suggestions for awards and award winners as well to the hashtag TheDiveLOL.
All right. Well, we'll see you there.
Yeah, you're not allowed.
Welcome to Waiting Room. Oh, we're back, and we have Turtle, and it's just like that. It just turns on. How have you been?
Great. How are you?
I've seen you around with Shopify.
Shopify's been great, coaching the team, hanging out on the sidelines, losing week 1, you know, it was good.
You forgot to mention one thing.
What?
It was your damn birthday yesterday.
Yeah.
It was. I'm 29 now.
Let's go. You're old as hell.
I love that picture.
Yeah, it's really funny.
What'd you end up doing yesterday?
I was just hanging out, watching a movie, just chilling, eating dinner, going to sleep, I don't know.
Okay, so you're a more low-key person. Because for me, I just don't generally tell people when it's my birthday, and I do nothing.
I don't really celebrate my birthday. I just play
I
video
did that.
games. Historically, I just play video games and
Yeah.
just like, you know,
Yeah.
have a blast playing League or something.
Yeah. There's some tape online though of what else you've been up to.
Yes, it's a video Shopify filmed for us.
Check it out.
Let's go.
Technically a meal, we challenged WildTurtle and Tomo to grocery shop with a $25 budget, but what they didn't know was that they had to make a meal out of their purchases. Let the best shopper win.
All right, let's get a basket.
Yeah.
Specifically blueberries. Why are these ones so large? They're like GMO'd.
Favorite type of cold.
You know, I'm just gonna get roasted turkey. Call me weird if you'd like.
Part of the challenge is to make a meal out of your materials. You have 20 minutes and your time starts
I'm
now.
gonna put them down individually. And that's it, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, the final product. Hello everybody. It's me, Mr. Turtle. And here's my dish, the wild turkey. The thing about a pumpkin chocolate chip is, well, I just wanted to get some chocolate chips at the grocery store. And the raspberries, a great source of fiber and vitamin C. And you know, this blueberry that's GMO'd out of its mind, so I'm sure it's also pretty good. So I got the proteins from the Cliff Bar, and let me know what you think. Ooh. That's pretty solid.
Is that salami wrapping the cookie?
It was a pumpkin cookie. I didn't even know what I was getting. I thought it was chocolate chip. It just happened to be pumpkin.
You ate it, right?
Yeah, I ate it, all
Was
of
it
it. It was fine. It was okay.
Pretty small.
I just didn't expect it to be pumpkin flavored.
That was a bathroom trip afterwards. I would not be a good trip.
I knew it was over when you spent half of your budget on coffee. I was like, oh no.
Oh, I didn't realize we had to
Yeah.
like make food. With
It was a bait and switch.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
bait and switch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyways, new patch. We'll see what teams have been cooking up because we are on the live patch. We're the only professional league major region in the world that will be on 14.3. And see that little dragon? That's Smolder.
I see him. Oh,
Older.
We can play Smolder
today?
today.
Nice.
Teams can play Smolder or Aurelion Soul. Hotfix Aurelion Soul.
True.
Yep.
But they've had just as much time to adjust to this stuff as the people at home.
We gotta pick all the dragons now, like Shyvana, Aesol.
The full dragon
dragon
comp.
comp.
Yeah, full dragon comp.
It's a
Get
good
really
idea.
into it for
Year of the
Rebel.
Dragon, something like that.
Yeah. Dragon Fist Lee Sin.
Let's look at the patch notes. Let's look at the overview of what's happened so far because obviously Smolder's been released. Aesol had a bunch of changes. Karma Ezreal nerfed. What stands out, Emily, to you so far in the patch?
Zeri's back, or she might be back.
Is she?
Yeah, well, we don't know. I mean, she was kind of getting picked in like some outlier cases, and then obviously, I'm not going to necessarily take what happened in NACL yesterday because they were actually the first minor or like development league
to play
on the
Smolder.
patch. Yeah, but they're also in Fearless draft, so it makes sense. This is obviously one of our best Zeri players in the league right now in Berserker, and people are kind of wondering with the Zeri buffs to this patch, whether it is enough to see something like this out of C9, because historically this has been a champion on which Berserker has been able to showcase his team fighting prowess. As you see, she had base AD buffs and a cooldown reduction on her ultimate. So, I mean, I think Zeri was kind of getting picked in outlier situations anyway with the metric, like, ton of bot lane bans we've seen across the board.
These are really solid buffs, but also I think the items, like the Kraken Slayer and the Static Shiv is actually a really good addition too. Like, Static Shiv losing 300 gold on the purchase price is pretty amazing to get for her.
Yeah.
And you want to build that early on Zeri?
Yeah, you just get it and then you can farm even faster than before. A little questionable about the Hex play. I don't know if it's a good item on Zeri quite yet, but I prefer getting Navori second still. So.
Do you think she's in a good spot right now?
Yeah, well, I always kind of liked Zeri. I don't know if you if anyone's been watching my streams, but I play Zeri like 24/7 almost. So.
Oh, then you're perfect for today.
It's really
if
fun.
she ends up coming out.
Yeah.
For me, like it's going to be interesting with a lot of, I guess, newer things being thrown bot lane overall. Like, yes, we already talked about Smolder coming through, a weaker laner overall, and I wonder if people are going to prioritize the pick and if they can protect it. To me, the patch changes that I'm interested in is actually like the Karma nerfs. Because she was thrusted into the meta with pretty large ratio changes to make her pretty difficult to deal with, at least in the draft, because people expected immediately that they would be playing Karma mid with Malignance, maybe even like top lane, but a lot of teams ended up flexing it to the bot lane with Ezreal, and so the buffs to Ezreal, the buff to certain items like I guess the Essence Reaver items in the previous patch, like it made it so, oh, suddenly this is a really good lane to play.
Yeah.
But I think she is still in a good spot. I still think it's really difficult to draft against a team that's willing to three-way flex the Karma. So even though it did hit her, I think she's still in a good spot.
Yeah, I think last week Karma was more banned than picked. So
Yes.
like we only saw it bot lane, but it was banned in almost every game. So I don't think Karma or Ezreal are necessarily dead. Like when I look at the win rate magnitude on like the stat sites that you see online, they didn't do that much to move the needle down, especially if teams were practicing it last week. Really quickly, I do want to, we have the graphic now, I want to pull up the full patch notes to give like a brief overview of the number of changes and the number of items that were actually hit, because Turtle, you already mentioned that the itemization is going to be changing things. So you can see like the system changes up at the top right. Huge amounts of item changes, decent amount of nerfs, a lot of buffs. Some of the adjustments, they say adjustments where they're not really sure
Oh
what's
my
gonna
God,
happen.
the Alawi ones are buffs, guys. I'm
Because
sorry.
sometimes it turns out to be a massive buff. Like the Maokai one as well only hit his win rate by like 1%, so I think Ole's still going to be a support there. One thing I want to zero in on though, you can see up in the buffs, it goes Asol, Nidalee, and then Pyke.
Lucio.
So Busio, he won Player of the Week last week, so he was riding a high. He gained some followers on social media by basically saying that he will pick Pyke if he gets to 10,000. Oh, he got to 10,000.
There it is.
And he had this to say.
He's gonna pick Pyke, right?
Thank you guys so much for 10,000 followers on Twitter. Hope you guys are excited to see Pyke this weekend. Again, hope you guys are excited to see Pyke.
These are the Pyke changes. A lot of line items. I think overall it's for me a fairly minor buff. The E damage going up is much later in the game, so I don't think that's going to have a massive impact. I'm actually just a little curious. Turtle, as the coach, Shopify Rebellion, do you like that they're maybe sleeping on Shopify a little bit, saying they're going to play Pyke, making meme videos about it? Does that the task at hand to beat Shopify Rebellion today?
I mean, I do hope they pick Pyke, you know, like I don't know if this champion's that good. It did receive some buffs. The W one's pretty big, actually. I think this movement speed is actually pretty large. But yeah, I hope they do pick Pyke and we can punish it.
All I'm saying was, I was watching some solo queue games. I saw an Ayla Pyke in solo queue. I'm just putting it out there. People are practicing it.
Okay.
Busio's trying to make the case to Nuke Duck. A few supports just want to pick it because it's fun. And also the buffs look nice.
And
I mean, he is really fun though. It's like really hard to kill and you can just kind of walk wherever you want, take all the wards. It's pretty enjoyable. Yeah.
And I will be unfollowing Busio if he doesn't pick Pyke, because that was the deal.
Same.
He said if he gets 10,000 followers, he's going to lock it in, so he better
This
do it.
week.
One final note on the patch. Nico's disabled due to a visual bug. It was introduced in 14.3. We asked Legos because we wanted to describe it. They said, we're not telling you because we don't want you doing solo queue.
Damn.
So just know that we're not going to see Nico.
I wanted to abuse the bug.
That's all we know. We just
Maybe
don't
we
know.
all did. We all did.
In addition to the patch changes, remember Smolder is now enabled in the LCS. So let's check in with Jan and Masu for a rundown on Smolder.
Hey guys, it's Jan from Team Liquid.
Hey, I'm Masu, FlyQuest ADC.
And here's some Smolder tips. The very noob-friendly tech with Smolder these days is Comet, Manifold Bands, Absolute Focus, Scorch. This is very easy to get out of lane because, in my opinion, Smolder is a very scaling champion. He's not very a lane-heavy, dominant champion where you want to like brute force and duel people and fight them.
I thought his laning phase should be pretty weak, but then people discovered that you can just start W and go Comet and start Doran's Ring. And now I'm not so sure if his lane is weak.
So when the lane comes out like this, your main goal is to push the wave as much as you can because your cooldowns are very long and hit them as well as you can. So let's say they're here, then you want to W here. If they're like here, you want to move a little bit and push like this. But in this case, you push like that. And then you have a really decent wave clear, so you can just do this.
And because of how wide it is and how like hard it is to miss, you're basically guaranteed to hit like somebody in lane, which gives you a stack.
And keep in mind, in my opinion, you don't want to auto trade that much because you don't have like a high AD with this. There's always one secret mechanic that people fail to recognize. Like one very small, very, very small one, like a lot of people will use this, is like you can like glitch out of the wall anytime. Like let's say I'm hovering this wall, you can like keep glitching back and forth towards the end. So you can like utilize how much you're actually hitting them here, like 1, 2, and then leave at the end. Because it actually ended here, you know?
I try to like see their numbers in game, see how strong they actually are early game, how hard do they scale into late game, and how easy is it to transition.
I think the damage is very strong, but I don't like that it will lose a lot of duels.
I think how much his ult does was pretty surprising at first, because if you hit the center at like level 6, it does close to like 300 damage.
I think the ultimate is very strong. Like, look how far it goes. Mom. These are my thoughts. Thanks for watching.
Smolder. Are we going to see Smolder? That's kind of all chat wants to know.
We'll for sure see Smolder.
For sure.
For sure, you're guaranteeing
You
it.
have some Scrim leagues.
Insanity going to
Oh, I do have Scrim leagues. That's right.
I mean, again, it is fearless draft, so obviously certain things get banned out. But we did see a bunch of Smolder in the NACL yesterday. Specifically, Smolder mid seemed to end up being more successful than Smolder bot of like the sample size. But teams were more than willing to lock it in because once you hit 225 stacks, you actually just take over the game.
Yeah, and when I was looking at some of just the solo queue data, there are a lot of optimizations with the champion. Like being able to know the damage of your queue to stack faster is a massively important optimization. So depending on your elo, so like it basically the highest winner it was diamond, then emerald, then gold, then silver, in terms of how good you are at Smolder. So even the diamond I saw is already up over 50% for a new champion, which to me is like, all right then.
Yeah.
Like we're almost certainly going to see it once I see that. I personally don't know all the optimizations yet, but what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was about to say because like with the filming that we had right there was actually it was last week.
When it just released.
Exactly. So I'm sure their opinions have changed on this one, even to the point of like the rune changes. Like for me, I saw PTA as a pretty nice rune because Q procs PTA. At least it has one single proc on it, so you can auto Q auto and you can get the PTA proc instantly. So like, what's your experiences off of playing and seeing?
After playing Smolder myself too, I think the Meteor build is just more OP, just because when you land that first W in lane, it's just like 170 damage, and it's near impossible to miss. Like W is just. You're a noob if you're missing it. I'm sorry, but it's just pretty easy to land.
And if you hit champions, you get a stack.
Yeah, you get a stack too. So that's a strong part. I see a lot of people doing like 3 points in W and the max in Q.
Yep.
So that's pretty popular right now.
Because one thing I did learn, and I'm sure everyone probably knows this by now, but once you're 3 points W and you have 25 stacks of Q, you W the back wave Q once, you get 3 stacks every single time. So you push fast, you get stacks fast. Emily, you'd mentioned that.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
sure you can do the same thing because like we were watching LEC earlier and we're like, whoa, Senna got a lot of souls off the mites. Basically, I'm pretty sure each of those counts as a stack.
Yeah, the little baby tiny Krugs all give you a stack as well. So you can go kill Krugs and get like 8 or 10.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, it's like 20 minutes until you're at 225 stacks. So
it's really hard.
Like, when do you fight?
No, I think, like, at least with the scrims I've been watching too, it takes around like 25, 26 minutes to get like fully stacked too, and there's a lot of action. So when you get pulled away from, you know, farming the creeps, it can be
And how
kinda
weak
hard
are you before 26?
I personally think it's a pretty weak champion. It's like, it specializes in like, kind of like zone controlling and just getting like a good ultimate.
Man.
It's gonna be tough.
I think Fleet is decent, but the Comet build makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know if Fleet's that great. Maybe I need to play
it's just
it a
like
little bit
sustain.
more.
It's just like depending on how rough you think the laning phase is going to be.
Do you think it's going to go any other lane? Because you're right about there being a lot of people trying mid lane. I actually, when I was watching and doing a lot of my research, I was like watching Nemesis, and he thinks it's broken, but also is just playing it a lot through mid.
Sure.
So it's interesting to know that it can be used as a flex pick, and I think that will teeter it over to being abused in competitive if people are willing to flex it as much as they think it's good.
When I was checking the stats, highest solo queue win rate was bot, and then it was about 3% lower in mid and in top.
Yeah.
But Lorlo has been streaming it a lot in top against like melee matchups, and he's like, oh, you get to scale for free. And he's still pretty bad at it. Like if you watch him in team fights, he's just running. He knows he is. Like he's running around, doing dumb things, just kind of having fun, and he's still actually finding a decent amount of success because a lot of those games get derpy. He has 225 stacks, and it's just like he accidentally kills people. Like once you get to 225 stacks,
you really do.
Just press Q.
It does so.
And it just, the spray is so wide.
I hope we see it so we can see once you get to 225, because the difference and the amount of damage you do is just insane.
Yeah.
I think we should have like a counter to see who's getting it the fastest.
We should.
Take over a fast 5 category maybe. Okay, let's check out the standings as we move into the second half of the spring split regular season. FlyQuest 2 games clear of the pack at 6-1. We got a lot of 4-3 teams. Immortals 3-4, 3 games out of first. That's 1 more game out of first than they were last week. And Shopify and Dig in 7th place.
That's your one IMT so far today.
You always have to mention how Immortals is doing because a lot of people thought they're going to be last, and look, they're not last. Anyway, scheduled today, they could be last if things don't go well because they play up against Dignitas in Game 2. Obviously, we got the championship rematch once again, Energy versus Cloud9 in Game 1. Turtle will be joining the cast for that one, so definitely check it out. And Shopify Rebellion versus FlyQuest, who I am really curious to see who WildTurtle picked in that game, but we'll see that at the end of the waiting room. So, the top story though, last week, as we saw from the standings there's this like super team. I heard we had like a super team in the LCS.
I heard a little bit.
I heard they were Cloud9. Yeah. But first, I messed up the toss. We got to take a look at what we've got on deck this week.
Smolder.
Smolder?
Smolder.
Smolder.
Smolder. Yeah, Smolder.
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 Guys, stop. Okay. Smolder.
Oh, Smolder. Good point.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. Mom!
We're getting into the second half of the round robin. The biggest shocker we have is Cloud9 being 5th.
Castle coming around from the side. Blabber and Fudge into the back line. Mudge is here in the front. He's not going to be taken down just yet as Castle kills Blabber. Fudge dropping low. JoJo's dropping lower. Ole got him. Immortals are crushing Cloud9. FlyQuest are absolutely steamrolling them. It's 5 dead bodies.
Cloud9 are crumbling. TL in the base and had Cloud9 their 4th straight loss.
I'll just say it's C9.
Oh yeah.
So
It's banger.
yeah, like
A little rough for them, for sure.
They're a little bit too lost in the sauce on draft, and they're not actually working as a unit to like get wins. They're just playing their own champions and hoping the game works out.
After this game, maybe we should just stick to Fortnite. So.
FlyQuest, they're loving it, man. Their jerseys are like the holographic Pokemon card, and these guys are Charizarding the league right now. 5-1.
As Masu's gonna have to flash out of there. There's the heartbreaker from Exu. Exu trying to finish him off, but Masu is kiting out. Masu is still alive, and on the other side, it's Jensen taking over the fight.
Berserker under pressure, having to flash away, but Busio's ready to follow. Berserker's barely hanging on, but he gets buried underneath the anchor. Berserker and Vulcan dying in the 2v2. Masu makes sure he gets them both. Here comes the damage, and oh, the ulti by Nico pops up. The Callista, and he gets taken down. Ayla being pushed back, and the Emperor's Divide multiplies the kills, and it's a triple, heading on over to Masu.
FlyQuest, our #1 team in the LCS, 2024 looking to be their year.
Hello, and welcome back. I am going to start, because we're going to kind of go around the table here at the LCS Lounge and talk about what's going on with C9. So I picked draft because it's the thing that everyone is talking about. It's the thing that everyone is always talking about. These are a few of their team comps and wins. I think this NRG one, right off the bat, the last time these two teams faced, they're going to face each other again today. It's kind of the platonic ideal of what this C9 team can do with Flabber on a carry, Jojo holding mid, you have a pushing Varus, and then maybe Fudge doesn't like it, but he was one of the best Udyr players in terms of understanding when to proxy, when to get to the rest of the team. They also had a really nice Nocturne and Orianna combination there. And then we're gonna go team comps and losses, because that's actually what everyone wants to talk about.
Yep.
This one, I actually will defend the Vayne mid. This was into the Scion, as my sleeves always troll me here. But I think the big thing with a lot of these compositions is that it comes down to execution. So obviously they had a bot lane play with these two that went not so great in that draft. And then I think the one that everyone is kind of talking about, because with C9 IMT, I actually thought it was because IMT very smartly picked Ezreal and Bard into this lane. And I actually thought that was a really nice, as well as the Ivern was just constantly negating whatever Triss wanted to do in mid. So that's more of an execution. And then the big thing here is I think everyone kind of finds this draft as the most egregious one. And for me, it's actually not about the Lucian or the Milio. It's about how this draft works into what TL had, which was a massive range advantage with Ziggs here. So I think, like, for me, it's less about these drafts in a vacuum and a lot more about execution, and then also what they are picking them into. Because in the TL thing, even if you are giving that draft the benefit of doubt and you're like, we have players that can execute this, I think it's a lot more difficult to execute than what TL had.
And I think for me, a lot of the clues for why they have struggled on stage showed up in early weeks, and I'm not surprised that this ended up happening the way it did. So let's just go back a little bit and look at their goal graphs in their wins and their losses. They're very one-dimensional games, right? Like, everything in the wins is up and to the right, and the majority of the things in the losses are down and to the right. Because this one Immortals game, they just ended up getting outscaled, and that was like probably their most competitive game. But what I mean to show here is that they're very one-dimensional games. They started off very well in the first 3 games. They lost the last 4. And I think the drafts are one part of it, because they're picking highly early game, you're gonna run over a team type drafts. And that worked for 3 games, but when you make mistakes with that, it goes very poorly. So really quickly, I have one example of just to remind people, here's one where it worked out well, right? So their first game against 100 Thieves, a gank in the top lane against Sniper, they get a 2v2 double kill, and then right afterwards, as you can see, they even chunk out Quid, and like, you can actually just straight up win a game off of a play like this, and it's basically Fudge froze the lane in the right spot, Blabber knew they were winning the 2v2. They kind of just hands diffed the opponents, but this is like a 2,000 gold swing, as well as about half level on everyone. But this also had the bad side of it. One example was bot lane against FlyQuest. This happened last week. It got completely blown open because Busio landed the nice hook on a Berserker. Berserker was in it too aggressive of a spot. They killed both of them. They ran it back. They killed both of them again. And then, because they don't have that many tools, they ended up just getting snowballed out of the game. So the long-winded way of saying this is I roughly went through all 7 of their games and tried to see what their tendencies were. And this isn't going to be 100% accurate because this was just my opinion, but to me, they had better scaling in 1 of 7 games. They had equal scaling in 1 of the games, which is why I have 1.5. I thought they picked pushing lanes in 17 of 21 possible pushing lanes, which is ridiculous. And the hands diff definition would be, where did I think they straight out outplayed or got outplayed? And this one would be too low for the amount of talent they have on this team, because when you're picking these win lane comps, you actually need to consistently hands diff the other team to be able to get wins. So they're not picking themselves tools. I think it's because they're running over people in scrims. They're not getting the same leads on stage, and that's why we're in this current predicament.
would mention is also just the bot lane dive that they had against Shopify overall. So the play that I wanted to showcase for us as a unit, as I'll get that going here.
Oh, sorry, I believe your mic died, Raz. So he's been talking to us, I promise, but now he's got a hot mic.
Okay, so just piggybacking off the bad plays for the both of you guys, the botch dive against Shopify Rebellion, and then on top of that, what you mentioned, the 2v2. This is another example, the most recent example versus Team Liquid, where they're going up against a Riptro play. Can you guys hear me at the time? I'll just keep going. So we just roll this here. As we just roll this here, the mistake has already been made here. As you look at the minimap, we have eyes on Udyr on mid-wave. And as you can already see, both APA and Umpty are challenging Jojo Pyun and Blabber on the Rift Herald. So a mistake has already been made when both Vulcan and Berserker are opening up on Core JJ and split themselves. The TP is coming in from Gnar, but he's going to be here, as you can see. So the ideal play for Berserker, Vulcan, and Jojo Pyun are to walk up. So he's able to participate in the play. It's going to be difficult for Impact to even come in. He has to walk through the Gnar to make it happen. And as I clear the screen and just show you what ends up happening, they walk away from the Gnar. Easier access from Impact to be able to just maul the backline of Cloud9. And as you can tell, Fudge comes into the play too late. So first thing that I wanted to focus on is if you're committing to the Rift Herald and you're man down, you must commit as a team and walk away as a unit. But if you're going to take the fight, you have to involve Fudge in the play, and we've seen it in basically every game where it botches. So those are things that we need to look at when they go into this game, which is as simple as execution.
All right, we're going to be setting it to stage in a minute, but first let's check out the predictions. WildTurtle, you can go up there because you got to get ready to cast.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, but let's check out the predictions for today. All of us saying C9 is going to bounce back.
Let's go, Turtle.
Wow, we are
standing by your
today.
team.
Discord with a 1% edge for energy in this game one, but the Cloud9 faith runs strong here, apparently, and WildTurtle could not go against his team.
Hey, respect to the Discord for actually going for NRG. It's a 51%,
Yeah.
so
Yes,
just
sir.
a bit.
After party after the games today, so make sure you stick
that's
around
it
for
from
that.
here
We got a lot
at
of
the
cool
lounge.
stuff.
Let's
But
send
for
it up
now,
to the
we've got
casters
four-
to get into game one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS here in spring 2024. A happy Lunar New Year to all y'all. We are about to have some more fun here. It's Saturday. We're kicking off the second round robin of this split, and we're doing it with another rematch. Energy versus C9. I'm Captain Flowers here with Kobe and WildTurtle. We got the reigning champs looking to stand tall in a rematch against that super team now in free fall. After that, Dig and Immortals are going head to head in a battle to climb the standings in this split where anybody can take down anybody. Game number 3 of the day is going to see the battle in the top lane with the new generation of NA talent squaring up against the old guard of the LCS as longtime rivals 100 Thieves and Team Liquid throw down. Finally, we're going to wrap it all up with the mad scientists of the LCS having to cook up something truly special if they're going to take down one of the strongest teams in the league for Shopify versus FlyQuest. I'm Flowers, that's Kobe, this is Turtle. Gentlemen, let's do it.
Let's do it! And a happy delayed birthday. Yesterday was WildTurtle's birthday. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, buddy!
For your present, I got you a cast with me and Flowers.
Nice. Yeah. And hopefully these guys are going to bring you some top-level gameplay here for this. Remember the first time that we saw these two teams go head-to-head to kick off the split, it was pretty one-sided, and it was one-sided Cloud9's way.
Yeah, I want C9 to win just because, you know, I like JoJo.
I also was talking to Cloud9 members because they were just in makeup at the same time as me, and I was going over patch notes, and I was like, oh, they love Zeri. And Berserker's like, we're going to win Worlds! His favorite champion! So fingers crossed, you know, maybe they'll get their hands on Zeri or maybe the Smolder as well.
Smolder today.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like the scaling is so good because you can get to your 225 stacks pretty early in the game. At least by 20 minutes, most people have been able to do it. Yeah, we did see last week as well, you know, a tiny bit of Darius coming out, Whippo trying his hand at it, so maybe it's made its way through the scrims.
I don't know. Well, still one ban to go on Cloud9's side. They could just take that off the table if they want to. I feel like if Energy's going to ban out Darius, they're kind of saying, yeah, we will slam Udyr if you don't ban it, but C9 going to focus on the Twisted Fate instead. So Twisted Fate, Ashe, Ivern banned out by C9. Energy getting rid of the Tristana, the Ori, and the Darius.
Dokla with the classic hover of his action, keeping us in suspense for the first pick. And it is that Udyr priority.
Who could have guessed?
Yo, we also looked at the, you know, in the Cloud9 victories, 2 of the 3 games were Fudge on the Udyr. It's just a champion that is so useful pushing up into enemy jungle and taking over territory. But now we still have this magnifying glass on the bottom lane. And I feel like Cloud9 have their pick here for Berserker.
All right. Do they go ahead and lock in this Varus? Yes, they will. Okay, this is something that I was kind of hoping to see some of. It's not Lucian for C9. They definitely had some rough performances on that. They're going to put Berserker back on the Varus. What is Vulcan going to play next to him to ensure some 2v2 success here? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, looks like they might be going for the answer into the Udyr first. To me, I haven't been a huge fan of the Cassante into the Udyr, but there are a lot of magic resist first items you can rush now. The Hollow Radiance helps you with wave clear and is decent magic resist for the Phoenix form. So a lot of people have been going that route and just having Cassante as the answer for later.
All right, let's see here.
Hey! Since we have our pre-recorded drafts, we get the Cloud9 chance during. They just got out of their practice tools. Everyone was practicing up a couple of special matchups here and getting the hype ready.
So we've got the Senna locked in here for Energy. FBI and Huhi not shy at all about playing the Senna Tom Kenship. It's a draft where they feel like it's a good pick to go with. Let's see if they want to go ahead and lock in that second half, or if they have something even spicier planned to pair with the Senna. Yep, I wouldn't be surprised at all. There it is, TK locked in. How do you feel about Senna TK lanes compared to traditional ones?
Well, Senna's got like a new build right now. She doesn't go like the support item anymore, like as the first item. So she's probably going to start the D-Blade and start farming a little bit and potentially buying the support item on the first base. But I've seen it being skipped overall too, so we'll see.
If you were playing for Cloud9, what would you want to pair with Berserker's Varus into a Senna Tom Kench? Because that lane has so much healing.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to find a good support. I think Milia would be a decent one, maybe potentially Renata as well, so that's probably what I would go for.
Yeah, Renata definitely has a good counter engage.
Or the Milio.
Well, now
they might also want some engage.
Yeah, also important to keep an eye on what's going to get banned out. The Hui banned out by C9, thinking, okay, maybe they've got some sort of some Hui tech cooking up against the Azir here in mid lane. The Azir was locked in before we got to the second half of the ban, so we'll see what Energy wants to look at here. The Orianna, remember, was already banned out in the first half of the draft.
They definitely need, you know, some good DPS mage here for Palafox. I know that Talia got buffed on this patch. Both Palafox and Contracts are big Talia players, so it could be a big flex pick for them, jungle / mid lane. And Talia is very commonly a pick into the Azir. Azir has a lot of answers now since it's the most picked champion, but the Talia definitely is an option there.
They might take the Corki, but Corki just got nerfed recently, so
yeah,
there's a potential for that.
The interaction between Eclipse and Malignance being removed, so you don't just automatically get the proc with a single rocket. Akali banned out. Karma, who's now a multi-flex pick, banned out. Hui, that can often be played in mid lane, sometimes other places, but you mostly see him mid, banned out. Lots of mid focus, but the final one will be that Milio, one of the options you were talking about that could be a good pairing with the Varus. The Renata is still there. We'll see if C9 wants to go for that. They still have to pick both that support and jungle. Which one are they going to leave for last? My guess would be support.
Counter pick definitely has a lot more value there, but we're already seeing the whole bottom lane here with the Senna TK, so they lock it in.
Wow.
Okay. Now, Bard has been going with a super tanky build too, so it's one of the most annoying supports for the rest of the map right now. Getting out there, and we'll see if Vulcan can actually split up his time and try and help out with the grubs, try and help out Blabber in controlling the rest of the map early on. Energy were one of the classic combos of having Palafox on a kill-oriented mage when you combine it with the Vi, and that's the one I was talking about. The Talia buffs coming in hot. I know both these players love this champion, and when you have a Vi, guaranteed setup for the seismic shove for Talia. That's a classic kill combo for Energy.
It's like, let's see. We've been already seeing some pics of this. If C9 wants to go for it, they could lock it in.
Sejuani.
A little bit less exciting. Yeah.
I hear audible groans from the crowd.
Brand, come on.
They wanted to burn it all down. Brand did get some pretty substantial nerfs. They didn't completely kill the champion or anything, but it did bring him a lot more in line. They slowed down the clear a little bit with some of the Brand nerfs on this patch, and so Blabber gonna go with another tank. Cloud9 have not had great success with him on tanks so far this season.
Yeah.
They got all their wins when he was on, DPS type of champions, but they are going to have a very, very beefy front line, especially if Vulcan also builds tanky. Cloud9 was very much a two-threat composition here.
So, Turtle, let me ask you this. Seeing all 10 champions locked in, which one of these drafts would you rather be playing now?
I personally would rather be playing on Energy side. I just think it's much easier to execute. Like the fly into the Talia combo is just very easy. Udyr has prio. I think bot lane's gonna have prio too. So it seems like they have two shoving lanes and a Talia that can roam to either. I would give the early game to Energy right now.
Okay.
The comp.
I definitely agree because I like having the ball in your court, so to speak, and Energy, they're the ones that have a lot of the options for proactive moves. Udyr topside too should have full control there. So Contracts and Palafox are definitely set up in this game to be the ones to make some early moves, try and get those early kills. And then later on, even if Vi goes too deep, you have a Tom Kench on your team to save her as well. So I feel like they have a really good way to execute on team fights. Cloud9 though, obviously really good scaling there with the Azir. So they also
can't count out the Azir.
All right, is that what you're doing if you're Cloud9? Because what I'm about to ask you is you guys are giving me the whole movie trailer for this Energy protagonist moment here. What if you do if you're C9? What do you do if you're trying to stop this loss streak and respond to this draft?
I think for C9, they just have to get JoJo in a comfortable position to potentially push waves and get the free farm. I think when Azir gets 1 or 2 items, he can definitely hold on to the game for them.
I'm a little bit worried for Cloud9 because in a lot of their recent losses where this team is kind of inexplicably begun to free fall, they have had a lack of proactive plays, and in this game it seems like that might be the case again. Of course, they do have Bard and they do have Sejuani who can make some action early, so maybe they'll be able to get something going. Definitely need to have take a little bit more control than they have so far this season though.
Ooh. All right, let's get into it, see what goes down. Cloud9 trying to fight back after a disastrous Super Week. I believe we have the numbers for how long it's been since this team has lost 5 games in a row. 2,774 days. That's 7-point-something years. A very, very long time, but Energy have the opportunity to make that a reality here today. You guys have already been talking about how you expect Energy to be able to control the early game, and C9 is going to have to find some sort of response here because you can see their upcoming schedule is not going to be easy.
Definitely does not get easier from here. They did win the first time this season, though, versus Energy. The first game of the entire split was a Cloud9 victory. Back in the beginning when they were still a super team.
We'll see how super they're feeling after this one. I'm going to have a lot of eyes on this bottom lane in particular. Berserker and Vulcan, when Berserker throughout a lot of last year, the year before, was being talked about as just the bar for mechanical excellence in the AD carry role. Him and Vulcan having some rough laning phases, some tough 2v2s last week. As Dokka's just trying to annoy these guys. The awakened glacial attack from Udyr is very obnoxious. Blabber losing some extra HP there. As even though it was a 2v1 defense, Dokka can still trade pretty even.
Yeah, the North American Udyrs have been really, really good at this. Constantly starting out to invade enemy jungle, getting them a little bit behind.
There's some early bot action.
Well, yeah, Guhi's hungry, but Vulcan can get away. There we go, one last lick, and stunned him off.
All right, Turtle, walk us through the early stages from the point of view from the Senna Tom Kench.
Well, for them, they just want to like keep the wave push. Oh, they're gonna go for an all-in right here too.
Yeah, looks like it. Berserker taken low. Vulcan even lower, below 200 HP there on the support as Energy's
Got the ghost
duo
out of, Varus.
immediately establishes control.
Yeah, Energy just has to maintain this control now. The lane is pretty much over. I don't see how Varus is gonna get back into this one.
All right, constant push on bottom side. Sejuani is pathing down towards bottom, and Contracts actually just did his red quadrant and is coming for an invade here.
Okay. Let's see if he runs into Blabber. What sort of jungle violence we get here in this blue side quadrant for C9. Instead, they may just try to turn it into a dive. The wave about to crash into the turret. Vulcan and Berserker hitting level 2. Contracts coming in, looks for the Vault Breaker, and he breaks Vulcan's jaw. Now Berserker under the pressure next. A little bit more damage is required. Oh no, it's some goofy plays coming out from Energy as Huhi just barely gets away from the turret shot. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Contracts just need to back out and like reset the tower aggro there.
Oh, Berserker! He's about to drop. Huhi's coming in. What about the tongue? He flashes. He misses. Oh, it's frog legs for dinner. Goodbye. Good night. Berserker gets paid. And FBI drops again. Energy, I don't even know what the hell that was. As Dokla versus Fudge continues with the 1v1 in the top side, but Dokla's fast enough to get away. It's a 3-1 game before 4 minutes.
Well, Flowers, we were looking for Cloud9 to bounce back and have some early moves. It actually is fully reactive, though. It's not even them being proactive on the plays. It's Energy kind of spoofing the dive here. Now, the first kill is perfect. It's just that when he goes for a little bit more here,
back out.
Yeah. Definitely, you either got to just commit to it and get the kill on Berserker under tower and sacrifice your life there, because they had the ward up by blue buff to see the path down from Blabber. But then, yeah, once Huhi goes all in for it.
It's very difficult to re-dive unless you reset the tower aggro, so.
Yeah.
It was a pretty hasty play from Contracts there.
And I love the fact that you brought it up. It was reactive, Kobe. This is one of those ones that Energy, they full forced the whole situation, and now they're going to suffer the consequences for it. Still only about a 500 gold lead for C9, so not like they lost massive minion waves or anything off of that, but Energy now also has the push mounting up again. You can see all of these minions piling up here. It'll be another big wave crashing into the bot side turret. Top side is Udyr being Udyr, as you might expect. Tough to lane against him, very, very strong. Been kind of the premier go-to pick that there's not really great answers into so far. Nice Wombo combo back in the mid lane here. Jojo tries to get away, but Palafox is ready to knock him down. Blabber, seeing him, maybe there's an angle. Try to get one back on a Palafox. Throws out the W, doesn't find a ton, just a little under contract, but the burst power of Sejuani, not usually that scary. Blabber's coming in, but Palafox barely gets away. Contracts and Palafox really seeing how far they can push this one. Blabber ends up forcing the flash of the Energy mid lane.
This game's extremely high action.
Blabber is not done yet either. He wants to steal away the chickens. Contracts knows he's there, but he's only got 200 HP as the Vi man. He can't go contest.
Yeah, Blabber's a pretty beefy pig here. He got both of the early kills. Huhi wants to get something back, though.
Going for the Abyssal Dive, but Blabber can just jump out of the way. Arctic Assault clears the distance, so nothing more to punish or catch here for Energy.
Yeah, but Blabber getting 2 of the early kills off the tower dive to the early Bomby Cinder means that he's able to bully in, get a little bit of counter jungle back, since Contracts had stolen away his Krugs preemptively before that fight even turned out. Maybe this means they just use this priority to start up the dragon. Blabber's going to leash it out right now while Vulcan and Berserker push up on this bottom wave. And they have Jojo pushing in mid lane too, so.
Be a free dragon. It's very important for Energy to get, start stacking the grubs as early as they can in this game, because they have the Udyr top. Should use that to their advantage.
So you'd just rather see grub prio over early drakes, anything like that for Energy's side?
Well, for Energy's side, yeah, I think so.
Get that split pushing going. A little bit more value, a little bit easier.
Now you can see a ward inside that grub pit, though, placed down by C9 as they take the Drake, so they can at least be wary if Energy is trying to do those cross-map trades. Palafox level 6 here on the Talia. I always want to see first Talia ultimates result in some kind of a big movement here. It's similar to something like a Nocturne, where it's long cooldown, but you have so much presence from somewhere else. I want to see him affect the other lanes with it. Jojo with the push right now.
And
Palafox still looking.
Since JoJo had to use his flash the last time they got the kill on him too, as soon as Contracts gets to level 6, I think it's going to be a repeat Contracts gank in mid lane.
Okay.
No flash on the Azir, ultimate into seismic shove, look for the kill combo again. Contracts, if he's able to get the grubs, those things do give a lot of experience.
This grub's going to be hard. Blabber's
Blabber's
already
6
level
though.
6.
Blabber.
Yeah.
Blabber having the edge with that level 6 is a big difference maker, but he's just happy to start off with the chicken camp right now. Contract secures the first grub. Moving on to number 2. These are not going down exceptionally quickly.
Yeah, but Udyr's got so much prio on top side, constantly pushing here, is able to make sure Blabber will secure the grubs for energy. So on Turtle's checklist for energy,
okay,
nice.
they've corrected the game from the early dive. Should be able to get all 3.
Oh, they see Sejuani here?
Yep. Oh, they're going to go all out. Fudge is going to bring Dokla into a 2v1 before Contracts can even make it over. I feel like, man, you can never, ever forget about where Cassante is in respect to the terrain, or you're going to end up in a spot like that.
Beautiful stuff there. Able to bring him back into his own pocket next to his jungler. But here's the repeat gank towards mid lane. JoJo slides into tower. No problem for him.
Yeah, he's not worried about that one. Even with the thumbs up, that's the gank's not going to do anything. Okay, see you later. I'll blow the E cooldown.
C9's in a pretty prime position now.
What do you want to see him do from here?
They just need to maintain and make sure Azir can push waves safely while he has no flash right now.
All right, so they had a poll in chat. Who's going to bounce back from Super Week? Because both these teams had a little bit of a rough Super Week. Cloud9 obviously more of a rough one. But chat sided very slim margins for energy.
Okay.
If you're looking at it right now, Turtle, which side are you on? Game's still pretty close.
I'm still on energy side. I feel like they still have the strong Vi Talia combo. I just want to see it happen.
Well, Blabber right now, just making sure that he maintains presence in the jungle, trying to put down a couple of control wards, just trying to keep an eye on where this enemy jungler is going to be. Stop Contracts from finding those ganks, finding that point-and-click guaranteed engages. Dokla goes to proxy.
Yep, Udyr doing Udyr things. He's got 2 turret plates already on the top side of the map. You mentioned the grubs, the extra pushing power there, extra gold value, help out with the splitting later on too. But Vulcan's now out onto the map. Not quite level 6 here yet for the Bard. Very, very close to get his ultimate for some playmaking.
Close doesn't count. He's immediately got to retreat as Energy sends in more men. Now JoJo retreating back underneath the turret. Seismic shove, just barely not going to find him there. Could have been in some serious danger if it did, but JoJo staying safe enough for now. The flash just about ready to go again, I believe. Does have the ulti ready to cast too, as Vulcan is trying to, again, rotate around, be able to be there, stop any kind of play they're making, but do it carefully enough that he doesn't get caught himself in the process. Contracts on top of a control ward, just waiting to see. If C9 tries to force something, he could turn it around.
Yeah, everybody in the game knows they got eyeballs for JoJo. Flash is back up now for the Azir, though, so it makes it even scarier.
Contracts is in trouble.
Yeah, Contracts getting caught there. Try to use the Vault Breaker. Now turns it right back around onto JoJo's Azir. But the flash out of the way of the seismic shove means Contracts is done. C9 gets the first kill as Vulcan goofs the timing. Yeah, that part wasn't great, but the part before it was good for C9.
Yeah, we had timing misses on both sides because Palafox was not ready to follow up on the Contract's ultimate, so he didn't get the seismic shove out of it either. So there was no counter kill for energy. Another big one here for Cloud9.
All right.
That was very well played by C9. They just had everyone around mid because they knew that the action was going to be there.
Now, Energy will try to at least get something back here on the bottom side. Grab the turret plates. Both TPs used to bring the mid laners back into their lane after the scuffle. A single kill on both of them. Only a couple of difference in CS, but one of the biggest differences right now, the Nashor's Tooth, first full item spike completed for JoJo because Palafox stopped to grab the Sorcerer's Shoes instead of fully investing into the one completed item. So JoJo feeling pretty strong right now, but again, without that flash, without an ulti, he's got to be careful because Vi could always be around. Energy bringing up extra players as Vulcan goes on a magical journey trying to get away. Where is Energy going to go? Who do they decide to chase? Vulcan's your target for now. Abyssal dive coming in to throw him up. Energy knocks him down. Palafox gets paid, and Contract starts up the Drake.
Honestly, it looked a little bit like Energy were also having the same debate that you were having while you're casting that flowers. You're like, which one are they going to
Where are they going to go?
Well, Palafox flashed towards JoJo, but then they end up getting the kill onto Vulcan anyways, so they do get the dragon. They don't get the chase down onto JoJo, but Nautilus right back out onto the map. And we see Blabbers currently on the mini-map on the grubs, trying to make sure that Energy, at the very least, will not get 6. And he wants to make sure that they don't get 5 for the extra Void Mites. He doesn't have Smite, though. He used his Smite on the first one, I believe.
Yeah, this could be a problem.
Looks like
okay.
they're going to get 5 here.
Yeah, it's 4 grubs. They're going to try to guarantee that Blabber can't steal away the last one. A TP's coming in. Energy might just have to abandon it here. JoJo gets stopped by the Unraveled Earth. Contracts and the rest of Energy cannot secure the 5th grub. C9 critically preventing the breakpoint, preventing the Void Mites from spawning, as Energy does not want to take the fight any further.
Definitely like this play, too, right afterwards. They just teleport Dokla down to the bottom side, but Cloud9, like you said, they stopped the critical 5 grub points for that really annoying Udyr split push. Slow it down a tiny bit. Looks like Dokla's actually not going to go for the turret plate on the bottom side. He just teleported down there just to clear out 1 wave and get his reset off to backside here for Fudge. Honestly, as the later the game goes, it's going to be really interesting watching, can JoJo actually work through this kind of beefy front line, or is the Vi plus Taliyah plus Senna ultimate over the top combo going to be enough to assassinate him basically through all of this peel that they have?
I think it would be much easier for C9 to play if they actually first engage with the Sejuani and the Bard, just so they can navigate the fight easily. Because I think if Vi Taliyah goes first, it's going to be pretty hard for JoJo.
Yeah, definitely very scary, especially with the extra damage of a Senna ultimate coming over the top.
Yeah.
That 100% to 0 always looks scary when he's got a flash. And Blabber's definitely super tanky right now on the Sejuani. Really beefed up. So him leading the charge, maybe if Vulcan is able to get one of those big Bard ultimates to make it easy to land the follow-up.
Could have some 3v3 action breaking out here. FBI and Huhi want to step up, at least try to challenge Blabber. They're going to steal away the Gromp, but at what cost? Huhi popping the thick skin, trying to get away in time as JoJo's entrance is going to be blocked off by Palafox, but Blabber has already killed the enemy support. Huhi's down, and FBI's about to get knocked out. Berserker takes the kill, and C9's up 7-3.
Honestly, I feel like Energy are their own worst enemies. The biggest Cloud9 plays feels like the defending on the tower dive on bottom and then defending jungle. Again here, another big one for Cloud9.
Honestly, Energy just needs to calm it down a little bit around this bottom lane. Turtle, talk to me a little bit about this situation. As somebody who's played in a professional game like this, you try to make a couple of plays, they end up backfiring. How do you sort of like reset and get yourself back in a mind state to stop those sort of mistakes from continuing?
I think they just have to take a deep breath and recognize their win condition. They really need to get Taliyah and Vi involved in these plays, and I don't think they are right now.
Contracts, well, Vi's getting involved in a play, but is it the play he wants? JoJo's getting locked down here with a start, beautifully done. Contracts, Palafox and FBI have already found the enemy mid laner, but can they get any more? Blabber with a flashback away, trying to get underneath the tier 1 turret, as Palafox tries to cut him off here with the Weaver's Wall. FBI needs a couple more shots, but Huhi's tongue ain't gonna find the mark. Shut down back over to Senna, still, as Berserker fully retreats, and Vulcan is left to the graveyard. Contracts and FBI both coming right back around. Piercing Darkness finds him, and Palafox goes on a rampage. Energy get 3.
Action-packed. I love watching Energy play, because even after they fail on the first invade bottom side, then they get right back to it. Another fight, another victory, and they're able to swing the gold lead right back in their favor. Cloud9 with the teleport top for JoJo means that they should be able to at least get a tower in the aftermath, though.
Okay, so C9 will pick this up. We talk about sometimes as gold leads being pendulums that swing back and forth. This one feels like a yo-yo. We're just throwing that thing out and back and out and back. This game's pretty wild with 13 kills at 16 minutes. Still under 1,000 gold separating the two teams. You can see on this graph here, the greatest distance that it was 1,674 in the favor of C9 before that 3-man play that happened at the hands of Energy in the bottom lane. We do have the Herald alive on the map. It's going to be there for another 3 minutes or so still, and I don't think we're going to just see it expire this game. Cloud9 putting a lot of players in the topside river.
All right, I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon, Flowers, because we got a dragon coming up, and Energy grabbing the Scuttle Crab vision first. They've got plenty of wards here looking out for the Cloud9 members coming to try and check too.
Nice job there popping the blast cone.
Got the ghost too.
Yeah. Fudge has to walk away from that one. Remember that Fudge is entirely MR right now. First item is just a Kaenic Rookern. Yes, he has tabbies, but that's not worth a ton on its own. As Blabber and the rest of C9, they see at least 2 players from the enemy team in the bottom river. They're going to use the opportunity to secure this Herald for themselves. While Energy's got 3 guys working on the Drake, they should be able to grab that. So a cross-map trade in the objectives. C9's going to look to try to grab some value here from the Eye of the Herald.
Honestly, them opting for Rift Herald and trying to get through that some of this outer tower gold here for either the Azir or the Varus and just buffing up these DPS champs. The 2 carry comp from Cloud9 with both of them being auto attack based here. I feel like this is definitely setting themselves up for the path to victory for Cloud9. They just have to be able to execute on this team fight and actually keep those 2 carries alive. When JoJo and Berserker have flash, it's definitely playable for Cloud9. When they do not have flash, the energy dive is so scary though. That combo with Vi guaranteeing the setup for Palafox. One of those 2 carries is definitely going to get annihilated.
I think for Vulcan, he just has to look out for his ulti onto the Talia when Vi ultis his Azir.
So you block the Talia, stop the follow-up.
Stop the combo.
And then Azir's ready to fire back. Everybody else works together and kills Vi once she dives in. C9 staying together, staying grouped up. They have to have recognized how Energy is trending towards mistakes in this game. If you're grouped up, if you can punish those, Energy can just gift you the game. But Energy with 4 kills on Palafox. All my eyes are on this Talia to see if he can get the carry done, to see if he can step up and continue making the types of plays that can deliver them the dub here against Cloud9, get revenge for that first game of the split last month. Energy with control over the mid lane. Gonna push things up here. FBI continuing to harvest those souls. The Senna up to 76, 18.5 minutes into the game as Energy controls the bottom side river.
Yeah, honestly, they're just cleaning out more territory where they can look for picks. They've got a lot of options here with the Talia ult ready for Palafox to cut people off, but Cloud9 doing their duty here, grouping up again in mid lane, using that Rift Herald, trying to get this outer tower money like we're looking for.
There we go.
Okay, summoned up, going for it. Turret's already down, but now where's the fight gonna go? Contract's here at the very front. He's gonna be gobbled up by Huhi to stay alive. Dokla wanted an angle. He wanted a pincer attack, but the Sun Disc summoned up to make sure that C9 had a banner to rally around. Dokla doesn't have an entrance into the fight. Energy still trying to just regain control over the mid lane on their side of the map. The Sun Disc slowly bleeding out. FBI and Palafox trying to keep Fudge away as he steps forward to establish some vision. Control board down in the brush next to the Raptors, but the chickens are being led on a long journey away from their home. Okay, they're finally going to reset, and the vision gets cleared.
Yeah, both Blabber and Fudge are really good for face checking right now. Trying to get into enemy jungle, push their territory forward, but that's basically the expected value of the objective trade that they saw earlier. You know, when you go for that Rift Herald, you're expecting that's going to be your mid turret, basically guaranteed with that one. Cloud9 do a good job defending their carries, staying strong here in the 5-person setup.
C9's in a really solid position right now for this game. I think they're just waiting on Berserker's second item, and they should be good to start Baron as well.
Blade of the Ruined King already done for him. As long as he's protected well enough to get those auto attacks off, this guy's going to hurt a lot. But I'm curious if Energy, again, maybe if you can't find JoJo with that Vi Talia combo, you just turn it on to Berserker, blow him up instead. Vulcan's really going to need to be paying attention here with this Bard. Like you already talked about, Turtle, as soon as you see Vi going in, you got to stop the follow-up.
Defensive Bard ulti is going to be key. Also, worth noting, JoJo is going for the Lichbane second here because he's got the early Sheen. Nice little price reduction on the component item this patch as well, 100 gold off of Sheen. Really just efficient component now with the ability haste and the proc that's going to give you. But it does mean he's not going to have the Leandries for the team fight, so isn't going to have the Leandries for the Tahm Kench, the Vi, or the Udyr. But he does have really good burst damage, especially with that auto attack coming out so quickly now with the new Lichbane.
I do believe the Lich Bane had the base AD ratio nerfed on it a little bit with this patch too, just knocked down
25%.
ever so slightly. Yup, from 100 down to 75. For a lot of mage champions, it's not super impactful just because most of it's coming from your AP ratio anyway, but still something to be cognizant of as the gold is tied, dead even between these two teams. The Drake is spawning in a little bit over 30 seconds.
And they made the call for Palafox to push out top side first. Energy, again, trying to play the map here. Look at the mini-map. They've got bot and top both pushing for themselves. Dragon coming up shortly here, so they've got their side waves correct. They also have the teleport and the ulti ready for Palafox. Maybe they can get that top tower before Dragon spawns, but Cloud9 stays strong. You mentioned it multiple times, but sticking as 5 with those defensive ultis ready, trying to stand strong and keep Berserker and JoJo safe.
Well, it seems like Energy feels weaker right now, so they're just going to give this Dragon. They don't even want to fight it.
Exactly. They're just going to surrender it. C9 will grab their second Drake of the game. You can see the Crypt Bloom completed here for Palafox. He went ahead, got the Verdant Barrier second, which I really liked. I think the value of the Spell Shield was pretty high against the composition drafted by C9. But then recognizing, hey, they have two massive meatballs, one of which just rushed Kanik Rookern. He needs to be able to penetrate through that magic resistance, as Dokla's going to see if there's an angle here on JoJo.
Palafox could join.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right, Energy has to look for good picks on the side lanes now.
Let's see it. Energy's coming in. JoJo trying to get away. Contract's looking for the chance to go in. Flashes in for the ulti. Over the top comes Senna, but JoJo gets out. Seismic Shove ain't gonna find him, and Energy could not get the combo executed correctly. C9 gets their mid laner away.
Small little windows there in between the timing. Palafox tried to get there.
Nash here now.
Yeah, they're just gonna start it up. C9 going for this, recognizing, hey, that was a lot of resources. That's Senna ult, that's Taliyah ult, that's Vi ult. That's a lot from the tank of Energy, and C9 is burning the Baron down. They've already got it below 6K, below 5K, down to 4K. Dokla's coming in trying to stop him, but C9 wants to burn it. Blabber secures the Baron as Fudge tries to dive into the middle of everybody, and Contracts is controlled. JoJo's barely getting away. Abyssal dive onto 4. Fudge is stuck back in the pit as Dokla tries to tear him up, and FBI's grabbing a shutdown. Energy need to find more. Blabber with a flash out, trying to get himself back to the base while still wearing the purple. He throws out the W, but he gets slowed down by the tongue. FBI still trying to pursue him, still trying to get all the way there, but Blabber escapes underneath the turret. It is Baron over to C9, but at the cost of a 2-for-1 trade.
Oh no!
Into a pause.
Such a good call here from Cloud9, though. As soon as there's no Vi ultimate, and even though JoJo traded his flash for Contract's flash, they know they have so much Baron burning power with Azir plus the 2-item Varus with the buffed up, by the way, Rageblade now on Varus, melting right through that Baron. So they did get it just in time, even though Energy get there and get a 2-for-1 trade, just getting +1 in kills. Cloud9 will be very happy because they also kept 3 Baron buffs to push afterwards with.
What a game, man. This one's turning into quite the banger compared to, like I said, the first time these two teams played this split, it didn't feel particularly close. It didn't feel like it could have gone either way. But this one is 24 minutes in, 2 Drakes each, neither side having enough grubs to spawn the Void Mites. Kills are tied, gold right next to each other. It could still go either way. So easy.
It definitely could. I got an update. The pauses for Berserker. He had some issue with his keyboard. Another peripheral pause. Flowers. I'm not too happy with these keyboard issues. Maybe we need to inspect them ourselves.
What's wrong with these keyboards?
Turtle has never paused for a keyboard issue.
I don't think I have, actually.
Yeah, look at this guy. You're one of the longest standing players.
Great. We got a pagoda pause going on.
Yeah, we got.
Can we get some of those up here?
Yeah, maybe that's the trick. We bring up. Oh man. All right. Well, hopefully we'll be able to get back in here soon. Whatever's wrong with.
Yeah, they just really burned that Nash. They had the Zir and then the Varus with the 2-core.
Honestly, from the Energy side now, it does feel like it's starting to get a bit difficult because Cloud9 keep defending these attempts at JoJo's life. Berserker doesn't have Ghost. He does have Flash. Maybe they go for the kill onto the Varus. Well, okay, we're going to get a replay of the last fight.
Okay. Yay!
All right, so they're burning down. Really good DPS. Contracts is pretty far, so there's no hope of a steal, but Contracts, look at him charging his Vi Q, and he goes straight for the play again onto JoJo. Palafox set him up. It was a beautiful Talia combo actually into Vi Q. So is Palafox doing the work, getting JoJo into range, and that's,
oh my God.
that's the only reason that they even got the 2 kills.
Yeah.
He just landed a 4-man W.
Yeah, the Abyssal dive onto 4 there was crazy, because if he doesn't go over the wall, I'm pretty sure that Contracts can't hit JoJo again, and JoJo just walks away with 150 HP still remaining. So really nicely done to save that. Here you're kind of seeing it going down live, the over-the-shoulder cam from JoJo.
Yeah, now we're looking at a case where it does start to get really difficult for energy here, considering how much gold Cloud9 have gotten on their Azir, on their Varus. Palafox, though, is still really fed Talia. And he does have 9 stacks Dark Seal. You mentioned that he just finished his Crypt Bloom, and he should be able to finish, you know, a Banshee's Veil next or something. Unless he just wants to sit on the Verdant Barrier, since they did buff that component as well. But maybe it's a like upgrade to Medjai's angle.
Yeah?
And really go for it. I mean, if you fully stack your Dark Seal and it's 10 stacks, the value of upgrading into Medjai's is so big.
But then, I mean, if you upgrade it and then you immediately
Don't die. Don't die.
lose all 10 pages,
Don't die.
Where'd your value go? Where'd your value go? Okay, I can respect it, though. If you feel like, okay, the game's starting to slip
gotta
away,
win.
we got to make big plays, I'm the only one who can do it, sure, maybe. But then again, you're going to get flamed if you die, if you lose the pages. Let's see. We don't have any additional updates right now. We do. I'm curious the same way that you are, Kobe. Is he going to just go ahead and complete the Banshee's Veil, or also do you just hit something, you know, Medjai's, Death Cap, whatever, just something turbo damage focused to try to guarantee that you get that instant burst? Because the biggest issue for me throughout this game for energy has just been the coordination hasn't felt right. Whether it was the early dive where, okay, Contracts is going back in, but it looked like we probably should have all just walked away, or all committed when they tried to make the pick on JoJo in the jungle, but he just barely gets out. Even back in mid lane when there's that slight delay on the follow-up of the Contracts ulti, there's just a little bit that's not quite there for energy this game.
All right, got an update. We're rushing a new keyboard over now.
Okay. Emergency substitute keyboard.
David has the keyboard. Chat, send your energy to David. Running it over as quickly as possible now.
Yeah! We're back into the game.
That was really fast. They must have sent a lot of energy.
Yeah, that was a bunch. Okay, we're back into the game now, 24 minutes in. Slight gold lead for energy, but you would expect that to swing back into the favor of C9, since, like you pointed out, Kobe, they still have the Baron on multiple players.
Okay, got to refocus after the pause. That was the biggest thing. Even Blabber himself was talking about last time when Cloud9 had the big pause. He lost focus. We'll see if... honestly, it's not too bad if a Sejuani this fed actually loses focus. He's so tanky, and he's got the regeneration from his Warmog. So Cloud9 have the ability with Baron buff to push up multiple lanes, and they have really good face checkers here in Blabber and Fudge. They're going to push out mid and then rotate basically everybody over.
Yeah.
Having the Bard makes it so much nicer for your side. A lot more options here with those tunnels.
General observation about the map state too. Hold on, TP's coming in. Energy having to disengage now as Blabber misses the Sejuani ulti. Chains of Corruption also miss. C9 saw what looked like maybe an angle, but they cannot execute successfully, so Energy just walks off from that one. Worth pointing out, C9's got this Baron buff for a little bit over another minute. Once it expires, it'll be about 60 seconds from then until the Drake. So C9 does have the opportunity to set up the Rift for an advantageous position. Remember, with both teams already at 2 Drakes apiece, the next one's going to be Soul Point for someone. Who he jumps in, the Abyssal dive, but nobody else is close enough to do a lot, especially not with Fudge being the only one here on the front line.
Even though Cloud9 missed the Sejuani ults from good evasive maneuvers from Huhi, and then he flashes the Varus ult, Cloud9 still get an isolated outer turret for JoJo for this Azir that is working on Death Cap, which scales so well considering you added the Lichbane with another AP ratio onto him. So JoJo approaching 3 core for JoJo and for Berserker. Energy, they got to start feeling the pressure here. They might start feeling a little desperate. We might see another one of these super deep aggro plays from them. Contracts has flash, Palafox has flash. They really need to make good on one of those picks and try and get someone from Cloud9 isolated, get some of those key summoner spells off of the Cloud9 carries. Because if those two are just safe, the Azir and the Varus right now will demolish you.
Well, Baron has faded, gentlemen. It is 60 seconds until the Drake spawns. We don't really see a whole lot happening in that bot side river right now. There is currently Energy Vision controlling it, but a couple of Cloud9 wards on the backside of the pit to also see if Energy is trying to make more of an entry into that part of the rift, right now, as C9 is more focused on the top side. They've got all 5 players either in mid or in that top side river area as Jojo is set up to push top lane.
They seem really content with farming right now on the Azir.
Yeah, look at this. How nice is it to have 2 people shadowing? Blabber and Vulcan, the 2 babysitters, to come watch Jojo farm on the side lanes. They're like, please, just eat up a little bit more money here.
I'm surprised they didn't want to. Oh,
he's going for Zhonya's instead of the death cap here.
It's pretty smart versus the Vi, I think.
Yeah.
It's their only win condition.
He got the Seeker, so he has an active already for a stopwatch to deny that Cloud9 play. Really smart, or deny that energy play. Cloud9 really
Looks
smart.
like a fight might break out here.
Yeah, we got Energy on the approach. A TP coming into the mid lane from Palafox, who he's going to be caught by the Bard ulti, but he's the only target. Now he's got to try to tank it up. Senna ult over the top, who he's still at about half HP. Fudge coming in, looking to complete the dive as Berserker goes on a rampage. Dokla is thrown back into the team. All out goes Fudge, all in goes Contracts, but he's 1v5. He ain't alive. Everybody died at C9. 3 for nothing.
There you go, right into their hands. They have scaled. Cloud9 protect, and they collect. Dragon number 3.
That was good. That was smooth. That was slick.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure once the Varus also gets a stopwatch, this game should be over.
Yeah, really good. Immediately use the Seeker's arm guard right after purchasing, but honestly, they already had the advantage in the team fight here. You know, where they're getting so much free damage on.
Palafox is just too far. He TP'd to the mid tower. He just wasn't close enough for this fight.
Yeah, so they get a really big head start in the health bars here. Lots of free damage onto that Energy front line. And then, yeah, it was all lost.
This game's looking really hard for Energy now.
Cloud9 currently in the process of bouncing back from their super weak losses here. They have been able to stay strong.
Can't
0
break the
deaths.
streak here.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I was saying I wanted to see Berserker and Vulcan also not have the same kind of mistakes that they had last week. Berserker is currently 4-0-4 on the Varus. Blabber, in all the losses that C9 had for Superwork, a lot of people were complaining that he didn't have the same level of presence and pressure that you would normally expect from him. 3-1-7 here on the Sejuani, only 1 kill that he hasn't been a part of here for this team. Let's see if this engage works out in mid lane as Huhi turned into a golden statue once again. They're gonna put the burst into the Tom Kench, and Jojo sits him down. C9 have picked up 1, and the Baron is alive on the Rift. Now Energy are once again tasked with trying to stop it. They now know how fast C9 is at taking this. Blade of the Ruined King Varus plus the Azir. This is so difficult for Energy to stop, but they're making the approach. C9 already have it down to below half HP, down to about 1/3 now. Dokla and Contracts, they just know they can't approach. All this is going to be is a team fight loss on top of a Baron if they go in for it. C9 still chasing, seeing if maybe they can pick one up at the back end of things. Sent up for the disengage. Fudge goes over the wall. Q3 won't hit anybody. Magical Journey don't matter. Pathmaker gets him out. All right. No kills on the back, but C9 is happy to turn a pick into a Baron. Never mind, we ain't done yet. Contract's gonna be caught here with the top. Senna ulti trying to reinforce him, keep him protected, but Fudge does a lot of damage. Contract's still alive as Jojo gets away into the back. Palafox wants to chase, and Jojo's on the run. Palafox goes in, but Jojo shovels him right back. Palafox denied. Energy died, and C9 is loving the way this mid-game's been going. Dope was trying to get away, but no, sir. Fudge knocks him down.
And Berserker's ending the game the whole time. Berserker's just over here annihilating towers.
That's the ADC dream right there.
He's inside the base, so are the rest of Cloud9, and they're going for it.
Cloud9 had a rough week last time around, but they're ready to stop that here. Huhi is not going to stop anything on his own. The C9 loss streak will grind to a halt as they defeat Energy again, 16-8.
Jojo gave,
that game really just cracked open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were able to scale They were able to play it safe here.
I was really, the coordination from Energy was just off, I feel like, this game.
Energy, Kobe, you said it best. Back at the start, Energy was just giving them stuff. Cloud9 playing well, but playing reactively, not having that pressure on them to have to make things happen, because Energy's just like, all right, we're YOLOing it. Go, go, go. Bot lane, PvP, PvP. And it didn't work out for them. Energy's going to have to really work on the coordination if they want to play that crazy, play that out of pocket. But for C9, you got to be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. You get rid of all of that losing streak, that bad mental, and you're finally back feeling like, okay, we can execute a little bit.
Yeah, they went with a safe style here to get that safe first win. Yep. Then they're going to go crazy tomorrow.
I mean, hey, man, it worked out. You guys were talking about having the front line, having the two threat damage comp, and it worked out. The Talia, the Vi, both getting shut down by the time you have that Zhonya's Hourglass ready to go on the Azir. Good stuff coming out from C9. And a reminder to all y'all, Fantasy LCS is happening on Sleeper. It's not too late to sign up and start a league with your friends and crush their dreams with your own LCS Super Team. Super Teams, we've seen them go good. We've seen them go bad. How about yours? We're going to see. You can head on over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try right now. That is our first game of the day all wrapped up. And so it's time to join Emily and JoJo on stage for an interview.
Hello, I'm here with the victorious JoJo Pion after C9 kind of stopped their losing streak. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you. I mean, it feels kind of weird winning. I'm not used to this right now, but it's a good feeling.
I know in an interview just this past week, you actually talked to Ashley Kong about how losing makes things more interesting. Do you have any comments on that after your first win in a little while?
I mean, I think a lot of people, including me, were expecting like C9 to kind of just shit on everyone this whole split. But I think now that I think about it, if we realize our mistakes right now and we improve, I think that's much better. So I don't think the losses were too bad on how we reflected on it. So.
Yeah, and going into this week, what was your preparation like?
Like in draft?
Yeah.
Or, I mean, we tried playing a bunch of new champions because I think our champs were kind of obvious of what we were going to do last week. So I think we're trying to expand our champ pool a lot more. So, yeah.
When you look at draft, just because it's something that a lot of the community has pointed out, I have also pointed out and been critical at times. When you're looking at drafting for this team, I think one thing that people are curious about is balancing the strength of you all as individual players, which is quite high, with the actual coordination of composition. So how much thought goes into that?
I mean, definitely a lot of thought goes into that because every single player on this team can carry, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, I feel like that's really good. We can make draft really versatile, so that's what we're trying to do right now, since every player can carry, so yeah.
Nice. I will still defend the Vayne mid, actually.
I mean, I thought Vayne mid was good. If I had more practice, I definitely could have carried, but it happens.
Nice. We'll look forward to it again in the future, maybe. Going forward, looking out at kind of how this C9 team is doing, obviously you get the win today. How are you guys going to build on this win towards the future?
I mean, it's definitely a good confidence boost that we won today. I think if we lost today, it definitely would not have been good. So I think we're getting our confidence back, so yeah.
All right. Well, all the best. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. And we'll see you guys back on the other side of the break.
Thank you.
Is back. Nice! We're back. Woo! This feels weird. What the? I'm not used to this.
Hey guys, it's Armeo from Immortals Progressive. Today, me and my teammates are going to be answering questions from this bowl.
What type of books do you like to read? I don't even know, because I don't read books.
What are you most excited about for the future? Me? I will be rich guy.
Whoa! It's okay. Your heart, your brain, or your gut? My brain. I'm so smart.
What's on the top of your bucket list? You know, winning LCS, top of my bucket list. I was one game away with Tactical, 2021. We lost 2-3. It was very disappointing. We were also up 2-1.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a good gillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To those attending today from the Legends of Runeterra Invitational, I think I saw their sign earlier. I don't approve, but welcome.
Legends of Runeterra greater than League of Legends.
Yeah, it's a different sign. Someone said LOR greater than LOR. Either way, we're into Immortals versus Dignitas. I think Immortals surprising 3-4. I keep asking if they're good. I rewatched some of the games. I think they are definitely good, actually. So curious to see if they can keep up the momentum against Dignitas today.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Ole keeps picking the highest win rate supports.
True.
Elise was on there. He did not pick it.
That's not gonna happen.
I'm still kind of sad about that.
He's
you know,
not
the hen special. As we see Callista, Ori getting banned out by Dig, and then the Vi and Senna getting banned out by INT.
Maokai is still terrorizing people in solo queue. I'll put that out there right now, as you can see in the win rates out there.
All right.
Heimer is very doable.
That seems like a sample size problem for 60%.
We're gonna see the Heimer.
Oh my goodness! I think Maokai Bard. I think.
Oh, it says Masters Plus. Yes, that's always going to be an issue.
Minimum 100 games. It's like, oh yeah, he's 61 and 40.
Yeah.
Turtle, what would you do if your support just turns to you and they're like, I'm picking based on win rate?
I'd
and that is something really weird, like
I'd
an
be
Elise
extremely
support.
open to all of them, actually. I do believe the stats, so highest win rate support, sign me up.
I actually love that one of the signs said, pick Alawi, you cowards, as we're in a rich game. So this guy picked Alawi before, the bus came through. Nice now.
I mean, I would be extremely excited to see Alawi.
On the side of Dignitas, I know we've been talking about them a fair bit being like an exciting 2-5, or like it's nice when the last place team is this exciting. And we have some goal graphs from their previous games, and I think it does speak to how many games they've actually had leads in. You can see 3 of those eventual losses, 1 to 100 Thieves, 1 to Team Liquid, and 1 to FlyQuest. They had goal leads in the game after the 20-minute mark. So they're actually a fairly solid early game team, but they've just been unable to actually kill the Nexus.
Yeah, one thing I really appreciate as we see the Smolder hover, is it going to go through for Dig? We actually did highlight Dig as one of those teams that might be willing to throw out some picks to try to move themselves up in the standings. We have our first Smolder lock-in! And we actually will not know where it's going until later because, like I said, NACL was on this patch yesterday, and we saw this champion in both the mid and the bot lane.
Yeah, and I will say Tomo is the biggest Smolder appreciator.
True.
So even when he was not available in the last week's games, he was still playing the pick. So I feel like he's the most studied up on the champion. So even if it is a decent flex pick, I fully expect it to go over to Tomo.
I kind of think if Castle's not careful with his pick, it's going to go top.
Oh.
Rich, Quinn, Smolder, what's the difference? They're both 80 carries, right?
Rich's eyes are wide open. Let's go.
Whoa.
All right, so for IMT, we have the Zeri lock-in. We also, I do want to call out the Ivern for Armeo. That's one of his stronger champions. We've seen him have success on that against C9.
And also tactical with Zeri, even though he's on a 3 and 4 team, leads the LCS in kills. You can see Tomo 4th place in kills as well. So this is one of the reasons I think the bottom of the standing seems so exciting, is these teams that haven't necessarily won all the games are actually leading the league in kills, which is super not normal.
Yeah, and I think it made sense to everybody going in from the off season, because at least for IMT's sake, like they had a clear identity that they wanted to play through mid and wanted to play through bot lane, and it makes sense. Ole is a trigger-happy support. If he gets a hand on Thresh, Nautilus, or anything like that, he's going to be calling for help in the bot side of the map, and we know how lane-focused tactical is as a player, so it makes a lot of sense, and I feel like their wins have come off the back of it.
This is a really exciting draft so far, actually. I just love the fact that we're seeing the buffed up Zeri. It has hyper carry potential because of Armeo's Ivern. And we have this Smolder mystery. Not only is it going to be the first Smolder in the LCS, we still don't know where it's going to go. You can't. Okay, Smolder into Aatrox would be trash, I think.
Smolder what?
Into Aatrox would be garbage.
Yeah, I don't
has
think
to be
it'll
garbage.
Okay, it's Tomo.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be bottom.
Yeah, it's Tomo.
What is the, so talk to us a little bit about the Zeri Smolder matchup.
So the Zeri Smolder matchup is, I think it's favored to Zeri like past like level 6. I think like pre-6, like Smolder just has full advantage. Smolder can just keep pushing the wave and poking Zeri down. But I think at level 6, Zeri can just look for all-in timers.
And a question that I have is like, what support do you usually want to pair up with a Smolder in general?
That's actually a tricky question. I've seen teams play enchanters and hard supports, or hard engaged supports.
Yeah.
I feel like the Milio might actually be a good pairing with Smolder just to increase the range.
That makes sense to me. I think he's going to have a tough time dealing with Ivern just in general, having to dip in and out of his bushes. So that's a question that I would have.
But you could just get like a hard engaged support too.
Ooh.
I guess like the Rakan, and just set up the ulti, you know?
Yeah, if they lock this in, Rel would flex to jungle, and we'd know their lane. That also gives Ole the counter pick potential, but yeah, Ole's just gonna play Maokai, man.
He can't, because Dig banned it out.
Oh, they banned it, right
Dig got rid of both the Nautilus and I assume the, well, not I assume, we know the Maokai ban is going up against Ole and not Armeo, who's already locked in the Ivern.
Way support or mid.
Way support is not the win rate king, let me tell you. So we'll see.
Hey, I saw Beryl do really well in one series.
I don't know what Ole would pick here. Knowing Ole though, he might just pick like Bard or something.
Way locked in.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be Ole on Hui support, but we'll obviously know what this last pick.
Yeah. I think any form of engage here would be nice. Yeah. Leona was something that was coming up to mind just because you're going up against the Rakan. So pretty clear-cut way of engaging into Dignitas' comp.
I just feel like Leona is not a very good champion right now.
Why is that?
We'll see though. I just feel like she dies very easily. When she goes in, she's just committed. It's kind of easy to just beat up.
A lot of engage on the side of Dig.
Let's see what they end up locking here.
This is Yeah, this is super interesting.
I mean, I'm going to hold
again,
to say this is still a flex, but it's
Actually could be Yone top lane into the Aatrox if they want to end up going. So this is a really dynamic comp from Dignitas. Actually, this is really exciting. Rel's going to probably be their, I guess they have Rakan.
Yeah,
but
the jungler.
Yeah.
sole form of engage. So I'm really loving the comp that we have here. And Jat, I want you to ask the question one more time.
what's the question, Raz?
Is IMT good?
Are they?
Because even though we're talking about the draft and that has been the focus, for me it's been the play. It's something different about IMT that we've been seeing in their recent games and especially in their wins. And for me, mistakes like these that we see from Mask, where he ends up making a misplay when they go up against Cloud9, usually costs them the game. Because you make one mistake, Barons are going to be an issue, and in this play, actually, IMT not only recognized they're going to be a man down, they're sticking around just so they can dissuade from a C9 going for Baron here, but they realize one thing, and one thing clearly. C9 is dissipating, Udyr is going towards the mid lane wave, so they're actually separated. So Bar just sends the ulti, they find a 4v5 play, being able to pick off Jojo Pyun, and they end up winning a fight. And IMTs in the past usually play extremely scared. Don't look for plays like that. But this is a different IMT to me, where they make a mistake initially, stick around a little bit for Baron, and they capitalize on a misplay coming in from C9, and I think they can do the same versus Dignitas.
Raz is a big Castle fan. Castle on Aatrox once again. Let's send it to the Castle. Let's get us in the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's Immortals versus Dignitas, and it's time for two simultaneous debuts. Not only the first Smolder played in the LCS, as he just now became playable
any
this
major
weekend.
region, too.
Yep. It's the first Hui in the LCS as well. They're on opposite sides of the rift. One starts out with a 100% win rate. The other one's got a big fat donut.
Yeah, and Smolder, of course, it actually was picked in Challengers, but this is the first pick for Smolder in any Tier 1 region. So I'm very excited for this champ. I want to see if we're going to get the Spear of Sojin start for him, because that has really been gaining popularity. You get so much ability haste. That item is the premier source of ability haste now that they've started removing it from a lot of other sources. Yeah. And you are able to stack so insanely quickly with it.
I'm really interested to see it specifically in this game because it's up against Zeri. I was talking to Shogo, who's a multi-region challenger player, won CLOL a couple of times, asking him about it because he was posting a lot of screenshots about, winning with it in challenger, here's how you play it. Yep. And he was talking about how it feels like it has a similar role to a Zeri or a Sivir, where it might not command powerful early lane prio, but if you get out of lane without being behind, you're gonna outpace your opponent. You're gonna have so much AoE damage, so much scaling potential. And considering he's up against the pentakill Pikachu that inspired nightmares in players for multiple months, I really want to see how this head-to-head shakes out.
Pentakill Pikachu with a fresh, shiny buff, Flowers.
Yes, sir.
Base AD up on Zeri, ultimate as well here. Tactical was one of our original Zeri players too. If you remember, he had a viral clip, but Rich is surrounded.
Yeah, he immediately flashes away the root collar. If that would have hit him there, he could have been in some serious trouble.
Dude, this is such a sick draft from both squads. This game is so fun. There's so many things to talk about because Ivern is one of my favorite pairings for any jungle plus AD carry. Obviously, the one on camera now, Hui, first LCS pick, has been pretty popular in the LEC, honestly. But Smolder here hiding from us. Flowers, who's that Pokemon? Who was behind that brush?
Who could it be?
Who could possibly be in there?
So I do have to, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to come clean about something right now before the minions spawn.
Yeah, honesty is the best policy, Flowers.
I have no idea what this dude's abilities are. Not even the beginning of a comprehension.
You're talking about Hui, right? Because I know you know Smolder.
I know Smolder's ability name.
Say him now. Say him, and you're going to like it.
Super Scorcher Breath. Hachu. Flap, flap, flap.
And?
Mom.
There you go.
There. We've got all of them.
My favorite part is my favorite part is the little wiggle when he screams "Mom" and calls down the dragon. It's so funny to watch. That ultimate, by the way, since it starts behind you, sometimes for lane phase, people will cast it backwards so you can get the quicker end of it.
Yeah.
Down on them, but we'll see. There's so many tips and tricks to go over. Right now in lane, though, Mask being our first LCS Hui. This is a champion that I have a lot of confidence in the team fighting of. sometimes it can get a little dicey towards the early stages, when people are ganking you, and never mind.
Hold on. Isles.
A little spicy down here.
Really low, yeah.
Can get a little dicey early on in some skirmishes and ganking, but the champ scales so well because you have just massive AoE and really strong range.
So speaking of scaling up, I do want to go ahead and just talk really quickly about a couple of Smolder points, because I know a lot of people either haven't played them, maybe they don't play AD carries, they didn't bother reading the tooltips. The break points you got to look at for his stacks, and you get a stack for last hitting with Q or damaging an enemy with any spell. 25 gets you your first AoE. Your farming is really slow until you hit 25. Then 125 gets you the ones that bounce behind, and 225 is your I'm OP now, level 16 Kale type of moment where you're spewing true damage onto everybody with a dot. It's very, very strong, but that's what we're going to keep track of, is how fast he can hit that 225 breakpoint.
Yeah, and you can all keep track at home. Look at this nice little nifty passive tracker that they have over Smolder in the bottom right there, currently at 13. Now, generally, the aim is to get it by around, mid-game, 20 minutes, kind of average. There have been some crazy ones. I was talking with, the guys on the dive about it. Azale was like, he got to 225 at like 17 minutes.
That's really fast.
There are some early ones. Of course, if you get some really nice bounces, you can throw your snot ball through 2 champs at once.
Man, you gotta call it. Hold on. Rich is trying to get away from a gank here in the top lane. Armeo shows up. Castle should have enough damage to bring him down here. It's first blood over to the Ivern. The burn from Red takes him out.
Yeah,
Immortals
fiery snot ball though.
Are on the.
Is that wrong?
Man, it's a tree. He don't have snot. The snot is in the ball.
Oh, the dragon.
Oh, I thought you were saying Armeo hit him with a snot ball.
No.
I was like, haven't you played Ivern?
No, the dragon is the one with the snot ball that tries to stack up with it.
You gotta stack your snot balls if you want to succeed on Smolder.
It's called a chew, and the big fiery ball comes out. Anyways, Armeo is on the invade here and did catch him on those raptors, so they got visual confirmation that he's on the top side.
Nice quick trading there coming out from Mask, as Rich again has to be careful. He's got the ward there in the pixel brush that lets him know that Armeo is hanging around. Yes, X
there it is.
Also nearby.
Got a stack.
We got another stack. He only needs 2 more, and then he has the AoE on the Q, which, like I said, is going to make it much easier to really accelerate the pacing of those stacks. You get all the range minions low, hit one of them with a Q, it blows up all 3. Nothing to it. Very fast farming, as he has cleared the threshold now. 26 stacks, 5 minutes into the game, he gets the first evolution.
All right, Smolder scaling nicely on bottom side. Meanwhile, pushing mid lane with Hui, pretty effortless there. Max making good use of the mana return auto attacks, shoving in Dove, taking out so much of his HP. Half of the turret plate himself, and does get his first back.
Castle dodging away from the Q3 there from Rich means that they will not have the CC to lock him down long enough for XU to make an entrance. Even with Crash down, Castle can just get away from it, so XU has to walk it off.
Now, we can actually talk about some of the regular champions here, since there are so many things to discuss, as XU will be able to clean up all of the Krugs, because Rel is one of the best grub taker on the Rift. But Immortals, if we're examining their draft, then one of the things that goes under the radar with all of these new picks is Castle's Aatrox. And if we bring up their previous games here, never mind, we might have too much action.
Now Tomo just face checking into the brush there. Ole immediately hitting him with the Shield of Daybreak, forcing out the cleanse, the flash to follow it. Ole's getting the money, and Tomo's down.
Nice. Ole, killer instinct here in the brush. Leona flashing on him, has the ignite. Death to the Dragon #1. But there's the Castle Aatrox stats. Very good for Immortals. Last week was very good to them, and he had a couple of those ones drop, so feels very confident on the champion, I know, and Immortals here also have some really good late game options. Not just the lanes, but the Ivern plus the Zeri for later on. Hui, really big AoE damage for a lot of these clumped up melee champions that Dignitas have drafted. That ultimate that's on display for you now is going to be one of those big tools that Mask has to counter these grouped up melee champs, as Dignitas, all but the Dragon, should provide pretty good damage soaks here for Mask to be able to dump his spells into.
And as Mask continues putting points in the abilities as he levels up and really maxing out that subject disaster, the Q for all the damage, can clear out those waves incredibly quickly. with that pseudo rumble ulti that he can cast through the Molten Fissure, as Isles and Tomo just absorbing some pressure here as Armeo makes his appearance known in the bottom side. Mask could get ganked by XU as he'll approach from the control warded brush.
And remember, last time around, when these two teams did play, Dignitas got the win. Mask does get hit.
Mask getting hit as the immediate follow-up with a flash from XU. They need a little bit more damage, and they'll find it. Dignitas gets their first kill of the game, and they get it on Dove.
Yeah, that's the worst of the outcomes possible for Mask, to flash afterwards. Yeah. He does not flash the chain, and once Dove hits the chain, beautiful follow-up from XQ, flashes in with the rel, full combo, and then with Mask also flashing after that and still dying. Very, very big possible momentum here. Starter for Dignitas. A Silas getting early kills is always so, so nice.
Ole not afraid to just immediately jump in and fight against the Rakan. Leona being one of those picks that whenever the meta is Xayah Rakan defined in the bottom lane, Leona will eventually show up if enough time passes without nerfs because of how excellent she can play into Rakan as a champion. But Mask, yeah, the way, I mean, he's got range, he's got power, he's got CC, but he has no mobility whatsoever.
Got style, he's got grace.
He can throw a puddle on the ground and walk a little faster through it, but now topside, it's Castle under pressure, and he's not gonna get very far. XU takes him down. Dignitas ties the game.
XU, the highlight here for Dignitas. The first one was set up for him really easily in mid lane by Dub hitting a nice chain, but there, goes back topside, gets another gank off, takes down Castle, is gonna be a dragon in compensation here for Immortals since the enemy jungler shows topside, but that is some nice money into Rich on a Rich style top lane takeover champion. Yone, truly the possibilities of the 1v9. Trying to get that combo, the dream scenario into the back line where he could annihilate the Zarya and the Hui, those really strong late game carries. So we'll see what Rich can do, because in the last year with Dignitas, most of the stories that we were telling were about Rich champions and stuff he was picking in the top side and his counter picks for top lane and the possibilities of running over the game there. So XU doing a good job setting up both his solo lanes so far.
Mask could be in trouble. XU staying right on the very edge of vision. Mask still stepping back up. XU's just going to try to steal away this chicken camp. You can see that it's primed with the grove from the Ivern.
That always feels so good.
Oh yeah, just be like, oh, you wanted to come pick these up, huh?
No. You put some work into this. You spend some health and some mana to channel on this.
Damn shame.
Yoink, I'll cast Q, and they're mine.
Well, Dignitas still trying to get enough stacks here on Tomo. That's exactly what I was talking about right there. You get either all three melees or all three ranged low and then execute them with one Super Scorcher Breath together. He's up to 65 stacks. Remember again, the next breakpoint, 125, is going to get the smaller bouncing projectiles after the first one that can help you clear entire waves at once.
And because Ivern is support style jungler, gets to build support items pretty cheap and got the early Moonstone there with the classic Dark Seal.
Uh-oh. Mask getting jumped on here. The abscond, the abduct, the immediate crash down to follow it up. But Immortals are keeping their mid laner alive. A massive amount of AoE. The spiraling despair has found multiple targets. Dove dies first. Mask stays alive. Rich misses the target and he barely finds the kill in the back end. But now, Castle's made his rotation into the fight here too. Armeo with a root caller and Rich is about to drop. Immortals outplay him and slay him, baby. They underestimated Hui and they do not live to tell the tale.
The Ivern with the Moonstone completed empowered shields, keeping them alive. And Armeo flashes for the root caller to make sure they get two of them. Let's take another look at just how much he's able to shield here. So as he's getting charged in on, big double one comes in, then he gets out the Daisy as well. And even though they get charms up, look at this, massive AoE, Mask kiting back. He's able to put out so much. Another shield comes up from Armeo. They're able to save him long enough that they get the 2 kills. And by the time Rich comes in here with the flash ultimate, he's got no team left, and Armeo's able to flash follow him, root caller, to allow the rest of the team to pick it up, and the grubs will go their way.
And Hui's passive is designed for fights like that, being able to trigger the ability explosions on multiple clumped up enemy champions. That situation ended up great for Immortals. They're up 1,000 gold and a Drake so far.
Yeah, really, really exactly the type of fight that Immortals want, where Mask gets to tank it up with multiple Ivern shields, giant AoE damage coming through, giving them one of the neutral objectives as well afterwards. And now they're taking over jungle here.
There went the ulti. I have to say the name out loud because it wasn't really used for anything cool. Just hit the ground.
We're not going to overdo it.
We'll
wait
save that for later.
I'm just waiting for your big moment.
I gotta pick my moment, man. I gotta pick my moment. That was not the moment. Immortals just continuing to push up here. There's that Molten Fissure I was talking about. Like once you have all the levels in the queue, once you have a little bit of AP, you just kind of blast the wave and go look for something else to do.
Yeah, it's one of the big difficulties for this Dignitas comp as the jungle's already been taken over. XU gets pushed out, but he got his Gromp.
All right.
Now huddle behind the tower as that turret plate.
Stay safe.
You know Tactical wants this turret plate so bad.
Yeah.
He's so close to it. He will get it before the 14-minute mark for sure, as they get to push in afterwards here. But it does start to get really hard for Dig because one of the things they're lacking with this team comp is the wave clear. Like we highlighted earlier on, they're fairly short range except for Tomo, except for the Dragon. Everybody is melee there. And so you're going to be... You got to come from different angles and try not to give this Hui too many nice setups here.
Yeah.
You have a big problem if AoE comes down from Ole. He sets it up. Iron slows come down from the shields popping off of him as well, and your melees get massively AoE down. But the Dragon is a scaling. Tomo at 90 now at 13.5 minutes into the game, so he's on pace.
Well, he's going to have to make sure he does not lose that pace. Essence Reaver completed at his first item too. I know you were thinking about builds, so going to go with that one that guarantees not only do you get the Sheen proc on your Qs, but now they're refunding more mana than they cost.
Yeah, and if you do go for the Essence Reaver start, then you're going to need to go for the Navori Quick Blades to follow that one up.
Armeo getting caught here in a 3v2. The burst from Dove is enough, and the shutdown goes to the Dignitas mid laner. Nice pickup.
That brush right there. The banana brush by the Herald / Grub / Baron pit, the Void pit.
There's a lot of people living in this one apartment now.
It's a really crowded pit now. Honestly, though, getting control wards into that brush early on into the game almost always pays dividends. Rich?
Okay, the 1v1. Castle trying to flash it out, play him, and he doesn't. Rich does not have the power of God and anime on his side. Castle is too strong.
Even with the Blade of the Ruin King finish there, loses the all-in. Castle Aatrox, you said it, brings it home again. And since they did get 3 of the grubs, he has a little bit of extra pushing power with the damage over time. We'll get a huge reward here. Solo outer tower in addition to the solo kill.
Feels good, man. 1-1 and 2 here on this guy. Up 500 gold over his opponent. Took out the turret. Should be able to go back to base and acquire that completed Profane Hydra. Massive power spike.
My favorite. That thing is so juicy. Big burst damage, but here's a look at it. And I think the big part is going to be the Q3. So there's Q1. Castle, nice flash over. God, he hits all of them.
Yeah.
Good he got the passive auto before the ult too, and then Q3's backwards right on top of him because he knows where Yone's gonna land. That ultimate's coming through, and the Q3 is coming down on your head.
Very well read there by Castle, knowing how to play against those high mobility champions, and you could see the frustration on Rich's face. He's like, damn.
Yeah.
He got me.
Completely outplayed. Topside overloaded here with Dig. Nice rotation from them. They bring over the jungle support from mid lane to allow Dove to get his outer tower as well. Get some more money into this Silas, who, by the way, Rod of Ages got some nice buffs on the patch as well.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of extra HP and mana on that one for him.
Okay, still a very close game here. Both games so far today have not had these runaway early games for either side, as we'll see Immortals pick up another Drake for themselves. Dignitas are not doing super great in the neutral objective contest here so far, but remember, they did get the Herald off the back of their previous pick on Armeo. We're still yet to see what they can accomplish with that.
This is so fun. We're going to get to test Zeri scaling with an Ivern on our team, by the way, to buff her up, versus the Omega Dragon scaling, and 1640 into the game, 128 now here.
Okay.
So again, we're still looking. Every scaling point is nice, but you know the big one.
225.
You know 225 is what everybody's looking at here.
Yeah.
And especially once you get your quick blades too, don't underestimate reducing the cooldown on your flap, the kiting ability of the Smolder is huge for later, because the synergies there when you're able to reduce the cooldown and keep it going as we get the charges keep on going here.
Yeah, there it goes. Big old charge down the bottom lane with a bunch of Void Mites popping out. Castle's ready to defend, though. They'll lose about half HP on that tier 2. Mask is going to take the tier 1 of Dignitas on the opposite side of the map at the same time. Just letting that turret finish off as many of the minions as possible while he hits the wave. So there you go. Game still just so close between these two squads. We're 2.5 minutes away from Baron spawning on the Rift. And we've got Smolder still stacking up. It was 5 minutes for Evolution 1, 16:45, you said it, for Evolution 2, and most players want to try to get this in the low 20s for the 225. You really need that true damage burn to feel like you're living your best life as a little baby Joe.
Definitely agree there. Honestly, this game, I just feel like Ivern is going to do so much work, Flowers. So much potential here with Redemption finished second. This is one of the preferred builds with giant melee clumps. If you get a Redemption, huge value from healing up not only your team and your front line here, trying to hold the line where you're throwing shields into Castle, you're throwing the Redemption down to keep him going, make sure that squishy or lethality Aatrox stays upright, but you're going to get huge value over all these Dignitas members too. It just feels like the team fight of Immortals has so much potential to be able to destroy them, that Dignitas got to continue to look for some of these aggressive angles, and the vision, these wards are going to be a problem for them. They've been scouted, they've been seen, and Immortals here moving in.
Yeah, but they didn't have the damage dealers close enough immediately. It was Armeo and Ole far up while Mask and Tactical were trying to catch up, so Dignitas had enough time to disengage. And yeah, worth pointing out, even if we take the smallest values possible from the Redemption, it's 200 health restored to allied champions, 10% max HP true damage to enemies. If you got all 10 dudes in the circle, that's a 2,000 HP swing between the damage being done and the health being healed with minimum values. Intense stuff. We'll see how much value Armeo can get out of that as the game moves on. Under 2 minutes until the next Drake is taken. It's another Mountain Rift, and it's a 2-0 lead for Immortals there. Do you think Dig tries to stop him from getting Soul Point, or do you just say, nope, we got to wait on Smolder 225, fight him for Soul?
Honestly, I really want that Smolder 225.
Okay.
I feel like that is the win con here for Dignitas. It does so much. When you get that extra burn, you have the execute as well. And Dignitas, like they will have a massive engage. You know, it's going to be explosive. They're either going to win in a big way or they're going to lose in a big way. And I have had a lot of faith here in XU's engages already on the Rel, so maybe they do find the angle. Maybe they do get that Dream Yone follow-up. You know, Rel plus Yone combinations.
And Rakan.
Yeah, Isles has definitely been performing so far this year in the LCS, and him with Flash is always deadly.
Ole wants to keep trying to fight these guys, contest for the vision in the topside river. Baron is live on the Rift now, 20 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. Another 45 or so to go until that Drake spawns. As we can see, a couple of resets coming out as everybody wants to go back, get their vision, complete their items. If you know a team fight's coming up, you got to be ready ahead of time. Recall now for Tomo. I assume he's probably got the money for the Nabori Quick Blades. He goes back, and yep, there it is. Okay, 2-item power spike for him, 2-item power spike for the Silas. We already talked about 2 items for Ivern, but he buys cheap stuff. Like, it doesn't really count the same way. 2 items for the Aatrox here as well.
Hey, two item discounts, still 2 items when they're this impactful. It was kind of nice in the off season. They gave some little buffs to a lot of the support items, so Ivern got to benefit from that as well, as Ole here with the shields trying to fight that vision fight. Armeo just spamming them.
Castle not afraid to jump over the wall. Ole throws out the Eclipse there, ready to make sure that he can tank up if the fight breaks out, but Dignitas does not want to full commit to anything here just yet. Tactical will try to find whatever poke he can with the zap, as Mask wants to push out the mid lane, but Tomo's happy to answer. 200 stacks
Flowers. They're gonna fight
on the Dragon. 200 stacks. If Immortals can force a fight before he hits 225, it could really change the landscape of things here, as XU's behind enemy lines, a TP coming in from Dig to reinforce, but the whole crew is there from Immortals, chasing after XU. Root Caller thrown out at the very last second, but XU can get away in time. Dignitas grouping back up together here in the bot side river now.
I gotta say, it didn't look like much, but that is really big. Immortals, Castle specifically, going to try and mark him and getting that Rel flash blown, finding him on the side. Good awareness from Immortals. They know they're just looking out for these flanks for the all-in for Dig, that explosive engage. and Castle goes to mark the critical component of that. Now with no flash on XU, it's going to be much more difficult for them to actually make the huge play.
211 stacks on the Smolder. Dignitas is trying to buy enough time to get there, but Immortals are tired of letting him do it. Ole takes some poke from the Dragon Snot Bubble. Here comes the Mom! Immortals trying to stand tall in the river now as Ole's in the middle of two. Massive AoE wombo combo coming over the top as Dub tries to dive in and Maz grabs the kill back with Isles. XU is shut down. The Dragon damage is pouring in. 232 stacks ready to go as Castle tries to fight. Dub, not enough HP to keep this one going. It's 2 dead on both sides. A 3v3 in the bot side river, but health bars favor Dignitas.
Okay, we got Rich still here with his Blade of the Ruin King. He can melt through these mountain dragons. Tomo's there poking around. They want to wait for it though. No jungle smite for them. And they're too scared of an Armeo steal. They back off after the leash. Flowers, he got the stacks now after the team fight. He is working through it. Now we're going to see Smolder really shine. Here's another look at the engage though. So they got the nice slow with the Snot Bubble like he called out. Mom came to follow it up. And then on the top side, Dove is working his way through Castle while Ole went in for the counter engage, and Rich just over the top finishes it off. So they get this big explosion. Tactical and Armeo got chunked out and had to run away super early on.
But we aren't done. We're ready to go. Tomo and the rest of Dignitas starting up the Dragon. Tomo just going to keep spitting those fireballs, trying to poke however he can. The Drake down to about 5,000 HP. The Mom comes in over the top as it only hits Ole. Not a lot of value coming out from that one. Dragon still at 4K. Dignitas trying to keep the health bars high, but Immortals are doing the same thing. Rich versus Castle here in the bot side river as Castle takes the burst, but Rich disengages back up the wall. Ole ready to follow up here with the engage. XU locked down, but Immortals have to back away. Isles explodes! Way paints a masterpiece, and it's written in the blood of Dignitas. Rich tries to stay alive as Dove wants to escape back over the wall. He won't be sniped down, but it ain't gonna matter. Tomo and Dove still alive. There's a one-man advantage for Immortals. Dove still trying to get away as Mask wants to chase him. Not quite enough range to get that done here yet. Wanted to see about a snipe again. Dove getting that wave shoved up. The Drake now finally going to be finished off by Immortals. I feel like this was a 4-minute Drake sequence, man.
It was. That was part 2. This was a sequel here from the Dignitas Immortals banger Flowers. I love live patch. We have so much to go over in this. Look at that engage. The root caller actually delayed Dove's follow-up, so it could have been even bigger for Dig, but Hwei damage explodes on Dignitas as they're grouped up after it, even with the giant engage, and then Castle gets to run through them, chasing them off. So much fun here. Trying to keep up with all of the extra explosions, and in the middle of it all too, well, there you go. 5.4K, the Hwei explosions. That's what we kept warning about. The massive AoE potential of this Immortals lineup that they've drafted here in these mid and late game team fights.
He's so scary if everybody just wants to have a meatball wrestling match. Yeah. It's not going to work out so great if you're against him. Isles getting locked down by Ole here on the front. Again, a little bit of damage that Hwei's looking for. Not going to connect in time on the back end of things. Remember that spell will do bonus damage if you are immobilized or isolated. And the bonus damage is a bunch. It's like a rocket.
Yeah.
So you don't want to get hit by that thing.
A lot of people too, pretty popular in solo queue, is going for the Horizon focus. Never mind though, as XU is flanked around. They're going to teleport and go for the collapse.
Dignitas trying to find their fight here. Isles coming in for the follow-up. Immortal trying to get everybody away, but Tactical is thrown up into the air. He's caught, he's down. Mom comes in over the wall, but she ain't even needed just yet. Castle trying to fight in the middle of 4. He needs the Q3 to come down for the healing, but he's going to be shut down by Tomo before it happens. Dignitas just killed 2, and one of them's the AD carry. Now, they have the health bars a little bit dicey here for Isles and Dove, but they're heading back over to Baron.
What a call from Dig there. The game on the edge, and they're going to be able to make the critical pick. Tactical and Castle both down. Isles here, very low, doesn't have ult, but they're going to teleport Rich right back in.
They want to bring Dove back into this fight. He had to go back and heal, but the Unleashed TP is ready to go. Immortals do not want to lose their remaining 3 players. Dove steals away a cloned Daisy, and Baron goes to Dignitas.
Dignitas, they may be down Dragons, but they're up in gold, they're up Baron now, and they should be able to get more afterwards. Dove here trying to push with Daisy.
Mass gonna have to be careful. You gotta respect the Daisy knockups. Finally gonna kill that one off. Tier 1 turret still being just chipped down by this cannon minion. Blessed by Dove. One more. Oh no, he got distracted.
Yeah, the stolen away AP Daisy gives her some extra oomph there. And Dove will be able to keep up the pressure here, take down outer turret number 1. See if they can get bottom lane moving as well for Dignitas, because the rest of the team has gotten their full reset and their purchases. Tomo's went for the rapid fire cannon. This, by the way, since your Q range on Smolder is the same for your auto attack, then it increases your Q range for the rapid fire, and you can get some nice long range fireball poke going for Tomo, especially now that he's got the upgrades, the extra true damage.
This dragon is scary, man. 307 stacks. Let me look at what that says then. So every Q, which is on a 2.2 second cooldown if you don't hit something with Nabori cooldown reduction, 6.5% max HP true damage over 3 seconds. If you drop below 9, boom, you're dead. You add those two together, it's 15%. If he hits you and you are at 15% HP, it'll take you a couple seconds, but you're dead. That's almost Elder.
Move over, Zeri. We've got a new late game.
Yeah, this guy is going to be trouble for Immortals the further this game goes, but right now it's Immortals that are having to respond to Dig. Dignitas are driving the car, and they're headed straight for the IMT structures.
All right.
A couple more hits.
Yeah,
okay.
Bottom lane too is worked up here. Rich on the level 16 Yone bottom, putting pressure on Castle with these Baroned up minions, whittling away at bottom tower while the mid lane tower was slowly being whittled down, but they know they have to get ready. They have to get reset and ready for this dragon, because while they are now up almost 5,000 gold for Dig, they're still facing multiple dragon souls that they're going to have to deal with in this game. Even if they defend this first one, they constantly have to be worried about this objective coming up. So Dig get their reset off in order to prepare for dragon.
All right, let's see it, man. 20 seconds. Dignitas want to keep this control going. The Baron is going to last just long enough for the Drake to first spawn. Tomo is happy to just be left on his own to farm up all these waves, get all those free stacks.
That's the thing too. Late game Smolder with a mobility with your cooldown reduction from your quick blades on your flap, just feels like he's able to kite so well.
Yeah.
And with all the melee protection here, they do have a lot of peel.
Ole, gonna take a lot of bursts here from the front line. He's not tanky enough. Leona's already dead. Rich went in to create space to guarantee the kill. Then he can use the Soul Unbound to reset his position and get right back out. Now Castle immediately losing half HP there to the Smolder, has to retreat. And Dignitas, I would have to think, they've all but secured their Drake here as Mask has to flash out. The Mom damage over the top. Again, not gonna find any huge payoff, but Immortals have already been forced back.
Yep, that's going to be Dragon defense number 1 complete for Dignitas. Secured here. Dragon poke in middle. Ole down. Easy Drake pickup, and they retain pressure in both mid and bottom. Immortals trying to farm up their Zeri. Tactical here. Doing his best with the new static Shiv. This game, you know, still possibilities of trying to have a Zeri moment later on into the game.
Yeah.
Once you get a couple more, you know, items coming through here. He's already on 3, has his own quick blades. Armeo went with the Staff of Flowing Water for the extra AP and move speed buff here, which is very good to put on Mask as well, for the positioning for the Hui, for the amplification there too. So we'll see. Immortals, their hopes still alive in this game. They do have the advantage in wave clear, of course. They are the ones with the Hui. They've got some nice bits of range here. They've got the electricity on their side as well. So they're trying to stall it out. They're trying to continue to farm it up here. But it's just ominous when you're across the rift from a Smolder, and now it's a 4-item completed Smolder with the armor penetration from Lord Doms coming in. It's Tomo's time to shine, baby.
Yeah, he's set to carry, man. And I agree. I think that Immortals, yeah, you can still win, but everything's got to be set up perfectly. Hui needs massive AoE. Zeri needs to have that Zeri moment as the mid lane tier 2 turret falls. Dignitas keep their push going.
Also, I want to keep a magnifying glass on Dove. Take a moment to talk about him from Dignitas, because he has not really been in the spotlight. There were a couple games where, like, he got that Azir Quadra, and they were trying to come back, but then they didn't get the comeback, so didn't get a lot of the credit there. But his Silas is actually almost about to complete a death cap. He's got 2 of the needlessly large rods. He's up to 17 now. He's got the extra amplification here. The The Lichbane as well has been doing work and a lot of this burst coming through. So we'll see. Currently, they're splitting up into the 1-3-1 for Dignitas. Both Dove and Rich with their teleports ready. And looks like Dove himself up to the tower with that Lichbane. Nice little chunk here.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the 11 kills of Dignitas, Rakan's been there for 9 of them, Silas for 10 of them, Rel for all 11. The setup here has been pretty fantastic for these guys in the fights, all working together for these efforts, but they still have to crack the enemy base. There's 13 seconds until Baron spawns again. Tomo trying to make sure he does not get caught. XU speeding him up, just making sure they can both walk away from this one. All right, we're cool, we're chilling.
Okay, look at all these wards that you could teleport flank on too, though. As Immortals push out, yeah, they need to collapse back into their own territory here. Nice move from Immortals. They know it's getting a little dangerous on the other half of the map. It's been in Dignitas control for so long, it's littered with wards.
All right, Dignitas with control over the top side river, control over the Baron pit. A TP coming in. They want to make sure that everybody's ready to join in for this one. Dove has the stolen Hui ulti, that spiraling despair, that incredibly effective clumped up team fighting tool. Dignitas are not going to start the Baron just yet. They're going to wait for Immortals to approach and hope to punish. Castle wants to walk up here from this angle, but he's got to be careful. Tomo, again, they're going to put some damage into Ole. Castle could be caught as Rich and XU both go in, but they ain't going to find the mark. Smolder ulti goes wide. Immortals regroup. They're going to be healed and shielded by Armeo's Ivern, but now Rich wants to drive in. It's Ole right in the middle of everybody, but Tomo's ready to counterattack. Castle wants the Smolder, but he ain't going to find him. Tomo's already killed off 2, and now Immortals, where can you even go? A triple kill back to Smolder. Dignitas are ready to march it down mid for the Nexus.
Yeah, I think Immortals gonna have to go back to the gray screen. Dignitas knocking on the front door.
Rich keeping the dive alive as Tactical has to flash out just to survive it. Dignitas with a 5-man push, keeping things going. 419 stacks on the Smolder, level 18 now. They should just brute force this down. 10 seconds on Ole, 25 on the 2 solo laners of Immortals as Tactical will not live through it. Isles and the rest of Dignitas will get this done. They will tie Immortals in the standings and take them out in 34 minutes.
Dignitas. Another victory over Immortals. The first ones to use Smolder, and a really exceptional performance on the Silas from Dove.
Yes, sir.
Bringing it all together. So much fun to watch both of these squads. I Will Dominate actually had a really nice tweet about the LCS and the level here of the players in this split. Really leading to the thought process of anyone could be anyone right now. These teams are really scrappy, and they've shown it a lot of these games. Some really strong team fighting.
I also like that we got to see some high moments for Hui. Even though there wasn't a victory for Immortals, there were some real pop-off moments in those team fights where he got that ideal situation and really showcased the strengths of the champion. I hope we get to see both of these champions some more. I agree with you. It's part of the fun of live patch is you just always get to see the newest and most exciting things happening, and getting to see these two go head-to-head in their debut for LCS for both was a lot of fun. Reminder to all y'all, during the 2024 Spring Split, you can use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store. Save that card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to a League of Legends event or 8 Player of the Week statues. Right now, we're headed to break before 100 Thieves versus TL. But first, let's take a look at this year's first Are You Smarter Than, featuring a brand new host.
This pro taught himself English through talking to an AI.
I got baited.
List as many items that build from this specific item.
These guys are nerds.
I am going to give you 8 players, put them in order from youngest to oldest.
Nice!
This time it's, are you smarter than LCS Pro? Because analysts, we got them out here, they don't know We have FlyQuest versus Dignitas here. We're gonna start off with new champions. I am going to start to read an ability to you. You have to say the champion and the ability. Each of your teams vote who's your first
you will
victim
not know
up
anyway.
here.
That's the point. None of us will know. It's not me, bro. I don't know any of this stuff.
All right, hands behind your back.
Oh, that's important.
Yes. Are you ready? Molten Fissure.
That is Hui Q-E.
Yep. 2 points to FlyQuest.
You guys are good. What?
I would have gone for
I would not even press the button. Really?
All right, maybe we'll be seeing some support Hui from FlyQuest. Who's next?
Okay, I go next.
Yep. You can't just keep sending Busio up, you know?
I'm sure. I know the meta.
All right, Crimson Curse.
Can you lose points if you guess wrong?
You do not lose points if you guess wrong, but if you guess wrong, it goes automatically to the other team, and they can talk amongst
Can I press
themselves.
his button?
Since you do not know it, you still can't discuss it with your team. I'm going to now read the ability and give you the ability type for 1 point. This champion gains 0 to 50% based on missing health, increased healing based on her missing health, and her attacks and abilities apply.
Briar passive.
Yes.
Nice. Thank you.
That is I would have never known. All right, I'm getting in there.
Oh, GG. It might be lost.
Okay, it's gonna be Nafiri now, Vito.
Jeez.
All right, Crushing Maw. Yes.
Has to be Nafir E.
Nope.
Oh,
so you guys now get to discuss amongst yourselves for 2 points. So if you can talk to them.
I got baited. I
think it's Briar E.
I think it's Briar as well.
I think it's his E. The one where he's like screaming.
No, that's something Screech will scream, I think.
It's fine. They don't know. Like, look at them.
Oh, it is Hui E. It's Hui E.
Because Hui E. Okay.
I think.
All right.
All right, answer?
Hui E.
Yes.
We knew it.
All right,
We did the same matchups?
Isles, you're back up.
I think I can't win this matchup apparently.
It's just one.
Darkened Daggers.
Nefiri here?
Yes. 2 points.
I was slow. I
got the easy one. Let's go.
He was fast.
All right.
When can I take my hands out of my back? Like the moment you say the first letter of the question?
Yep. Certain Death.
Nafiri W?
No.
Sorry, it's Briar.
It's Viral.
Yes.
Let's go.
I'm sorry, guys.
We're on the up and up.
Last one for champions. Ready? Eviscerate.
Nafiri E?
Yes. Wow.
Bro, I played him in ARAM 2 days ago. First time ever playing the champ.
Wow. These guys are nerds.
That just wraps up round 1. We'll see you after next game.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Sea Blue Edition with the taste of Juneberry. Wings for every taste.
What's up, everyone? I've got the victorious Tomo here for this interview. After a win, how's that game from your perspective? It felt hectic as hell.
Yeah, I think we made a lot of blunders early game, but thankfully our team comp is pretty strong. I have Smolder, so I just 1v9 late game, as you saw. So yeah.
You had like something like 422 stacks at the end. Like, we expected if there was going to be a Smolder player, it would be you. It felt like you were playing the pick and solo queue a lot, even before.
You guys were scouting me?
A little bit.
Okay.
We were aware.
Okay.
So we were watching. Just your thoughts on the champion overall, because now you finally got to pull it out. First Smolder in LCS, first region to be able to play it.
Yeah, I was playing in scrims a lot, and it just felt really good for our team in general. I think it fits our play style. And yeah, I really enjoy the champion. I think it's really exciting and fun to play, so it just helps with that too. Just like it's more engaging to play.
I've seen a lot of bad Smolders out there in solo queue. Can you give us any like tips or tricks, just anything that you've seen people mess up on the most that you learned on your like week and a half, I guess, in playing the champion?
Honestly, just farm. You're really fragile early game, obviously. Like you're a little dragon. You just want to farm camps, you know. Like later on, I was just eating every single camp. My jungler just like offered everything to me. So yeah, just scale. Once you get stacks, you're just broken, I think.
That was the trick, because of course, I guess Ole chased you on the second base, got you on a kill on the bush.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
From that point forward, your comes give me all side lanes and farm at that point.
Yeah, it's especially important on the 4th Q evolve, so 225 stacks. It was like a dragon fight, I think 3rd dragon or something. It was a pretty game changer. I got it mid fight, so then it contributed to winning us the fight.
Sweet. I appreciate the tips. Thanks again. You're for sure going to be on this stage again. We got 100 and TL next. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Bienvenidos, so welcome back, y'all. We got a little caster swapperoo in time for game 3. It's your boys Rolf and Azael once back again, and as we get ready for this draft, we saw our first Hwei and Smolder picks in the LCS with some crazy fire coming between both teams. But now with 100 Thieves and Team Liquid on the horizon here, one of the things we have to look at right away is that before, when they first met up in the very first week of the LCS, we had high expectations for Team Liquid against 100 Thieves.
Smolder man. Boo.
Come on, 100 Thieves. They saw what Dignitas were cooking. They're like, we cannot allow this through the draft, guys.
Yeah, I was hoping we were going to get a cast a Smolder game because I've been playing a fair bit of this champ, and I think it is really, really strong. It is definitely a lot of fun to watch. We're on 14-3, first week of it. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, but as I was saying before, 100 Thieves, the first time they met up against Team Liquid, they were touted as the not favored team, and they completely came back against Team Liquid and showed us that these guys have a lot more than what were really perceived to be before the season started.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the first round robin, 100 Thieves, they are tied for second place, way above where everyone had them in the standings, so it is really exciting. We got some fans from Korea for OMT. Respect.
Let's go.
All the
They're
way
here for the Fearless
LCS.
Admiral. Oh my goodness.
The general himself. We'll see how TL is going to be doing today. It's going to be a fun matchup, I think, between these two teams. Impact and Sniper. This was our season opener here. These two players going up against each other. It was the blind pick Riven, I believe it was, game, if we remember.
Counterpick.
It was counterpick, excuse me. Up against Impact. I believe that was one of the only losses he actually had on the Udyr. He was playing into the Udyr. Was a game that TL was winning. 100 Thieves were able to bring it back with some really great double TP plays, some good flanks that were able to turn things around. But no Udyr for Impact in this one. And Udyr has just been going crazy in the LCS. Coming into this week, it was 10-2 in the LCS. It was basically every win for TL was Impact playing on Udyr. This guy had been playing it every single time it's up. He is going to be on the Cassante this time around. And Jan will get his hands on the Kalista, which is really high prio. Going to be interesting to see if it's going to be a lane pairing, more of those range supports alongside it, or if it is going to be more of an aggressive kind of old school engage style that we used to see a lot more.
And something that we've already seen a pattern from
I like
Team Liquid in the past games. Losses were when they try to go for more early focused game strats, trying to prioritize the Lucian and just try to steamroll the game. Those didn't really work out in their favor. The games that they have won, a lot of late game priorities. So this one, Team Liquid, they don't want to just be identified as, well, if we don't scale, then we lose, right? So Team Liquid trying to have a little bit more of that early game pressure and try to prove against the 100 Thieves that they can actually beat them with something that is proactive early.
Yeah, see, with the Smolder record tracker on the poster in the stick hands, what I want to see is, can you track the stacks, That'd be a hard poster to update if you haven't put a lot up there. But we are getting the Vi and Talia buffed on this patch. We saw Energy running this combo earlier. Did not work out that well for him, but I do think it's a great answer to Kalista. Kalista, when you are on that Unraveled Earth, if you are hopping around, it is very, very difficult. You can get locked down by that point and click engage. Try to flip in that Kalista, burst her down. If you try to use a Q or anything like that as the Kalista on that Unraveled Earth, you are going to get stunned up. With that little hop from the Q.
Yeah.
Also, obviously, Varus pretty strong laner here, so maybe seeing some of these potential jungle pairings getting banned away, or rather support pairings. The Olaf going to get taken away from Sniper. We saw one game, I believe, from him. It is something that a lot of pros who are comfortable playing these aggressive matchups do really like as one of those into Cassante.
Yeah.
It is something that you can run over. Obviously, you have a lot of true damage on the E, but you can kind of just really brawl very, very heavily with the Cassante. And you can kind of just run this guy down. Cassante, is definitely, I think, a lot weaker these days than some of the 1v1s. Kobe, our Volibear one trick in the house, made it all the way to Grandmaster last season.
Yeah, true. Shoutouts to Kobe, man. He's grinding on a champion that most junglers would never, ever pick in this meta, or maybe for quite some time. A lot of movement speed items are gone. But as we close out this second draft phase, I want to highlight for 100 Thieves, as you already pointed out, this Vi Taliyah combo is going to be a huge threat for Team Liquid's carries. Not just Kalista as well, but for Orianna, because that cease and desist, easy combo to lock in for the Taliyah's full burst. I want to see what Team Liquid is going to round out this composition with. I imagine that if you want to go for that lane prio, you want to go for something like an Enchanter support 4-4 JJ.
Yeah, it absolutely could do that, but Nautilus also really is very powerful. These sorts of pairings do give you that hard engage. This is kind of what the old school way of playing Kalista was. People would always pair it with Nautilus or Alistar or these types of hard engage picks. Nowadays, they've been playing a lot more with Enchanters. Renata, I always think, is kind of that best pairing with it, but it is banned away. Sejuani looking like that'll be the lock, so going to give themselves a little bit more time to decide what they want for that counter pick down in bot lane. If you're trying to win the 2v2, you want to see what support 100 Thieves are going to be going towards. 100 Thieves obviously need their top lane, they need their support, so they're going to have to make some decisions here. Maokai support is still quite strong on this patch, and there's a tiny chance of it playing top. I've been seeing a couple people mess around with the top lane again, but I think if it gets locked, it's almost 100% chance going to support.
Yeah, we'll have to see what 100 Thieves' last pick of the draft is to make sure, but if it were something like a Maokai, it would add on to how many point-and-click tools you have to lock something slippery down like this Kalista, which, to be honest, so far, that is going to be the most consistent damage threat that Team Liquid have in their pocket.
So Aatrox is going to be the pick here for Sniper. Aatrox and Cassante, pretty solid matchup. You can definitely scale well into this. Generally it's considered to be pretty strong in the tanks. You have a good amount of sustain. It's difficult for tanks to kind of wear you down on their own.
Right.
We have been seeing Aatrox do really poorly in the LCS this split, but largely it has been into Udyr, which is just such a strong early laner that even though Aatrox is considered good in tanks, you kind of just lose to Udyr anyway. It's not the same story here with Cassante, so I do think it's going to be a preferential matchup for Sniper up in the top lane, and we have Alistar as the pick here for Ayla. So looking for a little bit of hard engage there, more setup for that Taliyah. You're not just going to be relying on that Vi ultimate. The engage can come through from Alistar, set up things like the Varus ultimate, the Varus Q, and flips in as well. JJ, if he goes back to the Taric, this is something that he was actually really well known for. This was back to the Doublelift days when he was playing with Doublelift. They did a lot of, I want to say it was Sona Taric, one of the kind of first bot lanes in our league that were doing a lot of that. And we're going to get the Taric pick here. This is first of the split, I believe, for core, and I want to check if it's first at like total. I'm going to double check on that, but this is something that he is very comfortable with. It's a really strong scaling support. It's very, very powerful as well, with that Kalista, to be able to have that ultimate in, give you that safety to go aggressive. You use that Taric ultimate offensively, ideally, so you try to start out the fight, you try to look to get really high value from that, especially against a team that has really telegraphed hard engage. As soon as the Vi ult starts flying in, Vi can't cancel that and say, just kidding. Taric presses R, and as long as you keep you alive, you could potentially, with good timing, deny that whole Vi Taliyah combo that they've been drafting for. So really excited to see how they're going to play this out. The weakness, of course, is that Taric is not a super strong laner. You don't have a lot of presence in lane.
Right.
But that being said, against melee supports like the Alistar, as long as you're getting those autos out for the passive cooldown reduction to be able to get more heals, more ease out, you can still have quite a bit of value.
Right. And I have to say, the pivot from Nautilus into Alistar for Ayla gives a little bit of flexibility as well, because normally once you go in with Nautilus, you're also kind of in there with Vi. But with Alistar, if you want to just punch someone away or knock off someone as they go in for the entrance, that is at least some peeling ability that you'll have, and it's more flexibility for this overall 100 Thieves composition. But as you pointed out, Cosmic Radiance on the side of Core JJ. Great timing on that, can deny so much burst and that early burst of damage from the side of 100 Thieves as they look for the initial pick, which allows for that second fight to be super successful for them.
Absolutely, and I did check it out to confirm it is not only the first Taric pick of the LCS, it is the first Taric pick this season of any of the top 4 major regions, so no one has picked it yet. So another one. LCS has been really popping off with so many different unique picks this year. It has been really fun to watch, and Core JJ gonna add another one to the list here with the Taric, and we're heading on into game 100 Thieves versus TL. Week 4 of the LCS.
You know what? We got to shout out Mark Z once again. Thank you, Kamish. It is solely because of you we're getting Taric in this game. There's no other reason. I refuse to believe it as...
Yep, and if they lose, direct all complaints to @TheMarkZ on Twitter.
His DMs are open on Twitter.
He loves that.
All right, as we take to the Rift, first opening seconds of the game, nothing too fancy here. It's just a defensive line of scrimmage from both sides. Maybe Quid goes in for a little bit of poke here, but it's just the standard emote game from APA. As he throws up a taunt, and Quid will look for the reset.
Yep, Quid going to be looking for that reset. It's going to be really interesting to see how he actually performs on this. Talia, again, as I mentioned, did get some buffs on this patch. They're going to help a lot with the push. The base damage on your Q went up, which is very significant. Even though it is only a small number, it was increased by about 10, I believe. Because you were spamming it out, it's very significant. And also the E cooldown got flat reduced to, I believe, 14 at all ranks now. So the wave clear is a lot better. And when Talia can get out of lane, it is so impactful to be able to move around the map, to really be able to make things happen. So going to be interested to see, who gets push. Is it still going to be the Orianna kind of as you would expect previous patch, or will those buffs have shifted things enough that Quid could actually be the one getting push?
Yeah, and to kind of scope it out here, Azale, I know there's a lot of things to talk about narratively for both of these teams, especially from what we saw in that first round robin match, but where are you kind of looking at first in these few opening minutes?
I think you're going to be watching bot lane. I do think these bot lanes are going to be pretty spicy. And anytime you have Kalista, if it gets ahead of the pace of the game, it's going to be important. But we also have to be looking up towards top lane. That Riven, the first time around that I talked about, this was Sniper and Impact in 2016. In 2016, this was a 10-year-old Sniper, and this was not the career debut for Impact, by the way. He played, and his debut was back, I want to say it was 2012 or 2013 in Korea. So Sniper would have been like 6 when Impact started playing Pro League, which is crazy to think. You also have to give so much respect over to Impact. It's not just that he's been playing for a long time. This guy has been dominating at the top level for so long, has won so many championships, has won championships on 3 different rosters, I want to say, in the LCS alone, has gone to international, continued to keep that level of play up. So it is so cool to have, one of our absolute greatest veterans in the entire game, not even just in the LCS. This guy's been so good for so long. And then he is going up against Sniper, one of the absolute youngest players, this kind of rising star who has so much promise. And it'll be really fun to see who comes out on top of this, because Impact was very confident that Sniper wasn't really going to be able to do much of anything against him last time, but Sniper came out on top. So Impact definitely is not going to be wanting to lose again.
Yeah, it's the exciting contrast, and it shows how long our esport has been around for. The fact that you can have someone like Impact with such a tenured career now playing against someone who has been a hyped up prospect that we've known about since he was 12, 13 years old, first hitting Challenger. And upon making his debut, guys, he picked Riven against Impact.
And won.
And he won. Now...
Refuse to elaborate.
You know what? You're right. Refuse to elaborate. Let the results dictate.
But it's definitely wild. It's been interesting, right? Because I think that when we've talked to a lot of the top laners, they're like, Sniper's not that good. They're not that impressed by him. But his stage results, I think, have been speaking for themselves. I think he's doing a lot better than people were expecting. Most people that I was talking to, prior to the split, were saying, he's going to have a rough start. He's not there yet. We think he could get there, but he's not there yet, and it's going to be a tough beginning of his career in the LCS. Maybe he should have taken another split in Academy or something like that. But here he is, and he is performing on stage. Has been doing well.
Yeah, and I'll put myself on blast. I was in that camp where I was like, man, they're bringing in Sniper a little way too early. I'm wrong, guys. I put 100 Thieves at 7th in this preseason power rankings. I was also wrong. My bad. Also, shout out to David Shineok who put me on blast as well. It's like, it's okay. Like, 100 Thieves came with a vengeance, and they are really pulling a heist so far in this first round robin record.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also fun, you know, just talking about the top lane, there's so much to talk about because they have such a different style, these two players, right? In the shared champion pool, very little shared between these two players, just like Asante, in fact. Impact has been, you know, very much back to the tanks. A lot of talk about how strong tank itemization is in this season. Keenan Rooker and Frozen Heart, you know, plus just Bomby, that has become kind of the big three that every tank is rushing for. And Impact has kind of been, you know, having that recipe for success, where over on the other side, it's very clearly more towards that aggressive play, different style of champions coming out from Sniper. That's the style that he has kind of made his own and what he really wants to be known for.
First 5 minutes have passed. Both the little grubbies as well as the first dragon has spawned, and neither jungler has made an inclination to really play for it quite yet, but most of the push has been favoring 100 Thieves so far after this last shove-in. But there's a moment where they're looking for a reset. Do Team Liquid want to try and find the dragon here?
It looks like they are going to, you know, especially if that bot lane does reset. I have to say, though, Yon is basically tapped on mana as well. River now has info that this is going on. And it is 100 Thieves with the bot lane push right now. Core is going to make the first move over here. But again, Yon basically out of mana completely. Mid is in parity. This might just be a bit of a flip, but it does look like 100 Thieves have made a decision. No, APA is going to be moving down, and that will force them to back off.
Yeah, APA getting that first shove was super crucial for Team Liquid because, as you called out, Yon was not high on combat power at the time, but having that 4 versus 3 potential advantage secures them the dragon. And because River committed that time over, wait a minute, they might look for something here in the bot lane. If he wants to look for Q into flash, not going to commit it, just going to play it cool.
Yep, and River is there to cover, so, you know, had he overcommitted like that, trying to go for a Q/W, likely would have been really heavily punished here. Quid trying to push up, potentially going to look for an angle to stop that recall, but APA far enough back that it won't be able to happen. And Quid just going to be trying to clear out this wave as fast as possible. He knows he needs to hover his bot lane. They know River could be around, and River's going to show.
River is still charging up the Q, but as soon as shows, River decides not to engage. This is really tricky because, as you already called it, Azale, once either Vi or Sejuani commits, if they cannot get out, as there's a flash already in the top side, Sniper popping the ultimate as well, Impact going all out as well. A lot of damage. Sniper wins the 1v1.
What a flash there from Sniper as well. Impact tried to knock him back into the tower and tried to look for that ulti to go all out and pull him under the turret, but Sniper early flashes, and it means that the Cassante ult pulls him away from the tower instead, and Sniper just pops the ulti, turns it around. We can watch this one more time. We've seen it 1,000 times if you've seen it once. It is E forward, Q3, try to W him back in the turret, then look for the all out. But that flash meant Impact is going the wrong way. He's low. He doesn't have the assistance that he was counting on from the tower. And this is just great stuff here from Sniper. Slams him down for the isolated first blood there in the top lane, and he is looking happy about that.
He's almost shocked. He's like, oh my God, I just did that. Viper, if you're watching right now, I cannot imagine how proud you are watching your little bro go from week 1, super nervous on the LCS stage, now solo killing the same opponent now in week 4.
I mean, their whole family is just insane at League of Legends. Viper, you know, former LCS pro, Crimson, Challenger player, Sniper, now LCS pro. All 3 brothers are Challenger. Those parents just need to have 2 more kids, then they can have a full LCS squad themselves.
That could definitely be the angle, as Team Liquid are able to secure the grubs for themselves. Still forward in the front line. Massive shockwave tries to bring them all in, but that unraveled over from Quid. Did a lot of damage, already taking down APA forced the flash, but the flash committed as well. Quid is just cooking up Team Liquid on a platter, as now Core, JJ, and Impact are forced to run, but Core's not getting out. 100 Thieves are running away with the game on this one.
Yeah, they are crushing him. It's a 3-for-0 on that top side after already getting the solo kill up in the top lane. Look at Sniper now, picks up another kill, 2 assists as well. As TL, we're trying to commit very heavily to this, but they don't have a lot of damage here. It's really just APA and 3 tanks. So all 100 Thieves had to do is keep APA out of the fight. The shockwave was big, but at the end of the day, this is an early game Orianna, and then you see this turn. As soon as the APA steps forward for that shockwave, he just gets ulted by River. River had held that the entire time, waiting for him, knowing that Orianna was the only true threat. With him eliminated, there's nothing the rest of the squad can do. And they're looking happy about it. 100 Thieves cruising early on in this game.
Already a quick replay of both of the young solo laners from 100 Thieves popping off and having a good time. And I just have to say, it might have been a mismanaged hold up Another fight on the top side. Sniper now 2v1. I don't think he's getting out of this one. With a little bit of help, Impact gets the shutdown.
Yeah, nice gank there up on the top side. Umti going to get up towards top lane, and this time, as you say, they're going to be able to burst him down. I think Sniper likely was sitting on a fair bit of gold as well. We'll see if he does actually have a buy. Yeah, he's sitting on 1,100 more gold, so close to that one item completion. So even though, he is up a lot in gold, he's not at that full combat power.
Poor JJ and Jan still have flash, so they're still safe. I thought it looked like maybe River was going to try to all-in with that cease and desist, but they have enough distance to get away.
Yep, going to be able to just cleanse and walk it out. So the Profane Hydra now completed. That's the item that you're kind of waiting for. It is so powerful on the Aatrox. Really on a lot of champions. We've talked about it a lot, but because it has that bonus damage on the active below 50% HP, any champion with a lot of upfront burst, it's very easy to knock your opponent in these trade patterns down. And then try.
Uh-oh, APA doesn't have flash from that grub fight before. Easy combo for the Toledo to follow up. Shockwave tries to pull them back, but he's still dead and gone.
3 straight kills now for Quid. 3-0-1 on the Talia. Looking good. Showcasing the power of this combo. And that is something I want to say, River is so good at, is punishing missing cooldowns. If you think back to that last game, as there's a skirmish here, I think Core maybe could walk it out.
He might have to flash here. It's the Fate's Call from Jan that keeps him safe and keeps the Summoner spell intact.
That was actually so close, though. He really held that ultimate long. And another flip in there from Quid. He is just kind of on fire right now, but
I don't think he's missed a single one here so far.
It feels like it. Oh, God. Okay.
Ayla igniting his former bot lane duo, just saying, nah, buddy, you can't back there.
When did Hillsong come to LCS? That's crazy. I didn't even know he was here.
Well,
man.
with that priority, 100 Thieves are just going to be able to get this second dragon of the game.
Absolutely, but I really want to touch back on the first game that they played against each other. It was River on Vi, and it was API on Ziggs, and he punished him so badly on the missing summoners. Quid may have to be flashing out of this situation. We'll see.
Already using the prison there. River engages. Core JJ flashes back, but the Cosmic Radiant pops. But Team Liquid don't have another way to engage, so 100 Thieves just get out.
Yeah, exactly. And again, this game, River now on the top side, they fight over by the Herald. Back in trouble.
Oh, but nice from Impact, using the all-out to dodge that last Q3 from Sniper. He's able to survive for now. Oh, pulling him back in the tower, but no turret shot, no punish.
Man, this is a really scrappy game. Anytime I try to talk about it, another fight breaks out.
That's the life of the color caster.
There you go. But yeah, River's just insane at actually punishing missing cooldowns. Because that's kind of the TLDR. He did it in the previous game between these two teams, was able to do it here again. Forced out the flash from APA with his ultimate. The Herald fight got the kill anyway. Then immediately goes back mid, kills him again before flashes up. This is something this guy is really well known for when you're talking to these other pros. He is so frustrating to play against because he really understands the gank timings very, very well. Knows exactly when he can drop camps, when he can actually make these moves to make something happen here.
With that priority both already gained from mid lane, you get the grubs for free on the side of 100 Thieves, so it denies Team Liquid from getting all 6. So we're going to get a chance to look at our Kia multi-lane on both mid-jungle and bottom lane. Jan and Core having successfully pushed Meech off of the tower because Ayla went for a roam to cover mid lane during that time. So it looks like they at least get one turret play out of it, but the grubs are awarded over to 100 Thieves.
Yep, going to be able to trade the grubs to that, so not that big a deal. You lose the plate on bot side. Jan has not really been accelerated too much. He's actually going for a pretty defensive build here as well. Did go for the early tabbies, knows that it is going to be, likely Varus, Vi, Aatrox all kind of rushing down towards him.
Engage from Ayla. Do they really want to take this one? Chain of Corruption's already used as well, but it's the teleport coming in. It's double teleport to Zale. Both Sniper and Quid are arriving to the party. A 4v2 on bot lane. Jan tries to pull in. Core J, the flash. It's not enough. Quid takes him out.
Both the 100 Thieves youngsters, they're flashing forward to follow Sniper and Quid. Instant response to that flash out from Jan. They're able to burst him down and going to be able to get a nice punish here, take at least one plate away, and there could be an angle for a redot, but they're not going to risk it because it is that Sejuani, very tanky with the Frozen Heart already completed. Small victory on the top side as it will be a plate going the way of Impact to punish that TP down towards bot side from Sniper, but 100 Thieves again going to be feeling really happy about this. To the carries from TL just feel like they can get no purchase in this game. It's 0-2-0 for APA. The Kalista on the bot side has not really been able to get the kind of prile that they wanted, has not had that lane dominance that they wanted. So both these guys have been put pretty far behind.
And now this Rift Herald fight Team Liquid are down cooldowns, whereas 100 Thieves, the only one that could be exposed here is Quid, which is already why he is taking a defensive posture on that left lane.
No flash Yon, so that's who they may be going for. He's going to have to position well.
Let's see, Yon is already stepping up, trying to see if he can stack these spears to help for that spear. But as you called it out, Ayla is flanking around. APA has the guard, and meanwhile, Rift-Herald is secured by Team Liquid, but now they're pincered here as long as APA can guide them out safely. Ayla still looking for the flank angle. Core JJ popping the Cosmic Radiance all on the Sniper. They cannot take any burst, but now the Cosmic Radiance is gone, but they're still doing enough damage as they take out Meech. Sniper in the middle of all five, cannot get anything done. River's gonna be next. No one falls from Team Liquid. They survive.
Man, the Taric ultimate from Core JJ was massive for TL in that fight. Ayla had the flank angle, but the ulti lands from Core before he can actually get the combo off. They keep him alive, and it bought so much time for Yon in this fight. APA does a good job marking Ayla on the bot side of the screen, but then watch the timing here as it comes down. The shockwave is there. That CC's up Sniper. Yon survives right before that combo comes through. He's able to cleanse. He's able to kite back. He's able to burst them down. On the other side, Impact as well was going crazy in the all-out. It's all down to that Taric timing. If you hard engage with Taric having that ultimate available, you have to be certain that you're going to kill them before the Taric ult does fall. In this case, 100 Thieves not able to do it, and TL, from a deficit, punished them hugely, getting a couple kills there for Yon. So not only does he complete that Blade of the Rune King, he's now got, some extra gold to boot, going to be working towards, very likely, Rage Blade.
Yeah. That first grub fight, 100 Thieves thought by taking the fight at Rift Herald, it was just a thought, thinking it was a rehearsal dinner for them, but Team Liquid showing what happens when you actually have your ultimates available for that fight and how the composition is supposed to be played out. So now, having experienced the brunt end of that side, 100 Thieves have to be a little bit more calculated of when they are choosing to go in and waiting out those cooldowns.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to be perfect with those engages. If you can nail it, there's not that many threats over on the TL side. If you get that perfect initial engage, you kill off Yon or you kill off APA, there's probably not enough damage in the tank, from that TL squad to be able to win through. Impact and Sniper trading heavily here.
River's gonna find Core JJ, looking for the dazzle, the flash, the guarantee right on top of it. Quid is in there as well, Weaver's wall, but Ayla is buying time onto Yon and APA. Yon calls over Core JJ with that face call, gets the two-man knockup as well. Looking for the dazzle stun. River right on top of Yon. No damage to follow up. Sniper's looking for it, but Yon is kiting around. He's safe. APA is also safe. Team Liquid running away with the fight once again. Quid's in trouble. He's gone. Team Liquid are smurfing on 100 Thieves.
Yon is starting to take over these last couple fights. The cooldowns haven't been there from 100 Thieves, but it feels like they're kind of haphazardly forcing the play anyway. We saw River going with the ulti, but there's no flash on Quid. There's no flash on Sniper. Sniper didn't even have his ultimate to try to follow up. They can't get to the back line and actually get these kills, and things are really starting to fall apart here for 100 Thieves after what was an incredible start. Out of nowhere, they're now down 2.5k. They're down a dragon here, and it's starting to look pretty tough for this 100 Thieves squad, who had a brilliant beginning to this game. We can watch this fight one more time. This flash for the stun from Core was a little bit surprising to me, looking for that dazzle stun, because Yon isn't really in position to follow up. Quid comes in with the ulti. They try to just kind of zone him out, but then look at the kind of miscoordination there. Ayla is flashing over the Talia ult to try to get the combo on Yon, but Quid is going for someone else. He's not ready for that. He's not going for the flip in for that seismic shove. They have to be on point with this. Then, when Sniper arrives, he doesn't even have his ulti. He used it down in bot lane when he was scrapping with Impact. So these core cooldowns that you're dependent upon as this burst composition are missing, and the coordination, the communication was not there. Ayla and Quid of two different minds in that fight. Had Yon been flipped in off that flash combo from Ayla,
yeah,
it could look completely different.
Yon being unchecked in this fight. We talked about it in the draft phase that you have to look at this Kalista to being the most consistent damage dealer. If he's gone, if he's taken out early on, then it's an easier win for 100 Thieves. But the fact that Yon remains alive now puts more onus and agency for 100 Thieves, really execute these combos together.
Yeah, you have to be perfect from this position, especially because, Yon, if he realizes the only way that they can actually lose is him getting 100-0, he can just go shield bow next. He can start going really kind of more tanky defensive itemization. Doesn't have to necessarily maximize DPS, because everyone over on the 100 Thieves side is pretty squishy. You don't need a super high damage build to deal with any of those teammates. So I do think you can start to look to go pretty tanky. Just make sure you're not getting 100-0. Look for those sorts of plays. We could see things like Knight's Vow coming out from core. We could see things like Locket coming out from core. Just build towards making sure they can't one-shot Yawn. And TL, I think, are going to be in a pretty good spot. So 100 Thieves are going to have to make sure they are absolutely on point in these next couple fights. When it does happen, they've got to be crisp with the engage. They've got to make sure that they're communicating ahead of time to know when someone's going to go in. Ayla has to be saying, I'm going to be looking for Yawn in this next flash. Hold your seismic shove.
Yep. Almost 20 minutes into the game. Gold lead
they're looking
in advantage for Team Liquid by 3,000. Looking for Yawn. Oh, he tried to perfectly cleanse it. Not quite. So the root is enough time for River to get in range and look for the cease and desist. Yawn just might be in trouble here. Still at the flat. Waiting until the very end of the Cosmic Radius. It's going to keep him alive. Ayla tries to punch him in. They finally take out Yawn. Can this fight be won from 100 Thieves at this point? It's now up to APA to see if he has the damage to be able to last longer. But Quid already falls. What can APA do here? He's being kept back by Sniper as he is marking him and preventing any more damage from Team Liquid to come on in. River now isolating Core JJ. Doesn't hit the Q, but Ayla's there to follow up with a knockup and Core JJ will fall.
Yeah, and the question is, do they go for anything more here with this? Do they try to push for the tier 1 top? Doesn't look like it just yet. They are just going to be taking the scuttle, reclaiming submission. We can watch this one more time as Yawn stepping forward, looking for an angle for the 1v1 here against Meech, but he gets slowed up by the Hail of Arrows slightly early on the cleanse. Honestly, didn't make much of a difference. I think that River is going to get in range regardless here with the ulti, but then you can see the Bastion shield with the W, flashes forward, gets the Q heal as well from the Taric. It does come down. That has got to be like 10 HP. Okay, 45 HP is what I see there in the bottom left. But at the end of the day, Ayla headbutts him back into the team. Meech gets the shutdown. Sniper is there with the ulti. They have the cooldowns. Quid getting locked up by that ulti from was really well placed. They do get a kill back on the other side, but at the end of the day, they're just too light on the damage. It was only APA to really be able to put out any pressure, and he wasn't going to be able to do it at this point of the game.
And you can just see, we've already talked about it before, but this fight, the state of this game has been so hinged on whether Yawn is alive or not at the beginning of the fight. As Impact might be picked off here.
See if he can get out.
Already popped a ghost, trying to speed on out. Maybe he gets out of this one. Wow, he is a tanky boy. So Impact is going to survive this one. But that is down a Summoner Spell now in the next couple of minutes, actually under a minute. This next dragon will be spawning and not having that cooldown. Maybe it doesn't hurt Team Liquid at the most, but it's going to make him less mobile.
Yeah, it is definitely, impactful in some of these fights. At the same time, they did get Meech's ult out. Had he died right before Baron or right by Baron, maybe they go, but Ayla in trouble.
Ayla right onto Yawn, but the Cosmic Radiance is there to guarantee no burst will come through. is front-loading all the damage as well, stunning up Quid. Meanwhile, they find Yawn onto the back line, but there's no damage to follow up. Yawn is still alive. Ayla's trying to keep him busy, but APA is winning the fight for Team Liquid while Yawn is being kept busy. Sniper wins one onto Impact and River now still alive, barely blink on an HP. This one not really going convincingly to either side.
I mean, it looked like it was going to go heavily to TL, but that seismic shove from Quid gets them 2 kills there, catching both and Impact, and now they're going to try to go for Baron.
Yeah.
They're just starting it up on the other side. Does TL actually make the move? They're starting to move, but it's very late. They're going to leave Yawn to finish off the dragon.
Oh, wait, Sniper dies to the Baron. River is also super low. He might die to Baron too. No, River's going to, on this late strike smite, the shield, the healing isn't going to be enough. One more on time, they get it. It's a heist, baby, and 100 Thieves are out of there.
Oh my God, I thought they were going to have to bail out for sure, but they had good enough vision spotting APA. The APA could not get there in time to punish. They do lose Sniper to the neutral, and TL are able to get a dragon on the other side, so they're going to be one off soul on soul point now. But it's a good risky move here from 100 Thieves to be able to get something back. And let's watch this one more time. Again, it's all about, can you coordinate on the initial play? Flash forward there from Ayla, but there's no seismic shove available because is marking Quid. Really good tank play here from recognizing it's not the threat of the engage I have to mark, it's the threat of the follow-up I have to mark. So he goes forward, he gets the ulti down on Quid. Quid can't land that seismic shove. That one's not on him. This one he does nail, which was really a bailout because TL, look at their health. They were crushing this fight. They would not have been able to get that Baron without that beautiful seismic shove. Gets them 2 kills. They go to top side. They do lose Sniper, but they get the Baron, and they keep themselves very close in this game as far as gold. Obviously, if you give over Ocean Soul to a Sejuani, Taric, as well as that Cassante, you're probably going to lose the game. but at least they have an opportunity here to look for those fights.
Ayla might be caught here, no flash available. There's the stun from the permafrost into the glacial prison. Ayla using the ultimate to damage, reduce all of it. River coming over the wall. Quid, can he find the seismic shove onto the priority target? It's on the core JJ, that's not really ideal. River's gonna be falling for that one. Impact making sure that Sniper can't get into the fight either. All out still available, but not needing it, as he's going to be able to kite this one out. Team Liquid taking away the advantage that they already took out River. 5-on-4 strong in the map.
I mean, River is just way too far behind to be any sort of a solo threat onto Yon. So there he finds the Q onto Yon, but there's an immediate lock, an immediate W shield there from the Taric as well, plus the heal comes through. They're never going to be able to 100-0 this guy before the ultimate comes down, so he has to use the ultimate actually to retreat, to try to get back over the Talia wall, to try to get out of there. But there was no ability to really follow up, and if they can't threaten Yon, they clearly cannot win these fights. We've seen it time and time again. You know, Quid had a pretty good angle over the wall looking for that seismic shove, but it was still into that Taric ultimate, so nothing really came of it. And TL are going to be able to win another fight, as Core JJ passes Xpecial for 9th most assists all time. Xpecial definitely one of the early legendary players in the LCS. In his days with TSM, remembered very fondly by many.
And even for a brief time too on Team Liquid. It came over when they were still Cursed and then rebranded over to Team Liquid. Shout out to Alex Chu. As Team Liquid gonna be posing up here, ready to see what waves they can catch and see if they can look for another pick here. Ayla still doesn't have flash, and he was an easier target for them to get last time, and that baited 100 Thieves into that fight. Every single time Team Liquid have been playing so well around the Cosmic Radiance timing his impact. Ghosting in, looking for an engage. Was ready to go for Meech with that all out, but Ayla there just making sure that he is marked, and Impact does not find the pick.
Yeah, Impact knows there's no point in going for anything too risky. The game really is going in their favor, so you don't need to roll the dice on something like that, right? You know, take only the high percentage plays. You can see Umti. This is pretty questionable, I'm not going to lie. Umti going for a heel cut here.
Oh, the Executioner's calling.
The Executioner's Sejuani. It's a little bit sus, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, the W does physical damage, so it's like, it's not the worst thing. Impact, though, might be in trouble. The all-out brings it right back with the Infernal Chains. That's a pick for 100 Thieves, and going to barrel down mid lane.
Yep. Well, we'll see. Umti on the side here, poking away. It's a great pick. You can see 100 Thieves pushing up top lane with the Talia, pushing in mid lane after that kill on Impact. Impact feeling a little bit too confident, you know, sitting alone against 4 under that tower. Yes, you are tanky, but you are not that tanky. You're not really ahead in gold. In fact, they are now down a couple thousand gold after these couple towers did fall, 400 Thieves. So it's going to be all about the setup here, you know, trying to prepare themselves for this big fight potentially. You know, you look on the mini-map, look at all these wards littered in this entire area. TL trying to dominate vision in that section of the map, really making sure that they are the ones who are going to have all this info around this next dragon fight. It is going to be coming up here pretty soon, and we'll see if they can dominate that area. Because they get Ocean Soul, they probably just straight up win the game, and 100 Thieves are going to have to try to reclaim vision.
And shout out to the observers showing that it's pure darkness for the side of 100 Thieves.
Scary.
Walking in could just be face.
They have to wait for Quid. They can't just walk up, because even if it's someone tanky doesn't get one shot, you need your whole team there to follow up. So they're waiting for Quid coming out of base. They saw APA bot lane, so now I think they're going to feel confident to push through mid, then walk down to the river and try to reclaim vision that way. You can see that Impact is trying to hold that mid lane wave, but if he's shown there, again, you can try to walk in with this 5-man squad.
Yeah, and you have the number advantage for the moment. You just have to wait on Impact to be able to collect that wave. Let's see here. Ayla can get engaged on by Umti first. Seismic Shove catches core. River trying to front load and mark Impact on the other side. Yon and APA separated from the rest of the front line, so not much damage is being traded right on back. Quid maintaining this posture aggressively as Umti tries to get back into this banana brush. Impact walking back on over as the dragon stacking has begun with these Ren stacks from Yon. Impact trying to see if he can look at, oh, Quid, Weaver's Wall comes in too late, as you called it, Azale. They already used the Glacial Prison as defensively, but here comes Sniper trying to look for a flank. But Art of War dictates flank on the weakest side of the flank here. Cosmic Rain is going to be popped up as Yon can now dash aggressively in. Meanwhile, they're trying to turn on back, but Sniper's going to be waiting in the wings as well. But Yon turns right on back once again, but they've already lost Umti in the fight. Team Liquid just have to pick to a side and commit. They cannot be just getting pulled apart in both of these sides as 100 Thieves have now marked up for death. River might go down to Impact. It's one back over to Team Liquid, but Quid with the flash finds APA. Ayla disengaging and being able to find APA as well on the back end of it as well. 100 Thieves take a fight fight in their own.
Yeah, Quid is going to be able to find a big pick there on APA. They get both the carries. They were too slow on the engage here. They were trying to buy so much time. They were waiting for Sniper, who was coming around from below the fight, but it was very difficult to fight past the Orianna ball. We see the Snipers trying to come in from the bot side, but it's all about Orianna zoning people out on the other side. Once APA moves back into this kind of area, you can see everyone from Under Thieves is able to pile forward. Ayla is stepping up, Meech is stepping up, Quid is stepping up. They no longer have that zone control, and then this flash in so good from Ayla, catches out Yon, they burst them down, they know they need to get more, they gave up Ocean Soul, which is massive, and that Ocean Soul regen paying dividends for Impact already, but then this flash forward from Quid, APA trying to sidestep it, can't quite get it, earns them another kill, so they still have a chance in this game, but they know it is going to be really difficult from this point. 3 tank items completed there for Impact on the top side, 2.5 done for Umti. And Core JJ there as well, you know, going to be getting tankier and tankier. It's going to be so difficult to actually punch through not only the initial kind of damage that they have to get out, but now the Ocean Soul regen. Like, if you don't kill off Yon right off the bat, he can heal up a fair amount in that Ocean Soul during the Taric ultimate. That's extra regen that is all more health you're going to have to be dealing with. And he has the Wit's End now, so he has the additional resistances from there. With that BF, very likely could just be a BT last, you know, really just trying to make sure he's staying alive.
100 Thieves, a huge obstacle that they have to overcome against Ocean Soul Team Liquid. They are ahead in gold, yes, but as you already pointed out, Yon is going to be so tough to kill the raid boss, but Quid, this guy has leveled up so much since his first split in the LCS last summer. So much more confidence from this guy as he is flashing aggressively in these fights. He doesn't have flash up for this next potential fight, but if there is magic that can be made, it will be from this guy's hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And he does have that Morello, so they do have some sort of heal cut at the very least. Morello is obviously a pretty cheap buy now, so you can kind of tech into that more easily. But that really is their only heal cut right now. And River does get stunned up, but Umti's in trouble.
Ayla finds an engage onto Umti. Meech has already done a decent amount of damage. Cosmic Radiance prevents further burst coming in as Impact marks Sniper. Here comes Ayla looking for the engage on APA, but the stasis, there's the flip from Quid. He finds it once again. Shockwave is going to delay time, but APA still goes down. Yon is on the left side. Quid turns tail. They got him! 100 Thieves! They got both of the carries! And now Team Liquid are running for the hills, but Impact is pinned against the wall as Quid finds him once again. He surely will take him out. Impact maybe gets out alive at this point, but 100 Thieves still have 5 members to push down for the Nexus.
Yeah, that should be it. 100 Thieves, I think they've done it. The tanks are hard to crack, but they catch APA. They catch Yon and they burst them down.
100 Thieves in their first match against Team Liquid at the beginning of the season. So many were skeptical that this team would not make much in this season. They said it was a heist in the first week, but 100 Thieves just might show that it's not a heist, it's a promise that this roster will deliver in the spring split as River and the rest of 100 Thieves carry forward this momentum, looking for the last Nexus tower. They're running out of minions, but they will persevere through. A few more auto attacks will do it. 100 Thieves take the game!
100 Thieves, another win for this team. 2-0 now against TL on the split. Starting off week 4 here with a bang. Both their games, you know, eerily reminiscent of each other. It feels like they start out strong, they dig themselves into a little bit of a hole, but then they're able to come back through their playmaking. They're staying confident, they're staying aggressive. And I've got to say, what a game from Quid.
Yes.
I think he was incredible today on the Talia. This guy has leveled up massively from last year. We are seeing the promise that people have been talking about with this guy. And we are seeing the team really step up around him as well. You know, Meech having a great game on the Varus, 7-1-8, only died that one time, 9-2-8 for Quid as well. A lot of the concern around this 100 Thieves roster was, well, who's supposed to be the carry? You have all these young players. We don't really know if they're going to be able to be consistent. We don't know if you can count on them to get it done when it matters most. But here, they were able to do just that. Catching APA, catching Yon, time and time again. The perfect timing there on that seismic shove as well. But we're going to be heading for a break ahead of Shopify Rebellion versus FlyQuest. Let's see how FlyQuest is doing on Are You Smarter Than?
Can you guys think for us?
I think we can.
Well, I'm getting
I wasn't
one
sure if
shot
you were
by
done
this.
drinking.
Just
so.
No, that's cool. Honestly, I felt my throat a little gravelly at the end.
After.
Then I think that's
Get out. Get out. Wait, how did I die? Good. They're very kind of strong.
Few of Are You Smarter Than LCS Pro? Next category, we're going to talk about some items.
We're doing the same thing again.
So I'm going to say essentially a build path, and you're going to list as many items that you can think of that build from this specific item.
Wow.
Okay?
Oh.
They're worth 1 point each.
Oh my god.
So, Bounty of Worlds builds into 5 different... Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah.
The 5 items?
Yeah.
Dream. Oh, he doesn't even know. He's choking. Okay. The first one is Bloodsong.
Yes, that's one.
Dream. Sleepy dreams. Good dreams. I don't know if it's Dreamcatcher, Dreammaker. Let's go.
Dreammaker.
Dreammaker.
is
There we
right.
go.
You can't give it to him. Oh, it's lost.
Yeah.
There's 3 others.
Then we got Zack.
What's the next part of it?
Come on.
No.
Can I help him or not?
You can't help him until he fails and it bounces back to you, so.
Really, don't give me half point for Zack?
No.
Please.
No.
Okay.
We're going to toss it to Dig.
Celestial Opposition.
Yes.
Solstice Slay.
Yes.
Zack's Realm Spike.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I'm bad at items, and then he names all of them. I don't even read the new items. I don't know what the names are. I was hoping for some math questions, not leak questions.
All right. I am going to read you the description of an item. And you're going to tell me what item it is.
Okay.
Okay? Unique Hex Charged gained 30 Ultimate Haste. Unique Overdrive.
I mean, I know which item it is. The one that you buy a Nocturne first item. But what does it like? How is it the name? Hex plate. Something. Hex plate.
Your teammates are dying.
He gets half a point at least.
Hex plate. That's it.
Do you know what it is?
Experimental hexplate?
Yes.
Good job.
We get half a point at least. It's rigged. Because we set up Tomo. We told him it's hexplate.
All right. Unique Light Shield Strike. Your next basic attack.
Cyclosword.
No.
Sundered Sky.
Yes.
Nice! Okay, he's too good. He's too good. Booster, go. I agree really hard.
It's not lost yet. It's not lost yet.
Colossal Consumption. While within 700 units of an enemy champion, generate a stack on them each second, stacking up to 3 times. $30 per target second cooldown.
Hard still.
Yes.
You didn't know it's hard still when
I didn't even know it did half that stuff.
That wraps up round 2. Now we're gonna go to a break.
You ready?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, just remember, stay in your lane, keep your vision up at all times. Time is gonna be everything here. So you don't wanna go too fast, but you also don't wanna be
Hey, I got this.
Yeah, I think you do.
And Mark, thanks.
Whoa, hey, no, whoa, no. You're not taking my car. My Kia EV9? No way. No touching.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LCS. I'm here with Sniper after the win against Team Liquid. And I have to ask, your first game in the LCS was against Impact on Team Liquid. You did win, but it felt a little shaky. Here, you got a solo kill against Impact. How did that feel?
I mean, it felt amazing because I was like really comfortable on this matchup and I knew I would do good. So when I got that solo kill, I was like, I don't know, I had like so much energy after that, But then the energy translated into just me dying to a gank, unfortunately.
Yeah, and also you win yet another game on 100 Thieves. You have a lot of early season success. How does the early season compare to your expectations going in from a team perspective?
I think I already talked about this, but before the split, I didn't even think that I was like LCS ready. But when Scrim started, I started like practicing more with my team. I got comfortable with the environment, and I started improving like drastically, And from then on, it's been amazing.
That's awesome, and it's a really short regular season. After tomorrow, there's only going to be 2 more weeks of regular season before playoffs. What are you working on now? Because you're still such a fresh player to the LCS.
Just to think ahead and basically just just constantly think about the game. Sometimes I just autopilot, like when I die to that jungle gank. So just being aware of just everything going around me at all times.
You asked me before what I thought of that game. I said it was a banger game. What did you think about that game? What was, other than the solo kill, what were some of the highlights?
I was for sure a little disappointed because after I got the solo kill, I was up like 20 CS. And if I just didn't die to that Sejuani gank, the game would like have went on so much more smooth, you know? So I think other than that, the game was pretty good. A lot of just team fighting.
Yeah, last question. I noticed during week 1 you have the shirt tuck.
Yeah?
You still have the shirt tuck. Why is that a thing?
Bro, this like jersey is so big on me, by the way. Look at this. I look like I'm like back to school, you know? So like, I don't really want to give up that vibe. I want to be like.
Yeah, I love it. It's working for you. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the win.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We're done from here.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Aaron would be pretty good too. I would
Yep,
just take that.
I agree with you. Welcome back, everyone. We got Shopify Rebellion going up against FlyQuest here. We're going to be taking on the draft. So, first thoughts, anyone?
First, last.
That's a good one.
First place, last place. Now, there was a question I had for our stats guy. I feel like a lot of times you underestimate the team that's below you in the standings. So he pulled post week 3, all LCS history, first place versus last place, including ties, which is this because Shopify was tied for last, 60 and 21.
Oh.
So that's, you do the math, about a little bit below a 75% win rate.
That still seems pretty high.
No
That
way
still
you'd
seems pretty high.
expect it.
For a
Like,
last
it's
place
pretty
team.
high.
Yeah. That's shocking to me.
Here's what I want to know.
Hit me.
Bucio made a bet. It said if he got, over 10K Twitter followers,
The Pyke bet.
he was going to walk in Pyke.
Actually,
And then they released a thing with Nuke Duck, yeah. Here we go.
Well, is he going to pick it?
Again, hope
so-
you guys are excited to see Pyke.
Which is really funny after talking to Nuke Duck in the coaches interview last week where he was like, yeah, sometimes you just ask your players if they can play something and then you figure out if they can actually play it and can say yes, essentially. I think Bucio in general, in terms of him widening his champ pool, we've kind of talked previously about how he used to be a mid laner, but he has been a big difference maker in this FlyQuest bot lane, and it's been really, really fun to see him kind of unleashed thus far this split.
It's interesting. You're talking about FlyQuest, at least the champion pool a little bit. I think we can actually talk about the mid lane champion pools for both of these because to me, that's the most interesting thing between Jensen going up against Insanity because it's a pretty wide difference for what they actually
both play. Corki.
There's the Orianna, switching it up.
So we got the Orianna. Wait a minute.
No, we got the Orianna for Insanity. Turtle, explain what's happening.
Well, we just decided to be a little bit more traditional now. We don't want to be that crazy with the Garen, Zag, Sion. Thought if we played normal stuff, we might actually have a chance to win.
This is actually great having you here though because you were on stage for the first 2 games of the split with Shopify Rebellion. What's the vibe like from Shopify in Champ Select? Like who is driving?
It's kind of like a group effort at the moment, and Sam kind of lets us he puts fuel to our fire sometimes. Like if we suggest something crazy, he'll just let us do it.
Sam is Revan?
Yeah. Sorry, Revan, our coach Revan. I saw FlyQuest hovering that Kai'Sa a little bit. Kind of got me worried because I want the Kai'Sa on my team.
Oh well, Kai'Sa
Now
and
you're
Smolder.
Let's see if we get it back. Let's see if we get it back. Oh my God.
Yeah, actually earlier,
I want the Kai'Sa.
Earlier we showed a clip in which Masu was walking through Smolder. So seems like that's a pick that they've really clung onto. And they've seen the earlier games. Tomo ran a little bit of a shop in some of these team fights. He was a terror. So being able to see another Smolder game is gonna be fun.
Oh, Zaya's pretty solid too against the Vi. Zyricon
The
swapped
classic.
it up last second.
Yeah,
Wait, this is standard.
Our comp's pretty good so far.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, this is
Standard
the
comp.
most standard comp I think I've seen you guys run. That's
SR's
fine.
trying to win now.
Maybe
One of the training weights.
So maybe I can't decide whether it's like that or you're trolling me and somehow the Ori is going like top or something.
No.
They got Orianna time.
Yeah, I know.
Oriana's going mid.
Okay, so Turtle, what's the matchup like with Smolder versus Zaya?
I just think it's like a farming lane, and then you have the Rakan being able to threaten the Smolder, so I think it should be pretty favored to Zyricon now that Kraken Slayer is like extremely buffed.
Speaking of just threatening a pick, we got the Azir locked in, which is the idea, I'm sure, alongside Vice to just threaten Orianna mid, so it's not going to be that safe. Also, just like Azir versus the short range of Zaya. That being said, I'm reminded of a tweet that Jensen put out where he said that Ori and Azir until it's banned. Or Azir was not banned, Orianna was picked, so there it is.
There you go. We're
Got a classic matchup in mid.
and you see
They're not cowards. They did it.
Yeah. FlyQuest taking out the Nocturne. We've seen a variety of Orianna Nocturne combos, some successfully, some not as successful. And taking out Gwippo's Olaf from the Shopify Rebellion side. Turtle, when you guys are looking at a team like FlyQuest, because obviously people have to prepare for stuff that Insanity is going to throw in the mid lane, but when you're looking at FlyQuest, do you consider like Gwippo's top lane champ pool? Because he's willing to slam a lot of unique picks there.
Yeah, we're always a little worried about giving him the counter pick, but I think in this case, we're always hoping to get the Udyr. We did not get that, so I wonder what Fake God is going to do. I'm guessing he's going to go for the Aatrox.
He is an insane Aatrox player.
Yeah. I think FlyQuest will probably pick the Renata on the 4. I actually don't know what pairs very well Smolder.
Yeah, well, you were trying to figure that out earlier. It's still because it's such a new champion.
Yeah. I think it will be Renata on 4, just because I think it's a good champion.
The support matchup, like Rakan versus Renata, more so than the AD carry pairing. That make a lot of sense.
And I think Buzia is also a Renata player.
I mean, or Pyke.
Pyke is not very good here, but I hope he picks it.
I was going to say, I
hope he picks it.
I mean, if you're gonna pick a hook champ,
this is kind of Pyke.
I mean, it's locked.
They locked it.
I'm a little shocked. I didn't expect that.
So what's your thought on this bot lane matchup? Because
he should have just picked Pyke at this point.
Right?
I don't know why he's going for the blitz. It's like ruining it for all the fans out there.
Wukong also.
Brother Zazel, look at that beard.
Oh,
my God.
Ooh. Wow.
They can't hear us, can they?
They can.
Okay.
Respect.
Although I could tell you that they don't, and then I wonder what you say.
Okay.
Yeah, I just said no. And then I was
there it is, the
waiting for
Wukong, Boogie Wukong.
This is the first time we've seen it, actually.
It got a couple buffs. I don't know if it's good.
Yeah.
I'm still not a fan of the champion, but let's just see.
I think those buffs were more targeted at his laning, right?
It was meant to buff
I expect the
Aatrox,
Aatrox.
but he's always been such a good jungler. So.
Yeah.
I expect the Aatrox to be picked.
Pick allow you cowards. I feel like there's a trend with people holding up posters
signs.
calling people cowards to pick a champion.
It's working pretty well.
It is working.
Common Smolder.
Honestly, true. There's the Aatrox that you expected, and honestly, Shopify's composition as a whole is pretty
It's
crystal
pretty
clear.
solid. It's pretty solid. Very standard.
It's cohesive.
It makes sense. We got Orianna, pulls it all together.
There's a lot of threats from the side of FlyQuest, at least with Blitzcrank, Vi, I mean a lot of single targets, so Zaya has to be concerned. That's going to be a Cassante being locked in, so thoughts so far on the compositions? Which ones do you guys favor?
I like blue side.
Yeah, why?
I just have unknown reasons of why I might take blue side.
Okay, well, we got that out of the way. We're handing this to the casters, but I've heard that Azil has a score to settle with Busio.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, here's the thing. You know, Busio tweeted out, he said he was going to play Pyke. I retweeted it. You know, we helped him get the followers. He gained 1,000 followers. Yeah. But you know what? When you break trust, there has to be a reckoning here, Busio.
No.
It's coming, Busio. I told you. If you lied, if you bamboozled, I'm unfollowing.
Alan, I fear you have made a terrible mistake. Losing the Azael follow, that is like losing social credit at the highest possible.
He can earn it back, though, with a good Blitz game.
Okay.
Because Blitz is pretty hype.
Yeah.
If he picked like a Lulu, that's like a block. You know, that's the next step. Blitz earned him only an unfollow because he lied to me. But he lied to me with something cool. So
yeah.
we'll give him a pass.
I don't know. Lying is still pretty bad.
That's true. That's why he got unfollowed.
All right.
Like I said, if it was Lulu, he would have got blocked.
All right. You hear that, Alan? You got to earn that trust back from Mr. Azael, the literal world champion himself.
Yeah, I'm excited for this game. Really happy to get to cast the Smolder game. I've been playing a lot of the Smolder. I actually think that the build that we saw earlier, I think is a much inferior build to what is actually, what I think is going to become the meta is a much more tanky Smolder build.
Yeah.
I think Shojin Rush into Riftmaker Leandries is so ridiculously strong. This champion's range is too short to consistently stand in auto attack, so you don't actually get a ton of value out of really high attack speed. That build with the Shojin Rush gives you so much CDR early, both of the components and with the item completion, that allows you to get stacks really, really fast. And then you're building 3 straight HP items, which allows you to really be pretty tanky in these fights. You turn online a lot earlier compared to the crit build as well.
Yeah.
Which allows you to have a lot more kind of activity in these early fights, because Smolder actually scales by fighting. It is not like, an Azir or a Kale or whatever, where you're like, okay, I just got to get XP and get minions and do. No, the way you get stacks faster is by hitting people with your abilities. And the way you can actually set yourself up for that is by having, a really strong early build. And that build lets you get there. It also allows you to tech into a lot of different angles, for your 4th item.
Yeah.
If you're just having a good game, you're not really threatened, you can go rapid fire, you can go BT, you can go damage, whatever. But, if it's heavy physical and you're under threat, you're getting Dove, you can go Iceborne. If it's heavy magic and you're getting poked out, you can go Kanik. Like, this champion can become a brick wall where you're having 4,000 HP, but as long as you get your stacks, you're still killing everyone. It is so powerful, and I'm 100% convinced it is by far the superior build. So I'm really going to be interested to see if Masu does go for that style, or if it is more what I think was the kind of like initial jump that everyone did, which was basically just building him like Ezreal.
Yeah. I hope chat was taking all those notes down, because I'm pretty sure I saw your head expanding literally as you were just like dropping truth bombs all over about this other build for Smolder. We're going to see, though, if Masu actually opts into that, or if he goes for the crit focus build that we saw Tomo play. I know the very first competitive game of Smolder, credit to Lit Esports and messages from the Challengers League, also ran a crit build as well. I mean, it still does damage late game, but I think that's an argument worth having. It's like having more durability early protects you while you're getting those stacks up in the first place.
And it's not like the crit build is just straight bad. Like, you will do higher DPS if you're able to auto attack, but the reality is, in almost no games I've watched Smolder, and I both played and watched a lot of it, can you actually stand there and just auto attack? It almost never happens. The range is very, very short. There is crit scaling on the E, so some people do kind of make that argument, but I just think it's so irrelevant compared to the synergy that Leandries and Rift has with the flat damage amp you're going to get, and how tanky it makes you, how early you can get involved in these fights. It is going to be a Comet Smolder here. He's playing Ghost Flash, so we're going to see W level 1 pretty much guaranteed, and I'm curious to see how many points he's going into it. Most of the pros I know are kind of a mind that you go 3 points W into Qmax. I have seen when people are going more the build that I'm talking about, sometimes people will go 5 points W, and it becomes really powerful both for wave clear and for a lot of these fights. The range on it is very high if you're getting multi-man Ws. With that early 5 points, it is significant damage. So there's a lot to learn with this champion. Doran's Ring, definitely the correct start. A lot of people were kind of getting baited by going D-Blade, and it is significantly worse. You do need the additional mana. The AP pretty nice as well. So it's going to be a fun one to watch. Also in the game we saw earlier, the Smolder stacks actually came online very late. Generally, we'll see if it is going to be slower on average in Pro, because again, it's like, even with perfect farm, you really accelerate your stacks by fighting, right? So if there's less fighting in Pro, maybe the stacks will be slower on average than in solo queue. The fastest I've personally been able to get it is around 17, 18 minutes. Most of my games, I feel like, you're going to get it maybe around like 22 or something, but I'm not doing it perfectly by any means. I have heard of a game where I think it was Nemesis apparently got it in 14, 15 minutes. That's the fastest I've heard of.
That is insanely fast.
If you're able to like stack perfectly, there's also a lot of little tricks you can do. Again, I don't know if people are really going to let you do them, but you can stack off Void Mites with your Q. You can stack off off the mini Raptors, off the mini Krugs. Like, you can start to one-shot all those pretty quick, and you can get a ton of extra stacks if your jungler is willing to donate those over to you.
Right. So as we pull up our Kia multi-lane, I want to remind everyone, while we're on the live patch, and you know, shout out to our commish Mark Z for letting us play on the live patch first before any other major region. Champions, when they are enabled, are still the same for every region, which is 2 weeks. That is a global rule. So there have already been scrims and practice with Smolder in these past 2 weeks. So we're going to see how much FlyQuest have really rehearsed coming into their first game of Smolder.
Exactly, and also, you know, on the inverse side, how well Shopify can punish. Someone else I really want to talk about is Insanity, because he has just been doing such an interesting thing this split. You know, bringing out, you know, very unique picks. He has played all kinds of different champions, and a bunch of them are actually ones that really only he is playing. You know, if you're not watching leagues around the world, you may not realize both Garen and Zach, he's the only one in the entire world in this season, not even just major regions, of any pro league, including ERLs, etc., that has played these picks mid lane. There's also the Scion. He has 2 out of the total 4 picks globally as well in any league, again, to play it. So he is playing some very atypical stuff, and it's been a lot of fun to watch as Lucio tries to time his hook with the minion dematerializer, but I think he did a little bit early.
Yeah, a little early. I like the thought process
Wouldn't have that
there.
problem if you pick Pyke, buddy, would you?
I think it was still the timing of the, I guess, the minion dematerializer, but you know what? I sympathize with your plight here as Boogie.
True, he might have still had that problem.
Maybe. Now, Boogie was in the area, but not a lot of diving power with Wukong early on. You bring a lot of damage, but no real CC, so just making sure that no one is in the area and just providing some defensive coverage in case Inspired ever off of the reset that he's about to go for, comes back bot lane, but Jensen's very low, and Boogie, once again, not a lot of diving power on Wukong. If you ever see that, then you have to know that it has to be for a guaranteed kill, and Jensen is still safe in this position.
Insanity doing very well, though, in this 1v1. You know, really has been pressuring Jensen in these early levels. Wukong, they touched on it at the desk. Did get buffs on this patch. Nice double W there. Does connect, and that's 2 stacks.
Knockup from Bucio as he kites on back to protect Masu. Making sure that they're not in the flash hook, and B-Boy at the very last frame gets out.
Is going to be able to flash out of there. Jensen really getting lit.
Oh
here.
my goodness.
The pressure just kind of non-stop there from Insanity. Zeyzal going to be able to stop the Bucio on that recall. You can see Masu, they wanted to reset, and Masu is still going to reset, but this means the wave is going to crash unless Inspire can come hold it. At the very least, he's going to lose some of these minions, but we'll see. Can they get B-Boy, who has no flash?
Yeah, no flash available. He might pop the ghost, but they knock up into the Q, as guarantees the damage, but B-Boy does enough damage with Zeyzal. They get first blood, and now Inspired is forced to flash. Don't tell me. He gets out the ghost, kiting this one out. Inspired's waiting for the Q. Zeyzal flashes in front to block it. That's teamwork right there.
That is a really smart flash from Zeyzal. If he does not go for that, Inspire might have been able to finish him off, but they try to go for the big play here. They try to look to punish B-Boy. Even without Masu there, they can't do it. He walks out. They give up first blood. Critical, though, for them, it went to Zeyzal. So you are really happy that at least the first blood went over to Zeyzal, but it's a 1.2k Goldie, 1.3k, briefly as it jumped up there. Only 5.5 minutes in. That is actually a ridiculous lead this early on. That is telling you you're winning in farm. You also have that kill gold, so really, really big. I can see Darksteel here for Masu for a little bit more early laning power. It does have the longsword, so we'll have to see where he's going to go. A longsword obviously not telling us a lot. It does build into a ton of different items. It could be Shojin, could still be Essence Reaver.
Yeah.
But I'm very curious to see where he's going to take us. And check out on his build. Let's see what he's doing so far. He is just the 2 points. W as expected. At the very least, he's going to go 3, and I kind of want to see if he goes beyond that after he hits level 7.
Yeah. And guys, this snot bubble is going to deal a decent amount of damage later into the laning phase, as you already see a little bit of that power with the Achu. As, once again, the replay, they try to look for the damage, but it's just not enough once Inspired comes back, and just really pristine flash here from B-Boy.
Yeah, nice flash, does react to it, and then this is post-Inspired flashing after him. The Q is here just in time, but Zeyzal flashes in front. Support dip, blocks it up, and Jensen going to be forced to actually shuffle him away as Insanity looks for the sombrero there, trying to connect on him with the ult. He couldn't quite find it.
That would have been crazy. You know, Chef Chalet, as D-Gon coined him, was looking for a creative angle there, but now that is Jensen's flash gone. So the next time Boogie pays a visit, and he's going to be level 6 soon, that's an easy Cyclane follow-up to make.
Yeah, you can hit him with that Cyclone, try to get in there, look for that gank setup. Obviously, being able to go into the clone, you W in with the Orianna ball on you, and then you Nimbus strike forward, the Shockwave can come through. It is a really nice little point of initiation, especially if you're coming out of a brush, they don't see you approaching. It can be very surprising, and is that powerful engage they can be looking for. As nice little flap there from Masu.
Yes, sir.
Gets out to the side. That fly is a big injection of speed, but it lasts very little time. So you kind of have to be on point with it. But, as we see it showcased there, Masu has the reaction time to be able to step out of it.
Oh, Busio might be in trouble here. No flash, and there's the Cyclone from Boogie as he gets ready to throw down the staff, and Zeyzal picks up another kill.
Yeah, nicely done. They get another kill again. Unfortunately, goes to Zeyzal. There's a little greedy down on that bot lane. Share the love, Zeyzal. 2 kills on the Rakan. It is the only 2 kills so far in this game. The W to prep the wave. He's going to look to try to last out all of these with the Q. Once you have 25 stacks again, it becomes AoE. It becomes very easy to just do W into Q on the backline and one-shot that. And remember, any minion that does get last hit, it's not just the one that you shoot your Q at. So if you have AoE and you get multiple minions, you get multiple stacks with the Q, so it's something to remember. You really do have to focus on stacking if you guys want to play this champion at home. And trust me, even if pros are playing the crit build, it's definitely a lot easier to play the HP-based build because it's a lot more forgiving for your positioning.
Yeah, building durability gives you a little bit more breathing room and larger room for error as FlyQuest trying to prep this dragon, but Boogie, Insanity, and Zeyzal are also here. 2K on the HP. Lucio with the hook finds Zeyzal. The Achu gets a decent amount of damage, but Zeyzal's not in any threat, just dances over the wall. And red team, aka FlyQuest, are able to pick up the dragon.
Yep, going to be able to grab that. Nice little bit of poke back as well. 49 stacks now for Masu, so not a crazy pace. Of course, it does accelerate as you get further into the game. It is going to be that Sheen buy, so it likely will be the Essence Reaver.
Darn.
And unfortunately, I really want to see the other build. I'll try to be a build salesman. I've got to go talk to some pros, convince them.
Yeah.
I was trying to sell tactical on it earlier, but he wasn't. He seemed intrigued. I won't say he was sold.
Well, he definitely witnessed the power of Smolder firsthand in the second game of the day. Mom! They're pushing my tower! Clear the wave, please! As FlyQuest going to be able to make sure that no more plates go to the side of Shopify. Masu might be in trouble. Decent knockup, but it's more damage done to Zeyzal than it is done to Masu here.
Yep, not too big of a deal. Just use the ulti to clear that out. He is, in fact, going the 3 points W into Qmax. That's basically what we always are seeing with the Essence Reaver build these days. So he's going to be going that kind of more common crit build. Inspired, obviously, just clearing away here on the top side, has been focusing on the camps, is a little bit ahead of the farm as a result, but Insanity here maybe getting caught out.
Looks like he's fine for now. Still has flash. Jensen doesn't, so he has to be a little bit more careful about how he approaches the river here. Insanity trying to set up an offensive position in case he does. First grub has already been taken by Boogie, and Inspired has flash available.
B-Voy is here as well, though, and Smolder is way behind on the rotation, so this should be Shopify's. Don't think they're going to be able to contest on the FlyQuest side.
And there's no dragon to take as they already took it just a couple minutes ago. So full grubs controlled by Shopify Rebellion, but Boosie is going to take this opportunity to set up some aggressive vision in this red side jungle. And Zeyzal knows. He knows that they saw them dip into the fog of war, so now Zeyzal and B-Boy have to be careful. Play through the mid wave. The Shockwave is going to connect onto Jensen. I don't think he has flash quite yet. He has to shift on over, and he gets out alive.
Yep, going to be okay. Of course, there's not a lot of AP behind that Shockwave. It's a tier and an amp tome plus the Doran's ring, so.
Lucio?
Oh! Nice attempt there. Tried to time it out. Obviously, they have that ward up above. As Masu just looking for some W poke here, trying to get that WQ, again, getting as many stacks as possible. Every opportunity that he has. And you can see, it's not as weak of a laner as people think. In the initial days, people were all doing Qmax, and they're talking, well, this champion, you can't even lane. It's terrible. How are you supposed to get to those stacks? But they're actually doing quite well in this 2v2. He is 15 CS ahead, in fact, stacking reasonably well. Again, we'll have to kind of get a better barometer for what a good rate of stacking is in pro, because it is just a lot less scrappy than when you're playing solo queue and you're just having all these fights nonstop where you can get a ton of stacks.
Yeah.
Because if you have a long extended fight where you're just queuing someone on cooldown and hitting multiple people with your W, you can walk out of a fight with 20 stacks, no problem.
True. I still can't get over the fact that Nemesis caught it in 14.
This is something that I haven't actually watched the game. This is what someone told me, so maybe this is totally fake news.
Okay, maybe.
But I'm going to try to find the VOD.
Yeah. I mean, 225.
I want to see what the fastest possible is.
Yeah, because we're about 12 minutes, and Masu has gotten about just under 75.
Yeah.
So he still has about 3 more iterations of this. So if we're going at this same pace, it would take until about, what, 33, 36 minutes to get there.
Yeah.
But obviously, maybe if there's more scrapping towards the mid game, he can accelerate that.
And it does speed up as you get more items because your cooldowns get lower. So it's like early on in the game, you're not getting every single last hit with your Q.
Sure.
Right? It's just not going to happen because you need to be able to actually push the wave and so on. As you get later on in the game, you do literally get like every last hit with your Q. So it does accelerate. But I do think, you know, even if you're not getting it by like 22 minutes, at least for the games that I've played, that is pretty slow. And I think 22 minutes is nowhere close to optimized. I do know that some other players that I've talked to are saying in their solo queue games, they're able to get it, you know, sub 20, basically like very consistently. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, how that does kind of work itself out in pro. FlyQuest wins this game. Smolder in his first week will have more wins than Lucian. You're not wrong.
Yeah. That's crazy. You know, that just adds more to, you know, late game scaling narrative for NA marksman in general. But FlyQuest seem to be preparing for this next dragon as Shopify Rebellion are the first ones in the river. Zazel marking, making sure that he's scoping out vision here and clearing out these wards that FlyQuest are trying to put down to give them that safe entrance into this objective point. Looks like B-Voy is able to clear out the wave first. He's going to get the chance to reset before Dragon spawns in the next 40 seconds. So he might be, I don't know if he has enough gold for a first full item. He does. Kraken Slayer online. So B-Voy is going to be decently strong for this next fight.
Yep, he's going to be looking pretty strong. Up in the top lane, you can see Bwipo just went straight towards that Thornmail rush here. You know, didn't stop for Tabbies. I don't really love the full Thornmail completion, you know, as a first item. I just think in general, heal cut early on, especially against the Aatrox, if you're not going to have kill threat anyway, is super overrated. I'm really just kind of a fan in general of these builds where you just go Bomby and then you go into Frozen Heart or Kanik, depending on if you're laning against physical damage or MR, and then you just build the other. Like, I just think that build is so strong. Be interested to talk to Bwipo because he is someone, you know, who really is very opinionated about the builds and does think kind of deeply about them. You know, maybe the logic here is that he can just kind of force trades and take a lot more scraps that are going to be in his favor.
Oh, Shockwave right on the Jensen, the Cyclone, and the knockups from Zazel. There is no room to breathe on that one. Shopify making a clean execution on Jensen.
Yeah, Busio able to flash out, but Jensen not reacting in time or potentially not thinking he needed to flash. But he is going to be burst down in a hurry, so this Dragon should be Shopify's no problem off the pick there. Jensen going to be able to TP when he's up, but the Dragon should be gone before then.
Yeah, I think the only thing that Busio is playing for is maybe an isolated pick here. Inspire, wait, teleport is being committed by both top laners. Oh, this is going to be tricky. Busio is getting chunked out, looks for the silence, but he gets bursted out by B-Voy. Bwipo's on the other side, on the wrong side of the fight as well. Inspired, getting marked out by Fake God. Here's the teleport from Jensen, but Boogie secures it, and he gets out over the wall. FlyQuest, they don't really have an angle to force another fight unless Bwipo can find a knockup with this Q. Looking for the third Q, right onto B-Voy, but there is the Feather Storm as he's able to get out.
Yeah, gonna be able to get out. Jensen though looking for the angle.
The scoop finds Fake Off, but the angle is not good enough for him to really find a kill on there. FlyQuest just really devastatingly not getting anything out of this fight.
Yeah, they don't get much whatsoever. They try to kind of force their way in anyway. You know, clearly did not want to give up that Dragon, wanted to maintain their Dragon stacking here, got the first one, trying to look for scraps again. You know, when you have Smolder, you want to be taking these fights, getting those additional stacks from it, but because Jensen was picked off prior, they did not have a good setup whatsoever. And unfortunately for them, not going to walk away with anything. They didn't push out the side lanes. They didn't really get anything from that.
I have to wonder if FlyQuest are... Oh no, Jensen. He has Flash available. He should be fine. Flash away from 2W, but Boogie, oh no. Jensen getting taken out. Man, Shopify Rebellion have really put a focus on Jensen in this game, and he is... he's had an incredible split so far. This is a game where he's really been the focus, though.
Yeah, he absolutely has. And, you know, we can take a look at how Jensen is doing this split versus last, because he's actually been really good for FlyQuest this split. On the left, that is Jensen this split on FlyQuest. On the right, that is Jensen last split on Dignitas. So it really has been stepping up his game, and as a result, clearly Shopify coming in, wanting to put the focus on him, wanting to try to knock him down a peg. And they have gotten Insanity into this good spot. He is definitely in that advantageous position. Boogie's getting a lot of kills as well. And Wukong, though it is not as strong, I think, you know, when we were seeing it a lot last year, it's definitely a pretty strong pick, and it is someone that does really well with gold. You can snowball heavily, you can threaten that back line, especially when you have other people that can dive with you, like the Rakan, like the Aatrox, like the assistance of a speed up and a shockwave coming through from the Orianna. So, you know, Boogie in a great spot here to potentially carry this game. There are quite a few squishy people on that other side. You know, you're looking at Smolder, you're looking at Azir. If Smolder misvisions at all, with this build, you just get one shot.
And then Boogie is going to be still dealing a ton of damage. Even though the Divine Sunder made him so durable and tanky with all the pseudo-sustain you were getting with those empowered Q stacks, the Stride Breaker, recently getting buffed on this patch, is going to ensure that once Boogie finds someone, he's going to stay on top of them with that slow active that you get as well. The fact that Shopify Rebellion are really accelerated in this game against a composition that is taking time to really scale on up means that they have the advantage to try and close this one out before FlyQuest gets to that point.
Yeah, both the passive cleave got buffed as well as the active on that little shockwave there. As Masu just going to be clearing out that wave.
Uh-oh, but Mom is not enough to bail out Masu under the tower. Inspire's going to be falling next. Fake God picking up an easy double, and they've got another charge. Here comes the Herald as it crashes once again. Shopify Rebellion, 7-0 at 18 minutes against the #1 team in the LCS.
Man, they are looking so good in this game. They are crushing them. And they've already picked up wins against Cloud9 and NRG. They're picking up wins against all these expected top teams. Then they'll go and they'll drop games against some of the teams that you're thinking, oh, they should be able to beat these guys. So it is so interesting. They have kind of become the new era CLG, the counter logic gaming here. But what a great Q there from Fake God, interrupting the dash there from Masu. When you get Q'd out of the flat, that is gone. The follow-up was there from Zeyzal as he flashed forward, and they burst down Masu, really making his job difficult. You know, he wanted to clear it out with the W, with the ulti, got everything except the cannon, but the Rift Herald is there too. So they just forced the dive right in on after it. And it looks like it's probably going to be just a rapid-fire second here for him.
Whippo just tangoing with Fake God, but Boogie might be ready to Boogie himself, as Whippo still has some reinforcements in stage right, as Busio is going to escort him out of danger there. But Shopify Rebellion, I just want to circle back to the fact that they are doing so well, because all their wins have been against the top teams in the LCS, but I think that just reiterates how, you know, maybe you can say whether it doesn't indicate the strength and the competitiveness of our region overall, but it's been super entertaining that the fact that there's no free wins that you can get with any single team. Last year, I think I barred 2 teams, you would always be like, ah, well, all right, the 10th place team is going to be taken out here, but every single team, you cannot just be at all complacent with them, because they will definitely steamroll ahead of you.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the teams coming into this week that were tied at the bottom. You know, Dig, Shopify. Dig already got a win. Shopify looking like they're in a great position to get a win here as well. These teams are very competitive. They have strong players. Inspired, is he going to go for it? I think he's too far gone.
Yeah. Fake God already burning the flash, but Inspired's going to chase him past the tower, and he has Busio here. Is it enough damage, though, as he pops the World Ender, and that might just be enough to dissuade the fight from happening. And meanwhile, Boogie is on the other side of the map taking a free dragon, because FlyQuest are dedicating so many resources just to take out Fake God.
Yeah, they're sitting 3 top here. They're going to be able to get a little chip damage.
Oh my God.
Now they're going to TP. It's 5 top for FlyQuest. They need to make this work.
They are all in on this play. A teleport is coming in from Shopify. Will it come in time, though? Here comes Mom. Fake God, a lot of damage, but B-Boy comes from the right as he looks to be able to equalize the fight. Fake God has already fallen, but Whippo might be the next one, as B-Boy cannot step up in range. Insanity gets speared by Jensen on the back half. That's a double over to FlyQuest and a little bit of light.
Yeah, that is big. Getting a couple kills. They needed to make this play work here. Shopify try to come in and save him. B-Boy in some trouble potentially.
Busio looking for the hook, but he dodges out with his own flash. Zeyzal is getting bounce house in the middle of all of them, but B-Boy finds one back on a Jensen. Now has to cut this one out against Whippo, but he doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Masu's able to deal the finishing blow alongside Whippo. Here comes Boogie. Cyclone finds the baby dragon, as now Whippo is left to scraps, but he's got 3 more members. Oh, Busio, he falls. Does Boogie does have enough damage here? Here comes the teleport. The fight has lasted so long. Boogie just danced all over them.
Boogie goes huge for Shopify. FlyQuest felt like they were getting back into this game, but it's Boogie crosses the map after taking the dragon and crushes them on the play. FlyQuest They know they are behind. They know they need to make a play. They'd already forced out Fake God's ult. The Mom comes through. The initial burst, very good. Look at that multi-man W as well from Bwipo, setting up the squad. Then the stasis here from Insanity, but as he steps forward, Jensen finds an angle to knock him down. We've got to look back at live, though, as they are on the Baron. This play went on for a long time as the flash forward from Jensen reacted to there by B-Boy. The mechanics on these players are on point. Busio in the area, gets vision. Inspired is running from base, but will it be too late? Are they going to try to flip this?
2K, Jensen, unless he can get a miracle steal, but the smite is good from Boogie. Shopify Rebellion, 22 minutes into the game, 12-4, 6K gold up, Baron at their side. If you told me this would be the result coming into this game, I would still be surprised. But man, I have been loving the LCS so far this season, man. This is just such an exciting second game to follow up what the banger we already had in Team Liquid and 100 Thieves, and it looks like it just keeps on delivering in week 4.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been getting really cool picks. The teams have been very competitive. Has been a lot of fun. You know, for FlyQuest at this point, you want to say, well, maybe Smolder can bail us out, but not even 160 stacks here, 22 minutes in. So Masu's struggling to keep up those stacks, to still be involved in the plays, to maximize the stacking, has not really been able to do it. Yes, you do still have the Azir, you have the Smolder, so if the game can go really long, there is opportunities. But again, with this build, there's so little room for error. You are so squishy with this build compared to the more tanky versions. And there is a really powerful dive. There's a 5-kill Wukong, who now has a Sundered Sky plus that Stride Breaker. Insanity, farming pretty well. He's in a pretty strong spot behind him on those 2 items. So it's going to be tough for Masu to stay alive, even if he can get to the stacks that he so desperately needs. Will he be able to live in a fight? I don't really know.
And it's just not even 2 items yet at this point compared to B-Boy, who's already working on a 3rd. So severely behind. And I think FlyQuest took a huge gamble by having such a heavy scaling composition. All eyes were on Inspired to really be that bridge, but ever since that bot lane outplay from B-Boy and Zeyzal, who, I mean, Boogie has been performing insanely well this game as well, but in every single win from Shopify Rebellion so far, it has always been some type of fumbled attempt to shut down B-Boy and Zeyzal from the beginning. When you look at the energy game, they tried to go for the dive, they got blasted. When C9 tried to go for the dive, they got blasted. And when FlyQuest tried to upset them once again, they fear the same fate.
It's tough, man. You make mistakes, this team will punish you. This time, wasn't about a dive or anything like that. I really think it's just been about solid play here from Shopify. Boogie, right place, right time, everywhere he needed to be throughout this game, putting on pressure, keeping his farm up. He has really just been such a difference maker here. Masu now does have that rapid fire completed. You can see Sterix through now for Inspired as well. But the item completion is still not really inspiring a lot of confidence that they can get it done here, as everyone on the other side is kind of equal or ahead, except for mid lane, where Jensen, with that death cap now, you start to say, hey, maybe you get that right fight for the Azir, and it could happen.
Yeah.
But we'll see. They do have some X-Factor style champions. They have good engage. They have good pick with potential hooks from Blitz. But Blitz from behind is just such a bad champion. It is really difficult to find those angles for hooks, as the ulti just getting thrown out time and time again here for wave clear. They're just trying to buy time. They're trying to get these stacks. It's 192 now for Masu, so he is closing in on that benchmark that he needs.
There's pings. There's pings for a teleport. This is a long con flank from Bwipo, but who do they want to look for? Zeyzal is going to pop the quickness, finds the target on Inspired as well. They pull Insanity. Can they burst him out? He goes golden with the stasis. Is that enough time? Shockwave on to 2. Masu and Jensen are almost gone. Jensen survives, but Masu falls. As now the rest of FlyQuest are all depending on Jensen to save this game from ending right here.
Yeah, Jensen's in trouble. He's got to run.
They look for another one. Jensen still has no HP to work with. Almost going down. Thank God he falls. A straight feather from B-Boy clips him. As Shopify Rebellion will find 4, and it's just Busio left.
Oh, that hook from Busio might have actually ended the game. He hooked him in, and unfortunately it means, yes, they get a kill, but Jensen goes down as well. That extra little bit of damage was all they needed. Moss is going to be back up in 5, but he's got no sums. He instant goes flash when he saw Zeyzal ulting towards him, then had no sums and no E to react to the shockwave from Insanity. That caught him. He instantaneously dies as Fake God comes over the top with the Q. Looks like they won't feel confident to try to push for the end here. They're going to continue playing towards these objectives with the base in tatters. The inhib down in both bot and top. This will mean a lot of farming is going to be given over to them. Masu looking like he's going towards Zhonya's 3rd. as the itemization. I'm guessing there, with the cloth armor plus the.
I mean, maybe just to sit on a Seeker so that he doesn't get insta blasted.
Yeah.
But I mean, at that point, I don't know.
It's tough, right? Because like I said, I'm saying this is the weakness of the build, which is why I think it is. Would it have made a difference in this game? Probably not. So let's just put that out there.
Sure.
But I do think you are so squishy. It's so difficult to actually be in range and auto attacking. That is why I just straight up don't like the crit build.
Yeah.
And we saw he's recognizing, you know what? I can't really step up. I'm just gonna get one shot. He instantly had to use both his thumbs. Then he just gets insta killed by the shockwave plus that Q from Fake God. So I think it is going to be Seekers or full Zonias, working towards that, just trying to stay alive, hoping that they overcommit. Maybe you can use Stasis to immune a Shockwave and turn around and fight in that way. But obviously, it's tough. It's really tough.
Because when you look at the compositions now on both sides, I mean, FlyQuest have this insane scaling composition, and you have really one major form of disengage. That's the Emperor's Divide. Once that's gone, there's nothing really strong from the side of FlyQuest that stops Bigoy from brute forcing into your team. Zeyzal just blitzing right through. Fake God just charging forward as well. FlyQuest are just so dependent and so limited on how many ways to disengage in this fight, it feels near impossible.
Yeah, it is really tough, right? Range is kind of that weakness. He finally has 225 stacks, so just before 28 minutes, it did hit that mark. The question is going to be, can he actually effectively use those stacks now? Can you get spam Qs out without just getting one shot, right? Because who are you supposed to step up and Q in this? If you step forward to try to Q the Aatrox and he EQs you, you're probably dead. If you get caught by the Wukong, you're probably dead. Shockwave, dead. So it is going to be really, really tough. He kind of has to really make sure that he's maximizing his damage while still waiting out those initial engage tools. You have to stay close enough that they can fail to engage, then you can punish. That's the only way they can win. And they want to get this TP from Jensen. They're trying to force it. He's still staying bot. He's refusing to come in just yet.
Oh, Boogie tries to flank on an Inspired. I don't even think he has flash available. He gets taken out very early on. Masu is the next target. He has the Seekers this time for the stasis, but will even fall. He had the 225 stacks, but just not enough damage as Jensen is trying to do work on the front line while Bwipo stalling, but it's just not enough. Shopify Rebellion are taking everything away from FlyQuest. They don't even need the Baron. They have two open inhibitors. They're going to just brute force their way into the game. B-Boy flashing in. Jensen tries to punish, but the rest of Shopify Rebellion rally around B-Boy, their newest player, as Jensen just gets completely obliterated by B-Boy.
Shopify Rebellion are going to do it, taking down FlyQuest, who are in sole possession of first place. They crush through.
The empire of these top teams stand no match for the Rebellion of Shopify as they take down, again, another first place team.
Fun game to watch here. Nicely done on the engage. They start the Baron, they look for the turn. It is again Boogie, finds the ulti, pops a Cyclone, flashes in on top of Smolder, and as Masu tries to use the fly to get over the wall, to flash forward there from Zeyzal, follows up on it, CCing him out of that ability, locks him down, bursts him down. No way for him to get out of there. They were really on point with the hard engage here. Shopify, people have been some people on one side are really loving that they're cooking and doing all these crazy drafts, but there has become a more vocal group that are saying, well, you guys actually just can't play normal. You can't play a standard draft. You're not going to be able to actually make it work. They kind of are disproving the haters here a little bit, coming out with probably their most impressive, most solid win of the season. Yes, they had already beaten some really top teams, but it was more from punishing their opponent's mistakes on these failed dives. This one was just them being proactive, them finding engages, them coming with a really strong draft that worked from multiple angles, combined well, shutting down what Masu is bringing out here with the Smolder. Clearly they were prepared for it. They knew how to answer it. And I just think it's a really solid game plan, executed very, very well from Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, even just straight up mechanical outplays as well. You could tell that FlyQuest were aware of how threatening B-Boy and Zeyzal could be if they were ahead, which is why they threw the focus down there early on in the game. But just simple maneuvers, being able to dodge out on CC abilities, and then Zeyzal flashing forward to block Inspired's Q when he was looking for the cleanup. And then even Boogie himself, I think he was also just a clear standout for me in this game, saving what could have been FlyQuest comeback back in.
Yep. The jersey's looking really nice too.
Dude, yeah.
Liking it.
Themed for Lunar New Year today. That's freaking awesome. The red and gold, really such a clean color. Clean on the rift, clean on the drip as well. As I believe we are ready, we'll be joining WildTurtle and Fake God on stage for the interview.
Hi, Fake God.
Hello.
How do you feel after that win?
I feel great. It's an expected win as usual.
How'd you guys get so good overnight?
I think we were always this good. We just we were testing some stuff mid lane a lot, so it might have made our team look a little weird, but yeah, we just picked Orianna and just won. It's that easy.
But how do you feel about your coaching staff? You know, like how does WildTurtle stack up against?
Oh yeah, well, he's the best coach I've ever had. He's so good. He always talks about everything. It's amazing. It's amazing.
That's why we won today, guys.
Yeah.
How are you gonna keep improving moving forward?
We'll just keep doing the same stuff. Just keep on grinding. I mean, we're still like kind of last place, so you have to keep winning. So it's not over yet.
Don't
you know?
say that.
It's the truth.
Are you expecting to play any secret picks tomorrow?
Tomorrow's TL. I'm not sure. We'll see. I usually save the secret pick for our mid laners.
Yeah,
so
I'm trying
we'll
to bait him,
then.
but it's not working. All right, thank you for the interview, Mr.
Yeah.
Fake God.
Thank you, Turtle.
Happy New Year. Happy Lunar New Year.
Welcome back to round 3 of Are You Smarter Than LCS Pro? We're done with items. It's a new round. This is going to be about pros returning or new to the LCS stage. First question: this pro taught himself English through talking to an AI.
It's Immortals top laner, Kasu.
Yes.
How do you know that?
He's actually a fan. What? I saw like Immortals Progressive on Twitter. Oh. You're a big fan. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I follow them.
All right. This recent addition to the LCS is named after a soap brand.
Dove?
Yes.
That's my goal.
Ask questions over their team.
Well, there are players from both of your teams in this next question.
Wait, who plays with FlyQuest? Wait, Master? Okay, now I know.
You're just trying to like think it. All right. There are a total of 6 players who are returning to the LCS stage after some time away from it. Name all 6.
Whipper, Inspired. Now I have to think of the other 4. Okay.
He's out of time.
Returning? Ole?
Yep.
Zazel?
Yes.
Do you got any of you returning?
You can't ask them.
Depends, like,
you
do they have
answer
to, like,
first.
how much time do they have to spend in the LCS?
They could have even, for example, subbed in during playoff games.
Do you sub in next year? Maybe? I'm gonna say next year. You did sub in,
Yeah,
right?
he is one. There's one more.
Shopify Rebellion, who's on that?
All right, it's going to Bucio. Do you know?
But I can talk to my team, right?
Yeah, you can confirm.
Thank God.
Thank God. Yeah, that would be who it is.
Yes. All right, this is the final question.
This is the final question?
Yep, so you can confer, go around your tables, because you're going to be writing some stuff down. Get someone with good handwriting. It's time for Catch Up XP. I am going to give you 8 players. You're going to write down all of their names, and then you are going to put them in order from youngest to oldest.
Oh, okay.
If you get someone's age, like guess their correct age, you get a point, and you also get 1 point for putting them in the right position. So you ready?
Say the names, yeah.
All right, XU.
Wait, can you repeat that?
This person right
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Bucio, you're also one of them.
I know how old I am, luckily.
Sniper.
He's the youngest.
Ole.
I have no idea.
That's a great ball.
Jojo Pian, Contracts, WildTurtle, and Yon. You have 2 minutes. Time starts now.
What do you think of this ring?
This guy's 3rd, I think.
How do you guys know this, man? I have no idea what anyone's age is. Like, I couldn't care less.
It's fine. We will maybe carry.
Carry me.
Yo, how old are you? How old are you?
I just turned 23.
Actually?
Yeah, yesterday, my birthday.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, he's baiting you.
Are you?
Yeah.
You would never lie to us.
I would
now.
never lie to you.
Okay, nice.
Okay.
All right. I think we've decided. Okay.
Inspired, go first.
Sniper 17,
Mhm.
Jojo 19.
Always age?
Bucio 20, John 22, XQ 23, Contracts 25, Ole 26, WildTurtle 27.
Just guess the ages right off that.
Wait, they can't copy it. That's not legal. They didn't write the ages down.
This is over.
They couldn't follow instructions.
Just read the
Yeah,
names.
just
I have
say the name and the age.
Jojo,
Yep.
Lucio, XU, Yon, Contracts, Ole, WildTurtle.
Compare.
We just ranked them like youngest to oldest.
That's why
Alright,
they
let's
took
see
so
yours.
long.
GG.
Dig, you got 26 points off that from age order. Our producer said congrats for listening to instructions.
W, we take those.
All right, so you did better on this question, but Dig win.
Absolutely right.
Nice. We didn't even do it right.
Thank you both for joining me. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, and subscribe.
Thanks for that, Emily. Unfortunately, FlyQuest lost again today, and Dig won. So that was a foretelling of what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Let's check out the players of the game from today. First comment cannot be about the roles. What stands out?
I need to
Wow,
say it.
Quid's really improved from last year. Fudge had a nice bounce back for Cloud9. Boogie with the great Wukong.
For me, I am now a Quid enjoyer.
Okay.
Quid has had a great split so far, and it felt like after the last split, everyone's been holding their tongue, and then on top of that, everyone's kind of been attributing a lot of success mostly to like working alongside River. But I think he's just been standing out, and it's been great to see a lot of progression that he's had, and the fact that 100 Thieves have doubled down on him.
And I want to call out Boogie because we did talk about how Wukong received buffs on this patch. We talked more that they were more targeted towards lane Wukong, but he came out with a really good game. And also something I noticed is that he was going into his lanes a lot more, which is really when I think he excels a lot as a jungler.
I'm just gonna go for a second one. Tomo Smolder.
He gets Pog for picking Smolder.
Immediately.
He has been slamming that in solo queue since Smolder was released.
And it worked out. I was a little afraid when he got cheesed by Ole, and he died with both sums being blown. But then he ended up coming out strong in team fights, and overall, like the tips and tricks that he talked about in the interview as well, like he got to be able to showcase the strength of Smolder, and now we're starting to see it get picked a little bit more. So that's nice to see.
Stack them fast. Let's get into the highlights for today to see all those winners. Cloud9 ended their 4-game losing streak, a rematch of the summer finals from last split. They've actually beaten Energy twice now after this.
Yeah, I think in this game more than the first time they met, a lot of it came off of some NRG kind of happy game
blunders
moments, let's just say. Like there were, and we'll see how NRG regroup, because after this, obviously they're now on a little bit of a loss streak. But I think it feels really good for C9 specifically, especially since I feel like maybe people won't have as much to say about their draft this time around. It was a lot more like ease of execution was there, and the team looked pretty well coordinated.
They outscaled for sure. Immortals versus Dignitas was looking pretty good for Immortals early for me. Castle with another Aatrox game, Hui kind of dumping damage, but Dignitas had a really cool draft.
That was the thing. At first, I echoed your sentiment. I also felt like, okay, they completely destroyed Smolder after like that second base. It seemed like it was going to be a pretty easy game. For me, it was some of the fights that IMT were starting to misexecute. The dragon fights for me were a big one. Actually, this one was just a huge, if I remember correctly.
This is a Hui.
This is a Hui moment and a half, man. He blew them up. There were a few dragon fights. There were a few dragon fights, but this one was crazy, and for me it solidified IMT winning, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is IMT should not be fighting without Hui, and then Dig were obviously just waiting for Smolder to come online, and there was a fight in the top side where it ended up shifting in Dig's favor, and that's kind of when Smolder started taking over.
Yeah, third game of the day, almost had a Taric diff. Team Liquid did pick up Soul during this one, but 100 Thieves, so many just massive Talia teamfight wins that led to Quid's player of the game.
It was actually pretty crazy. This double flick was insane. So like that one, immediately I thought Team Liquid was going to win that fight before that play ended up happening. I think this was a forced fight where the Taric ultis were just not hitting. So overall, the team fights, Team Liquid found their lead. They were starting to solidify it, and I think just too many fights that were just getting botched.
Yeah, I mean, this was really cool to see from 100 Thieves, though. Like, we've been talking a lot about their success, and a lot of it is due to the way that they draft around the players they have and the way they understand the players they have.
Probably the most lopsided game of the day.
Surprisingly.
Shopify greater than FlyQuest.
Okay.
I hated the Blitz pick, by the way. I'm so mad that Lucio picked Blitz. Yes, absolutely. If you're going to do nothing and lose, you may as well do it on Pyke. Like, I just don't understand what the Blitzcrank was supposed to be doing. Maybe there's a future where this ends up being meta and I can eat my words, but right now I'm going to say I just hated it.
This was a really close fight, just specifically because this one looked like FlyQuest was turning it. The Wukong, who was doing Dragon, then farmed mid, then went topside to actually help out in the play because he realized it was going long enough, and then gets a triple kill. So like Boogie had an ideal gameplay after that one.
What a split so far.
It's been a fun time.
Yeah.
It's been a really fun time.
I think I know the standings. Like, I think I could recite them.
Yeah.
but it's going to be close because the worst team
I was about to tell you
has
to close
3
your eyes.
wins. The worst team has 3 wins, like 1 game away from 500 to be in last, which means Cloud9 is a game out of last, despite winning today.
Yeah.
You're going to do this every day. You're going to do this every day.
Immortals is in last.
I was like, here it comes.
But they're a game out of third. No, seriously, it's just compressing so much. It's crazy.
I also want to shout out 100 Thieves again. They are solidly in second place, like sole possession of second place, going into tomorrow before we have a little break after that. And like even if they lose tomorrow, right, which they are facing kind of a revamped, rejuvenated C9, that makes this match super interesting because I don't think any of us, or not I don't think, I know none of us expected this 100 Thieves team to be looking as good as they have and also be this high in the standings.
Dignitas and NRG, Team Liquid Honda. Honestly, Shopify's hardest matchup. They're not going up against the first place team, so let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, they're winless against 2nd to 8th.
Oh my God, they gotta change it sometime.
It's tough. It's tough. And Immortals versus FlyQuest. No, this was probably the easiest week on paper for FlyQuest. They're like, we're 6-1.
Yeah.
We're flying high. We play, you know, last place Shopify and Immortals. Easy 2-0. Let's go next. Nope, that's not how it works.
We have an interesting bunch of teams. I think it's going to be fun to see how tomorrow goes, but looks like we're looking at the
ACL schedule. Watch watch that right after this. It's on twitch.tv/LCS_challengers.
Wildcard versus FlyQuest Challenger. That actually should be a banger.
And Fearless Draft. So you get to see lots of unique champions. If you don't know what Fearless Draft is, go over, check it out. It's really cool. That's it for us, though. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. So let's send it over to APA's stream. He's streaming. See you over there.
Play Aurelion Sol!
Play Smolder!
Smolder!
Streak. Oh, High's driving?
He's got his license.
Oh my God.
Who he's going to be caught by the Bard ulti, but he's the only target. Now he's got to try to tank it up. Senna ult over the top, who he's still at about half HP. Fudge coming in, looking to complete the dive as Berserker goes on a rampage. No play is thrown back into the team. All out goes Fudge, all in goes Contract, but he's 1v5. He ain't alive. Everybody died at C9. 3 for nothing. There you go. And then that'll cost.
The game, guys. Maybe we can get a win here.
Wow, C9 is back.
Maybe?
C9 is back. Nice. We're back.
This feels weird. What? I'm not used to this.
Player. They're going to be healed and shielded by Armeo's Ivern, but now Rich wants to dive in. It's Ole right in the middle of everybody, but Tomo's ready to counterattack. Castle wants the Smolder, but he ain't going to find him. Tomo's already killed off 2, and now Immortals, where can you even go? A triple kill back to Smolder. Dignitas are ready to march it down mid for the Nexus.
Yeah. Nice.
Let's go.
I actually didn't even do anything.
Nice. This is 2-0 against Silos.
Yeah. If we even farm this like
Not fighting.
I think it's clear this one.
Wow, sniper.
Sniper!
Not good.
Turn my
Sniper.
full aim, but no choice.
Not
Yeah,
very
yeah,
much.
it's okay.
Nice.
We're not really not behind at all.
Okay, okay.
Maybe start?
Yeah, can. I think can.
Oh, they're going dragon.
Go. Can. Go. Let's go. Just do it.
He'll heal up. He'll be like 50. He'll be forward
Stay here. Does Oriana have ult or did he ult?
Aatrox.
Yeah.
Can you guys
Think
hold
for
on?
us.
I think we can.
Well, I'm getting one shot by this. Just do it. What the heck?
Despite the shield, the healing isn't going to be enough. Wolverines, they get it. It's a heist, baby. And 100 Thieves are out of there.
How did I die? Good.
That Varus is kinda strong.
Here comes Ayla looking for the engage on APA, but the stasis, there's the flip from Quinn. He finds it once again. Shockwave is going to delay time, but APA still goes down. Yon is on the left side. Quinn turns tail. They got him. 100 Thieves. They got both of the carries. And now Moss is able to deal the finishing blow alongside Bwippo. Here comes Boogie. Cyclone finds the baby dragon as now Bwippo is left to scraps.
A lot of armor. I do the push. I'm tipping now. Okay. Just keep stalling. Okay. Just stall. Nice.
Nice,
Boogie. Nice.
Can we Baron?
We should have gone.
You played really good.
On that timer top was so
should just pressure the map, bro.
I say, guys, we are first to place killer! Good job, guys.
I'm assist Oriana.
I knew we should give. Oh.
You can kill him, maybe.
Can you have both? Oh. Nice. GG.